to just sustain a broken world. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. To go beyond sustainability and become a regenerative force that heals and renews. At First Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. Living it. Making it. Healing it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.
Driven by the mission to serve millions of customers across retail. With diverse offerings, and brands. Integrated property developments across many locations. With new malls, residential projects, commercial properties, hotels and convention centers. Leisure and resorts. And in banking and financial services. To reach our customers. Embracing innovation and committed to the happiness of our customers, to the development of our youth. In our aim for continued growth of our businesses and positive contribution to the nation.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
What if your everyday is easier? What if your tasks are faster? What if you never have to chase due dates ever? What if your life is safer? What if your dreams are higher? What if kaya mo na? GCash gives you secure payments, real-time money transfers, accessible financial services, exclusive deals, and a full suite of business solutions para kaya mo na sumabay sa takbo ng buhay. Kaya mo na to stay connected. Kaya mo na magbayad anytime, anywhere. Kaya mo na mag-buy and sell. Kaya mo na to get exclusive deals. Kaya mo na magpera padala. Kaya mo na gawing safe ang future. Kaya mo na abutin ang pangarap. Kaya mo na makatulong, magbigay ng pag-asa. Kaya mo, GCash mo.
Just a few years ago, it was hard to predict how quickly the world would change and how complex it would become. Today, organizations need to change faster and more thoroughly than ever before in a world facing profound challenges, but full of tremendous opportunities. To succeed, organizations need a unique combination of capabilities, from ESG to audit, from value creation to tech transformation. PwC, as a community of solvers, is uniquely positioned to bring the right combination of people, capabilities, and technology. That's what we're calling the new equation. The new equation focuses on two interconnected needs every organization faces. The need to build trust with a broader set of stakeholders, more so than ever before, and the need to deliver sustained outcomes in an environment where competition is more intense than ever and societal expectations have never been greater. To help our clients and stakeholders meet these challenges, PwC will be investing over $12 billion over the next 5 years and creating more than 100,000 new jobs. Because success depends on continuing to be able to offer clients a unique combination of breadth and depth, to deliver solutions that are human-led and tech-powered. So over the coming months, we will share more about how we're able to help our stakeholders solve their challenges and capture those opportunities. But today, we're announcing the first steps on that journey. I'm excited about the difference we will make in the business world and beyond.
Don't wish for a better day. Create it. Don't dream of a better future. Build it. And we will help you achieve it as we become AIA Philippines, bringing together over 70 years of local experience and the strength of one of the largest life insurance companies across Asia, providing protection to millions through our top advisors and partners. We will constantly innovate as we develop products that will save lives and help fulfill dreams of Filipino families and create new insurance possibilities to keep up with your ever-changing needs. So don't work towards a good life. Aim for the best one, because AIA Philippines will help you finally live it.
with several leaders of economies today, reminded APEC leaders to focus on economic synergy and cooperation on this year's APEC.
Welcome to Boracay, the Philippines' most famous beach.
We have covered the journey of our young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
To the service of the nation.
We talk to leaders. We don't shy away from difficult conversations.
ANC Leadership Series.
We don't just tell stories. We tell you why they matter. We sift through the noise and arm you with facts.
We report about disruption and how the latest technology and innovation have changed the way we live.
We told stories about crisis, but also about opportunities that came with them.
This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
Tired of missing the latest news? Get the Inquirer mobile app to get the latest stories and updates as they happen. The Inquirer mobile app is an easy-to-use app with quick access to stories and also enhances your experience on other Inquirer platforms. The Inquirer mobile app also lets you recommend stories for the Inquirer front page and share stories on various social platforms. Have a story to tell? Be an Inquirer reporter with the My Inquirer function. Now that's news anytime, anywhere, always.
Got something you want to share to the world? We got you, fam. We are looking for awesome people like you who want to share content that deserve a spotlight on our site. Whether it's a list of everything you love about catos and doggos, pop culture related artworks, or even your own random photos, memes, and funny videos, we'd be happy to see it and share it to the world. Join our award-winning team and be part of our Inkpop creator community.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 19th Management Association of the Philippines International CEO Web Conference 2021, Hindsights, Insights, and Foresights, the future in the present tense. To begin the program, please sit in attention for the invocation and the Philippine National Anthem.
Lord God, we thank you that you promise to be with us always. Thank you that your presence is with us right now. Today, we give you our hearts, our minds, and our lives. Come speak your words of life into our beings. We pray that you would deepen our comprehension, broaden our thinking, and transform our understanding of what we are about to study. For you are our wise counselor, our perfect teacher, and our faithful friend. Thank you, Lord. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiging, kanasansirang alam, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyagan ang magiting, sa mandulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutong sa simoy at sa langit ang magaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang isang ang patawad mo'y tagumpay na nagiging, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang ay magiging, luman ang araw ng walang pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo, ang hindi kaya ng kartay mga api, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 19th Management Association of the Philippines International CEO Web Conference 2021, Hindsights, Insights, and Foresights, the future in the present tense. As we continue to navigate the continuing challenges brought by the pandemic, we are grateful for the consistent support of our co-presenters who helped make our virtual International CEO Conference possible. Thus, we would like to acknowledge our co-presenters and share their messages of optimism, courage, and strength to brave the new world emerging, starting with the Editor-in-Chief of Business World, Mr. Wilfredo G. Reyes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege for us to participate in this year's MAP International CEO Conference. We thank and congratulate the organizers of this timely forum of ideas, which are vital for today's challenges. This year's theme, Hindsights, Insights, Foresights, the future in the present tense, marks the conversation that has been taking place since COVID-19 disrupted business and our lives. The theme captures what has happened. Amid the tragedies and other challenges that have struck our workplaces and even our homes, this crisis has also forced many of us to advance digitalization plans and has exposed vulnerabilities which our organizations had been blind to up to this moment. Jawaharlal Nehru, India's first Prime Minister, said, and if I may just paraphrase here a bit, Crises, when they occur, have at least this advantage, that they force us to think. This has been Business World's own story in this pandemic. After the initial jolt of the first lockdowns, this crisis forced us to think hard about how to advance. For one, it pushed our own digitalization timetables ahead. Today, the need of all of us here to recover to a stronger position informs Business World's efforts, from our newspaper and our annual Top 1000 Corporations publication to our digital products, regular podcasts, virtual interview series and webinars, as well as our biannual virtual economic fora, the next one which will be coming this November. Beneath all these rapid changes, however, is that principle that has always guided all our journalists, all our staff, since the beginning of our publication, that what we do is a public trust. I liken this experience, in a way, to those of East Asian nations that were forced to modernize in centuries past. They embraced modern technologies because they had to survive in the face of threats from overseas. But at the same time, they preserved tradition. That formidable mix of timeless principles and ever-new ways of doing things now lies at the core of their identities. Perhaps this is the way forward for many of us, that as we gear up for a future in which we will be more resilient and more sustainable, we hold fast to why our organizations were founded in the first place. I personally look forward to these conversations and wish everyone a productive day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reyes. And now we would like to introduce our next co-presenter, the Chief Operating Officer of Converge ICT Solutions Incorporated, Mr. Jesus Boboy C. Romero.
A pleasant day to each and every one of you. In the past year or so, the pandemic has brought unprecedented challenges, not only in the way people live, but also with how businesses and organizations function. Everyone was forced to adapt to a new normal in a much quicker pace. We see a lot of businesses accelerate digital transformation to be able to bring efficiency to the workplace and improve their products and services. Individuals, on the other hand, have been shifting their internet consumption at home to accommodate their daily needs and habits. Seeing all these, we at Converge knew that we have a responsibility, which is to uplift the quality of life through fiber technology. Our company's vision is to build a business focused on providing high-speed, pure end-to-end fiber internet to millions of unserved and underserved households and businesses across the Philippines. Our focus is to empower not just the residential customers, but also businesses and enterprises, regardless of size and industry. We continuously offer superior, differentiated products and exceptional service at the best price in the market. We know how essential it is to have flexible and custom internet options, providing more bandwidth when needed to boost productivity while enabling our subscribers to save on costs. Aside from innovative products and enhanced connectivity, Converge is spearheading the most extensive fiber network rollout in the country, reaching far-flung areas that have not been served since the onset of the internet in the Philippines. Through large-scale deployment plans, we are aligned towards the Digital Philippines Initiative, which calls for improved digital infrastructure and internet access to meet the demands of the new normal. We are not just expanding our national fiber backbone, but we are also diversifying our international network, future-proofing and ensuring better internet experience for our customers, not just today, but in the years to come. We will continue to work hard to ensure that we provide Filipinos what they need, from our network infrastructure, facilities management, broadband implementation, full telecommunication infrastructure support, and more. We are constantly improving our services because you deserve to experience better. On behalf of the whole Converge family, congratulations to the Management Association of the Philippines for organizing this very timely and relevant web conference. Again, a pleasant day to everyone, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the program.
Thank you once again, Mr. Romero. And now we would like to introduce our next co-presenter, the Chair and CEO of First Philippine Holdings Corporation, Mr. Federico Piqui R. Lopez.
Our MAP CEO conference theme this year evokes a moment of reflection, deliberate thought, maybe even one of calm amidst a period of massive change and uncertainty. But observers of the past will agree, we're simply in the eye of a storm that's barreling through history. As the saying goes, history never looks like history when you're living through it. And it always looks confusing and messy, and it always feels uncomfortable. Now today, it's a pandemic we're living through, and the development of vaccines always gives us hope for an eventual return to normalcy, even as we battle the uncertainty of the virus's new variants. However, gathering force and momentum as we speak is this even greater emergency called the climate crisis. We can already see its effects in recent news every night, from the record high temperatures in the Arctic and Antarctic, which will accelerate sea level rise in all coastal cities and alter currents and weather patterns globally. The retreat of 90% of the world's glaciers, which will impact major river systems, water supplies, and food production for billions of people worldwide. The record heat waves and yearly wildfires in the US Pacific Northwest and Australia, and now Southern Europe and North Africa. To the 1-in-1,000-year floods that swept through Belgium, Germany, Switzerland, and the Netherlands just last July. And the record rainfall and flooding that stunned New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, New Orleans, and other Northeast US and Gulf Coast cities and towns just last week, even knocking out power supplies for days along Hurricane Ida's path. Once the full effects of the climate crisis are upon us, however, there will be no vaccine and herd immunity to look forward to. Just a relentless pounding of the herd, as Thomas Friedman of the New York Times describes it. So though we live in extraordinary times today, with the world having warmed just 1.1 degrees Celsius from pre-industrial times, it will only get even weirder as we depart from conditions that all life on this planet have been accustomed to over the past thousands of years. More so, if we fail to limit the planet's warming to the 1.5 degrees Celsius. As the UN IPCC's 6th assessment report warns, it is a code red for humanity. To halt global warming to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius, the world needs to recognize that we have a remaining carbon budget of less than 400 gigatons before we blow past that point of no return. Since global emissions are 51 gigatons per year, we have less than 10 years before we use that up. We need to get this number down to 0 before 2050. Otherwise, the Earth's warming just continues with all the terrible consequences. That is the magnitude of the task. This is bigger than anything man has ever done in the history of this planet. The world either fragments and quarrels for their fair share of what's left of the carbon budget, or we take the high road as a global community, prioritize, constrain what we do, and make the hard choices of where that remaining emissions budget gets used. Now, as the world comes to grips with this reality, we will see paradigms shifting drastically. We will go back to basics. Consumerism will hopefully be anchored less on our wants and more toward our needs. It is essential, too, that we focus on prosperity for all, especially those left behind, rather than on simply aiming to raise GDP growth per se. Then, very importantly, we begin to reimagine and redesign our infrastructure and way of life for an already changed world. decarbonized, resilient, and socially inclusive. Make no bones about it, this will change every single industry on the planet in the next 5 to 10 years. Thus, last year, we took great pains to crystallize our mission at the FPH Group, and that is to forge collaborative pathways for a decarbonized and regenerative future. It's a deliberately high bar, and we're nothing short of humbled by it. Yet, we didn't feel it was appropriate anymore to use the word sustainable in a world that's so badly in need of healing and renewal. So we took on the challenge of using the word regenerative with all the responsibility it carries. The old model of shareholder primacy above all else no longer fits with the extraordinary times that we live in. It's resulted in the mindless pursuit of growth, unbridled consumption, the overshoot of our planet's environmental limits, and widening inequalities that can only worsen political and social tensions we're already seeing everywhere in the world today. For these reasons, capitalism itself is under attack. There is an urgency for all of us to go beyond incremental sustainability and transform into regenerative forces that align our profit engines with the need for a better world and a safer planet. If we do this, collectively we can unleash the creativity and innovative energy needed to solve our world's greatest problems. Unlocking these will be the foundation to some of the greatest business opportunities in the coming century. Congratulations again to the Management Association of the Philippines, and I look forward to today's conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. To formally open today's conference on how we can harness the hindsights, insights, and foresights that we have gleaned from the global pandemic and the urgency needed to bring forward our future plans now, please welcome the MAP President, who is also the Chair for Far Eastern University, Mr. Aurelio Gigi R. Montinola III.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues, panel of speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Management Association of the Philippines, I am pleased to welcome you to the 19th MAP International CEO Web Conference. We start with major thank yous to our 3 previous speakers for both their messages and their financial support. Business World, Converge ICT, and First Philippine Holdings, Inc. Next, we highlight the virtual and international nature of this event. Once a year, MAP, which is a domestic Philippine organization, uses its global reach to invite distinguished speakers across the world to comment on various relevant management profession topics. Finally, we pick a relevant title and theme for our signature international annual event. This year it is, quote, Hindsight, Insights, Foresights, the future in the present tense, unquote. I will leave Conference Chair Alma Jimenez to introduce our exciting list of topics and speakers. In closing, allow me to acknowledge partners and contributors who have made this web conference available to at least 5,000 participants joining us on various platforms. Special thanks to Isla Lipana, PwC Philippines, for continuing to be our knowledge partner for 7 consecutive years, and to the Eon Group for helping us mount this webcon. Many thanks to our premium partners, preferred partners, media partners, collaborating organizations, beneficiary schools, and the Asian Association of Management Organizations for encouraging their stakeholders to watch this MAP webcon via Facebook. Final thanks to the MAP CEO Conference Committee, Alma Jimenez as Chair, Junie Del Mundo as Vice Chair, Fred Pascual as Governor-in-Charge, and Dick Du Baladad, Jade Divina Gracia, Donald Lim, Poch Macarañas, and Charlie Fern Peña and Charlie Villaseñor as members for their dedication in organizing this WebCon. We hope that everyone can learn from this year's conference as we band together for the next and better normal. We wish you the best of health and a pleasant day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montinola. Here to illuminate the importance of the chances we make and the choices we take in creating opportunities to do better in living alongside the changes and challenges brought by the global pandemic and how these are addressed in this year's conference, please welcome the MAP Conference Chair, the President and CEO of Health Solutions Corporation, Ms. Almarita Alma R. Jimenez.
To everyone joining us today in this 19th MAP International CEO Web Conference, our warm welcome. When we staged last year's conference, we had high hopes that 2021 will be a different scenario, that we will be able to join the discussions like we used to before this health crisis, and that we are all finally hard at work in getting our operations back on track. We did not foresee that what we initially thought will be a short story will turn into a long novel, where each chapter brings new twists and turns that keep us chained to our chairs, literally and figuratively. But we cannot keep on being just readers of our own story. This conference is about getting up from our couches, taking the pen, or in our modern world, the keyboard, and start writing the narrative of our generation, in our words, by our actions. It is about our realities, not some modern-day fiction. The future might seem indefinable under the circumstances, but we must take decisive actions if we are to change what is. This conference today aims to be part of the planning process by putting on the discussion table critical issues that we may need to consider moving forward. There will be those that comprise our we should haves, thoughts and actions that we brushed aside in the past because we thought we can take our own sweet time to consider. The pandemic made us realize that there is urgency in dealing with the present if we are to ensure a better future for those who will follow. These are the drivers for how the conference content was planned. First, that COVID is going to be a permanent resident. Therefore, we need to start taking charge of our lives again, working with what we know, with what we have, and with what we can do. It's why we said the future in the present tense. Strengthening the health systems, disaster planning, climate change, social impact, gender equality, inclusive growth. These are gap issues that had been part of countless discussions in the past, but only managed to advance by very small steps. Second, that we cannot ignore how the pandemic changed the way we live, how it added new perspectives, and learning how to act in a radically different way from what we were used to. We need to leverage on knowledge and learnings that we keep on gaining every day to try and do better in the future. And that's why we say hindsights, insights, foresights. It's actually an invitation to think about the lessons, because we cannot start thinking about a future that will not include them. It's asking, what are we going to do about it? Acceleration of the transition to digital, the rise of the hybrid workplace, the changing mindset of the workforce, the empowered consumers, societal expectations from business, the emergence of labor as co-equal of capital. These were part of the environmental scanning exercises for strategic planning, but used only as FYIs rather than opportunities for innovation. The unpreparedness was glaring when the pandemic made this into major concerns. An honest self-examination is required as we reflect on these matters, because the insights are part of the discernment process that should influence our actions. Because trust and purpose are now part of the equities for businesses to flourish. the critical intangibles that are given voluntarily and only to those deserving. And lastly, that all this means it will not be business as usual because it is now a different landscape. There are more expectations that will redefine our concept of what makes a successful organization. Along with profit, we are now saying purpose is equally critical in determining bottom line. The trust, not just money, will be as valuable as equity, and our traditional workforce paradigm needs to transition to their emerging role as partners that contribute as much as the owner's capital. And all of this will be against the backdrop of the changing, or more optimistically, a renewing world. The chaos that unfolds, the territorial conflicts, the ideological differences, the broken supply chain, the realignment of alliances, the geopolitical shifts. The world has reached a level of interconnectedness that a tug in any of these threads create a rip in the thinning fabric of global cooperation. We need to piece together these strands so that we can at least draw a sketch in the canvas of our future aspirations. The foresight, no matter how vague they may be, can still provide a glimmer of light that can help us define and act on the collective tomorrow that we all want to have. Hindsights, insights, foresights. 3 perspectives that our distinguished speakers will use as framework for today's discussions. They are not panaceas to the ills, and definitely not prescriptions for cure. The ideas they will share are vaccines. They can at least provide a boost to our systems, and that should we encounter more challenges, we will also have more information that can lessen the severity of the impact on our organizations. Experience can inform insights, and information, whether related or not, should expand perspective, not narrow the choices. As long as there is acceptance that we are humans, constantly learning and evolving, we may struggle, but we will continue fighting. With that said, let me now extend our appreciation to the guest speakers, our generous co-presenters, partners, and sponsors, the collaborating organizations, institutions, and individuals who make up the MAP Web Conference Village. On behalf of the CEO Conference Committee, let me also acknowledge the unstinting support of MAP President Gigi Montenola, the Board of Governors, and our Governor-in-Charge, Fred Pascual. They made our task easier. We also depended on the strong and able backup of Secretariat led by Executive Director Arnold Salvador, and also with the creative and technical support from the EON team. Finally, I am personally thankful for the time, effort, and able support of my co-chair, Junie Del Mundo, and the rest of the members of the CEO Conference Committee core team. Their ideas and energies made possible this event we are attending today. I hope that these words from Claire O'Neill will set the tone for this conference. This is the tipping point year. This is the year, certainly, where the business community got religion. I perhaps would slightly rephrase this to add that hopefully what we all found and got is epiphany. Thank you and have a pleasant day ahead.
The pandemic turned our world upside down, causing unprecedented changes across borders, across generations, industry-shaking disruptions, governments facing crisis that evolves relentlessly, with society in confusion, and challenges that disrupted structures and the economy. The future will need rebuilding. And as we face this daunting task, we must take the time to reflect on a number of perspectives that will allow us to train our sights on what lies ahead. Through hindsight, we need to look inwards at the strengths that should have been capitalized, at the moments that needed attention, and at the weaknesses that could have been minimized. What insights have we learned that will serve as threads we can weave in the fabric of recovery to build on new perspectives, to right the balance, and to take on the opportunities for change, to build a new future with our foresights, in adapting to the new world, in expanding our ingenuity and creativity, and in finding solutions to bridge the gap between our present and how we want our narrative to be in the future, in facing our new realities. These are the 3 lines of sight that should guide our transition out of this vacuum. Take steps to manage the crisis and define the future we want. We need to have confidence and trust that we can, and we must. It starts today. The future in the present tense.
Before we begin our conference proper, we would like to establish a few house rules to ensure that our conference would go smoothly and run on schedule. We would like to request everyone to please change their names to their first name and last name, followed by their company or affiliation, so our speakers, moderators, and online ushers would know how to address you properly. As our speakers are delivering their speeches, we will be putting everyone's audio on mute to avoid distraction and audio feedback. We will be having polls at the end of each session. We would greatly appreciate your participation as it will help us in crafting the succeeding conferences. Please note that the speakers' profiles are in the conference brochure. In the interest of time, there will be no more lengthy introduction of speakers. As we thrive to better ourselves every year, we are encouraging you to send us your thoughts and comments on today's event. The access link to our online feedback form will be sent to your email address after the web conference. With these house rules in mind, we hope to give both our speakers and you, our audience, a conducive online atmosphere and a seamless, interactive, insightful, and meaningful conference. We now open the Management Association of the Philippines 19th International CEO Web Conference with our first session, The Equitable Distribution of Opportunity, Look Good or Do Good. It is our honor to introduce our first distinguished speaker today. He is currently the U.S. Chair and Senior Partner of PricewaterhouseCoopers. He has been published or quoted in several publications and a frequent and valued contributor in industry events. He has spent the past 5 years transforming PwC into a model-inclusive workplace, advocating for more diversity in the rest of corporate America. Under his tenure, he has brought these issues into the forefront of the firm's focus. He is a passionate believer that businesses must make a stand on issues that prohibit progress. Thus, his session today will delve on how businesses can be a part of the solution in creating equitable distribution of opportunities and how this can translate to a better bottom line. Please give a virtual round of applause for Mr. Tim Ryan.
Our world is transforming. Countries, businesses, and society are under pressure like never before. Asymmetry of wealth is destabilizing our markets. Disruption is changing our ways of working. Age disparity stretches our infrastructures. Polarization of opinion divides us further, resulting in a loss of trust in our institutions. Now is the time to tackle the issues and challenges generated by ADAPT. Through working with business and organizations to create sustained outcomes. But what new outcomes do our clients need to achieve? With our expertise in finance, we can help deal with the unexpected, balance their books, and invest for the future. In a fracturing world, we can bring clarity to complexity, bridge borders, and resolve differences. Our knowledge of the atmosphere and the risks of climate change will help us reduce CO2 and biodiversity loss, create a greener future, and add value for customers, investors, and society. Through our grasp of complex social issues, we can address inequalities and division, and promote better ways of working. With our skill set in technologies, we can advise and build specialist expertise to help organizations adapt and enhance their capabilities. Our strategy is the new equation to build trust and deliver sustained outcomes. Human-led and tech-powered through our platforms, competencies, and capabilities. Our community of solvers are uniquely positioned to help clients adapt fast.
Our CEOs in Philippines, good morning. My name is Tim Ryan. I'm the chair and senior partner of PwC here in the US, and I'm coming live to you from Boston. It's exactly 12 hours ahead, or 12 hours behind. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me here today. I'm looking forward to spending the time with you all. Let me first start by saying thank you. Thank you all for your leadership over the last almost 2 years. As the opening videos showed, it has been an incredible time to be a leader. You have customers, you have your employees, you have your communities who have all turned to you as business leaders for leadership, for compassion, for solutions, and for hope at times when hope seemed impossible. For me, one of the shining things that have come out of this horrible pandemic is to see how business has stepped up all across the globe, taking care of their critical stakeholders, employees, communities, while delivering for their customers. What I'd like to spend some time this morning speaking with you all about is what we call the new equation at PwC. As the opening video shared, we just launched a new strategy at PwC that will guide us for the next 10 years. That strategy was in development for over 2.5 years. As the opening video pointed out, this conference is not only about hindsight, it's about insight, and it's about foresight. What I'd like to share with you is what we looked at as we landed on the new equation. We studied the ADAPT framework, the asymmetries, the disruption in tech and climate, age discrepancies and pressure on infrastructure, polarization of thought in governments and politics, and not only within countries, but across countries. And we studied where trust comes in, not only for governments, but for business. We talked to thousands of our clients and we looked at the trends. And it became very clear to us that the topics that are first and foremost on the minds of our clients go to how do you navigate, lead, and win, not only in the bottom line, but on how you drive change in your communities for your stakeholders, and how do you drive success that then becomes sustainable. And at PwC in June, we launched what is called the new equation, and it's our global strategy that will drive us for the next 10 years as we look to meet the needs of our clients. Let me share a little around what we heard from CEOs across the board. What we heard from CEOs is we heard that they're generally optimistic about their ability to change their businesses. All across the globe, we've seen companies drive more automation, drive more efficiencies, more productivity, open new channels as they embrace technology. And they feel good about that. In the US, CEOs feel reasonably good about growth. and their ability to drive growth in a market that is generally doing okay, clearly buoyed by government support, but they generally feel good about growth. M&A and reshaping portfolios to be relevant for the future. Getting rid of businesses that are high carbon, businesses that are low growth, businesses that don't have room for automation, and shifting and rebuilding portfolios has put M&A at the forefront of companies' minds. And businesses generally feel pretty good about those topics. But at the same time, in moments of humility, what we are hearing from the CEO community is that it is more difficult now than ever to navigate the number of stakeholders that are expected to meet their needs. One CEO shared with me fairly recently, she said, Tim, my predecessor, with all due respect, he had it easy. He had to worry about investors and employees and customers. Today, I not only have to worry about employees, investors, and customers, I've got to worry about a whole broader set of stakeholders. I've got to worry about my communities, not just here in the United States, but across the globe where I do business. I've got to worry about regulators who have a view of how I'm doing business. I've got to worry about the general population who judges not only at the bar of regulation, but higher. And I've also got to worry about even my traditional three stakeholders, customers, employees, investors, because their expectations are changing rapidly. Investors care about ESG. Investors not only care about the bottom line, but am I doing the right thing? My employees want us to be more diverse, but candidly, not all of them want that. And my communities and my customers want more value. They want better service, better products, and they're increasingly, insatiably also desiring a lower cost. And the CEO said to me, she said, Tim, that's a really tough environment. I can't figure out when I should speak up. I can't figure out when I should lay out my strategy. I can't figure out when I should admit I'm not hitting on all cylinders. And I can't figure out how to deal with mixed signals because some want me to go faster and some want me to go slower. Folks, what I would tell you is the views of CEOs today, there's a lot of optimism around what they can control. Growth, transformation, moving to the cloud, M&A. But I would also say there's massive humility around what they can't control. When will the pandemic end? What will the future of work look like? What's the next thing to come around the corner that I did not anticipate for my stakeholders? And how do I culturally get ahead of that? And how do I meet the needs for short-term profits, but at the same time knowing my stakeholders expect me to do better? Better with my employees, better in my communities, better to be part of this broad solution around critical topics like inclusion, like diversity, like ESG and the like. And more of the time we spend with CEOs, it's on that topic, because that, when you peek around the corner, is what will define the winners and the losers. Now, folks, when we studied the new equation, we saw our clients in the future focusing on two critical topics. The first one, trust. What we saw today is that our clients are largely reacting to whatever is in front of them and dealing with whatever fire or challenge has been presented with them, as opposed to holistically, how do you think about building trust? For example, many of our clients have shared with us that the number of topics they're expected to be trustworthy on is only increasing. And at the same time, the expectations to get it right are going up. For example, many companies today are dealing with cyber challenges, data protection, data security. Many clients today are dealing with data privacy, ethical use of customer data. Almost every business today is using more and more customer data. Regulation is lagging, in some cases, decades. And regulation is a mixed bag across the globe. And companies are reacting to what customers, what communities, and what regulators think about their use of customer data. They're also looking at ESG. Am I doing my role in the environment? I'll come back to that. Am I doing the right thing socially? They're coming back to worker pay, worker safety. Are the working conditions right? Taxes and tax transparency. Am I paying not only the legal amount, but am I paying my fair share as a corporation? In all of these topics today, our clients are largely reacting, but when you peek around the corner and you think about a polarized world, you think about a role with asymmetries between those who have wealth and those who don't have wealth, those who have access to education, access to clean water, access to healthy food, and those who don't. That asymmetry will cause more polarization, and it causes companies to think, how do I get ahead of this? How do I build a system and a culture of not only reacting to when somebody says I can't be trusted, but how do I build a culture amongst my leadership team, the right systems and processes so we're peeking ahead? Not just to be compliant, but to be ahead of the game. And one of the biggest issues that will define success going forward is, can I as a business be trusted? And folks, that's hard because there's no definition of trust. It is in the eyes of the beholder. Customers have one definition of trust. Employees have another definition of trust. Regulators have another view. Investors have another view. And the communities that you do business in have a different view. That topic is a central focus of CEOs today because they know if they're not trusted, the ability to hire the right talent, the ability to drive innovation, the ability to sell your product in a hyper-competitive market, all will be challenged. And under the new equation, we saw this as one of the most defining issues for companies going forward. The other major challenge we saw that will present and hit our clients over the next 10 years is driving sustained outcomes, both financially and what you're doing with society. It's clear today our clients all across the globe, whether it be in Philippines, Southeast Asia, Europe, United States, South America, our clients are operating like all of you in hyper-competitive environments. There's no easy businesses. There's no businesses where there isn't a high number of entrants who are competing. And companies, as they transform, as they move to the cloud, as they digitize, as they reshape their portfolios to not only repair coming out of the pandemic, but also to reshape their portfolios to do good by climate, to do the right things socially. How do you do that and meet the needs of investors that is insatiable to make sure you are delivering the right returns as you change your business? Because investors have been clear they expect both. They expect businesses to do the right things, but they also expect market-leading returns on their investments. And when we looked at what the ADAPT frameworks told us, when we look at what the market is telling us, what you're all telling us, gaining trust and driving sustained outcomes are two of the most important issues that will define success over the next 10 years. And that is what drove the new equation. It's what drove PwC globally to say we'll be investing $12 billion more than we otherwise would have to help our clients solve those elements of trust and sustained outcomes. In the United States, one of those major efforts that we launched was a program called Tomorrow Takes Trust. And under Tomorrow Takes Trust, it's a $300 million commitment to accomplish two things. First, is to help educate 25,000 Black and Latinx students to get them ready for the workforce. And that PwC will hire 10,000 of them to help get more diversity, more representation in the workplace. The other element of Tomorrow Takes Trust is a Trust Leadership Institute. Because what we saw and what we heard from our clients is that while leadership feels equipped to lead today, when they peek around the corner, how do you answer challenging questions about profit versus driving sustained outcomes? How do you have ethical decision-making around technology? How do you build ethical decisions in your cyber strategy? How do you treat your employees right but also have the right business results. And we launched a Trust Leadership Institution where we will take over the next 3 years, 10,000 current and future C-suite executives through our Leadership Institute that we're doing with one of the leading trust professors from Harvard University, and also working with Edelman, who you'll hear from later on today, one of the leaders in trust. How do we find ways to learn new skills as executives to make these complicated decisions? And our first cohort will start in November as we begin to take and learn, go on this journey together in the Trust Leadership Institute, in the commitment to 25,000 Black and Latinx students to get them into the workplace. That's a major step in our direction to make sure we are driving big societal change while at the same time helping our clients. Folks, these questions are the critical ones that executives need to answer. I, for one, I'm nervous, but I'm equally excited because I think most of us as leaders, we want the opportunity to make a difference. And I would argue, when you look at the ADAPT framework, it's going to be one of the most challenging periods in the history of the world. It's also going to be one of the biggest opportunities for businesses to make a difference. We're seeing all across the globe businesses step up. Just take climate, for example, the E in ESG. We in the US have now not more than half of the Fortune 1000 companies have made a net zero commitment. Most of those came in the last 18 months. That's remarkable. Folks, that is crystal clear commitment to change. And over the next several years, those companies will be driving changes in their supply chain as they look to work with their supply chain to take carbon out of the environment. They'll be working with their employees and their customers to change expectations, change buying patterns, change the way they work, all with the goal of making their environment better. These are goals that will not only span the current leadership team, but it'll go to the company's future leadership team. And there's clear signs that the business community in the US and across the globe is ready to step up to the opportunity there. We're seeing hundreds of billions of dollars poured into clean energy, clean water, carbon-free ways to produce energy. And companies today are preparing themselves like never before to innovate, to take advantage of the new technologies, to put them into their processes and to work with their supply chain partners also to drive change. Businesses are embracing the opportunity to stand up. We're seeing record numbers of transparency reports where companies are investing in transparency to tell their story. Part of gaining trust is communicating candidly where you're trying to go and being open about where you've made progress and where you've lagged progress. At PwC, a year ago, this past August, we issued our first ever diversity, inclusion, transparency report. Our goal was to be the most transparent large company or organization in the United States. We studied, we looked at where every company has gone, and we went 2 steps further in transparency. And folks, it wasn't a perfect story. We have clear gaps in certain elements of our representation, but we wanted to be the leaders and build trust and say, look, here's what we're proud of, but also here's where we need to go. And at the end of this month, we'll issue our second transparency report. And to give you a bit of the headline, 14 out of the 18 areas we targeted for improvement, we made progress. In 4, we didn't. And in a pandemic year, we shared transparently where we didn't make progress in 4 of the 18 and what we're going to do going forward, because we believe part of trust is being humble. Part of being trust is laying out where the opportunities are for improvement. And we're excited about that opportunity to do that. The last thing that I want to mention is I know diversity and inclusion is hugely important to all of you as CEOs, not only within inside your 4 walls, but outside of your 4 walls. And at PwC, what we've been working on is pulling the business community together to drive change together, because diversity and inclusion should not be a competitive issue. It is a big societal opportunity to make a difference. We started a group 5 years ago called CEO Action for Diversity and Inclusion. The website is ceoaction.com. I would encourage you to take a look. Today we have over 2,500 CEOs in the United States who have come together to said, we're going to build trust by working together to improve inclusion in the workplace. On that website, there's over 800 best practices around how you improve recruiting, how you improve representation at all levels, how you drive pay equity, how you ensure that everybody is treated fairly. It's a clear example of the business community not just saying they want to do good, but taking action as a community to say we are going to do better and we want you to track us on our progress. Folks, in a minute, I'm going to switch to Alex, my partner, and we're going to have a dialogue about building trust. I want to leave you with this. When I think about hindsight, insights, and foresight, looking backwards, the last year has been one of the most challenging times in the period of history. As someone who's been at PwC for over 30 years, I thought the dot-com bubble, I thought the financial crisis were challenging. The pandemic has made those look small. The pandemic is an amazing shared experience all across the globe. We've all been through the same journey. We've lost loved ones. We're worried about our safety. We're worried about the ability to put food on the table, the ability to get things where they need to be. How we work has changed. How we interact has changed. In hindsight, amongst all that tragedy, what has really been amazing is how we've come together, how we've been agile, how we cared for each other, and how we showed that business can be a force for good because we didn't leave our employees behind. We didn't leave our communities behind. The insights, the world is changing. The expectations of trust for business is only going up. The number of topics is very broad. A narrow definition of trust is a dangerous mistake. The trends are clear. The expectations on business are increasing around a whole range of topics. And all you need to do is pick up the newspaper today. Companies all across the globe are being challenged. Do you pay your fair share of taxes? Do you protect my data? Do you use my data ethically? Do you treat workers fairly? Are you responsible to the environment? Are you treating your employees in an inclusive way? Those are all related to trust. And if we don't move as a business community, we miss the opportunity to continue to build off of the trust that we gained in the pandemic. A major opportunity for all of us. And this gets to the foresight. Folks, as leaders, part of our job is to be realistic. But a bigger part of our job is to show people hope. And when I look out, there's massive opportunity for hope. It's going to require different thinking, different muscles. But when I look at how business has performed over the last 18, 20 months, it's been remarkable. And we have the ability to lead not only our people, but our communities and our stakeholders in showing them to a much, much brighter future and the opportunity to lead with our own actions around critical areas like ESG, diversity, inclusion, transforming our business and not leaving workers behind. And if we do that, when I look into the future, 10 years from now, business is literally the bedrock of trust in our society. And with that, Alex, I'm going to turn over to you, and I look forward to the dialogue.
Thank you so much, Tim. That is enlightening, inspiring. First of all, good morning there in Boston. Good evening there in Boston, Tim. It's a beautiful morning here in Manila. Thank you for joining us, Tim. Really much appreciated. But you know, your last message there resonates about the responsibility of leaders to build hope. And that is exactly what we've seen in this MAP PwC survey, a CEO survey that we've conducted. But let me throw my first question to you, Tim. We have a few items to cover. You know, the U.S. has recently undergone major shift in leadership, Tim, and in the country we're going to have our own presidential elections next year. And during these times, or especially during these times, views can get really diverse and can get intensely polarized. And what do you think is the role of business leaders in managing through these polarized issues and these leadership changes?
Yeah, thank you, Alex. I would share with you, I have the privilege in my role of meeting with hundreds of CEOs on an annual basis. Without a doubt, that question has been one of the most significant challenges for CEOs in the United States over the last 12 months. When you look at the divisiveness in the United States between Trump and Biden, Democrats and Republicans, it has permeated society, it has permeated the workplace, it has permeated customer bases, and it is a real big struggle for CEOs. So what do I think our role is? Before I jump to that, I encourage the leaders to talk about it. Like, as CEOs, to be trusted, it's okay to admit you don't know the answer. The best CEOs that I know, they're talking with their boards. They're talking with their outside advisors. I would tell you, I've had well over 100 conversations with different CEOs thinking it through. But I do think if we want to be trusted, as my mother taught me, you don't get something for nothing. If we want to be trusted, we need to have a North Star as leaders. And what I would suggest leaders do is know what your North Star is. That gets to a company's values, to what your purpose is. I don't view it as an organization's job to be political, but I also think it's naive to assume we're going to be apolitical. And therefore, your North Star of your values and your purpose should guide which issues you weigh in on, and not the political affiliation of you or your organization. For example, there's been a number of topics on either side that we have weighed in on at PwC. Diversity and inclusion is critically important to us. It has been for 25 years, and 5 years ago, we upped our game. When the United States began to close its borders, immigration is a very important issue to business. It's important to our people. We have thousands of people on green cards. We spoke up. That was important, regardless of the political issue, but it was guided by our North Star. When we saw violence on January 6th on Capitol Hill, that was against our values, and our people needed to know that we don't stand for violence. We stand for robust debate. We stand for encouragement and dialogue. So what I would encourage you all to do before the issues hit is to talk about when you will weigh in. And if your North Star is to be trusted, let your values and purpose guide the way, because you can play it safe by not speaking up. But when you play it safe, you're giving up the opportunity to be trusted and gain the hearts and minds of your different stakeholders.
Thank you, Tim. Talking about a rising North Star, Tim, the values of the CEOs behind the implementation of ESG in their businesses. And in our survey, in that CEO survey, 36% of the CEOs have said that that they're actually measuring and reporting the impact to their bottom line of their ESG efforts. Jade will talk about that later. But Tim, I don't know, because most of the CEOs still think about ESG as something which is good for the future, while there are some that are already measuring their impact in this short term. What do you think, Tim? Does ESG really impact the bottom line in the short term, and what is its impact in the bottom line in the future?
Yeah, Alex, it's a great question. I mean, so the answer is it depends on which industry, right, we're talking about. And in some industries, particularly those tied to fossil fuels or heavily tied to very carbon-heavy businesses, they are seeing it today. Others, it's in anticipation that it's going to come in the very, very near future as more governments drive regulation, as investors continue to flex their muscles, and as consumers ultimately change buying patterns. So I will admit, first of all, some is more in here and now, and some is the future. Here's our advice. The first thing I would implore is to understand that your largest companies globally are making net zero commitments. We all need to take note of that, because you have major companies like General Motors, like Microsoft, like Verizon, who are making these commitments. And the only way they get there is to deal with their scope 3, which is their supply chain, which means we're all in somebody's supply chain. We're all in somebody's supply chain. And some of us may make auto parts, some of us may have knowledge workers that work for these companies, some of us may make computer chips, but we're all in somebody's supply chain. The only way these large companies get there is if they drive change through the supply chain. The theme of this conference is peeking around the corner. That's coming sooner than later. That has a real potential to drive business if you change first, but also to lose business if you change second. And it's important for us to understand in the boardroom, in the C-suite, what net zero really means to your business. And that means tracing who you sell to and where it goes. That's coming. The second thing I would say is you all have investors in your companies. Some of you have traditional institutional investors. Some of you have private equity. Some of you have private capital and their family capital. Understand the expectations of your investors. I'm here in Boston. A month ago, I met with the major investment houses here in Boston. Many of them are headquartered here. The major institutional investors, they are rapidly changing how they assess companies, and it will drive cost of capital. Is it here today? Outside of energy and fossil fuels, mostly no. But is it coming quickly? Yes, it is. So I think that's an important dialogue to have. I would just encourage people, even though you may not be feeling it today, don't get caught flat-footed because we see it coming very quickly. So hopefully that helps, Alex.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. But Tim, help me understand something here. Governance focus is quite helpful to business. It builds trust. It impacts the bottom line, definitely. You talked about net zero, which is an environmental initiative. And I can also understand that because business impacts the environment, so they should really do something about it. But societal issues, Tim, problems and societal issues which are traditionally for the government to solve, business leaders are also taking them on. But should business really take this on their shoulders, societal issues?
Yeah, Alex, thank you. It's a tough question, but it's an important question. What I would say is, I don't think business has a choice. Now, every business is different. One of the things I learned in my career early on is you never say all and you never say none, because you'll be wrong. Most businesses don't have a choice. Why do I say that? Because we globally are in a talent war. Go back to the ADAPT framework. Many countries across the globe are getting older. Future talent cares about these societal issues. At PwC here in the US, our average age is 28 years old. If PwC isn't a leader on ESG, if we're not a leader on diversity inclusion, we will not get the people to serve our clients. All of a sudden, what seems societal is a business imperative. This year alone at PwC in the United States, we had over 400 clients tell us, if your teams aren't diverse, you're going to have a harder time getting our business. All of a sudden, that societal becomes a business imperative. Now, yes, different businesses are moving at different paces, but I would encourage changing the framework of how we look at this issue of either or. I don't view it as it's either society or profits. They're slowly becoming one and the same, admittedly at different paces, admittedly in different industries or different parts of the world. But when you look around the corner, it's clear that those two are merging. And that's what's happened over the last 5 years, and it's coming together even more. And let's be candid, Alex, that's hard for a CEO who was brought up thinking primarily about profit.
Yeah, and talking about people, Tim, on diversity and inclusion, like in the Philippines, like in the Philippine firm, it's probably not unique, but we've had over decades a series of female leaders. There was a time I was the only male in the management board, and I thought that diversity was really needed to protect the male. But levity aside, Tim, if gender is not an issue, then what should we focus on in terms of advocacy on diversity and inclusion?
Yeah, thanks, Alex. I would say two things. First of all, I want to congratulate the Philippines. I've had time in the past to really get to know a number of companies headquartered in the Philippines. The progress you've made on gender is something that I aspire to for the American business community. So I applaud the progress you've made. I would ask you all to think about two things. I would ask you to think about inclusion, not just representation. I think it's great where your numbers are in terms of gender, in terms of representation. Part of the question is are you as inclusive and equally inclusive? I can tell you at PwC, we've made great progress here in the US around gender, Black, and Latinx. I think our big opportunity is to make sure everybody feels as included. It's not just being invited to the dance, but are you being asked to dance? I would say the other thing is it's important for a company to mirror their society. In Philippines, when you look at other disadvantaged groups or underrepresented groups, disabled people, when you look at people maybe indigenous, to think about what is your goal to mirror the communities that you do business in. And so I think the element of thinking about inclusion, what's the workplace like? By the way, that goes to trust, that goes to productivity, that goes to innovation. So are you as inclusive as you can be? And then what other groups are underrepresented that really deserve special attention by the management team and the board?
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Still on people and productivity, Tim. In Blair Shepard's book, 10 Years to Midnight, he alluded to the depth of technology-based disruptions. That's where AI can probably substitute human intelligence. But he also talked about the possible trauma in the job market. And what is your view here, Tim? Should we really slow down on technology?
Yeah, I don't think competitive pressures won't allow us to slow down on technology. We all know as leaders of businesses, if we're not driving our costs down on a regular basis, we won't be competitive. Whether you are in healthcare, whether you're in manufacturing, technology, professional services, or banking, insurance, driving efficiency is critically important. I don't think we have a choice. Where I do think we have a choice, and this goes to trust, is not leaving our workers behind. We all have a responsibility not to put people on the street. We have a responsibility to make sure our employees have the right skill sets to be relevant. And at PwC, in the US, we have made employee upskilling an employee benefit no different than healthcare or 401k. 5 years ago, we said to our employees, we know you're worried about your job relevance. We know you're worried about your ability to keep up with machine-based learning, artificial intelligence, automation. And we now teach our people annually throughout the year how to build a bot, how to build an automation, how to understand and use artificial intelligence, their role in machine-based learning, what it means to move to the cloud. And so I think what is important, this gets to trust in living your purpose and understanding the expectation for business is while you're driving automation, how are you also making sure the workforce keeps up at the same time? I think slowing down technology is a losing proposition, but I also believe throwing people in the street is also a losing proposition as well. I think it's a little bit of both.
Thank you, Tim. We're down to our last question. In the interest of time, Tim, I've seen a number of changes in PwC all throughout these years, but there's nothing like the change that I'm seeing now. It's a once-in-a-generation change. And I've also heard in the organization, and we've talked about it a lot, about building trust. But it's really about the first time that I've been hearing trust as a business. And can you explain the difference, if any, Tim?
Yep. When I loved earlier in that opening video, there was something that talked about action. I do believe today's leaders, and I have the privilege to learn from some of the best across the globe. You need to be bold, and you need to be willing to take action, whether it be around inclusion or data or privacy or whatever it is. At PwC, we believe so passionately that the two biggest issues facing our clients will be gaining trust and building sustained outcomes that we reorganized our business. And we reorganized into two fundamental segments. The first segment is we built a segment that is now the world's largest trust business. And we also built a segment that drives sustained outcomes for our clients. And it's a once in a generation change to change your operating model to allow you to be best positioned to help your clients. Anybody in our organization that helps our clients now with trust, financial statement auditing, tax compliance, cyber, the ability to drive ESG, it's all under one element. So we can give our people the same training, the same access to the tools to drive trust. And so we can be best positioned to have all of those capabilities to bring them to our clients to help them out. That reorganization with almost 60,000 people was incredibly complex. But if we're serious about helping our clients build trust, the right technology, the right systems, the right culture, credentials, training, checks and balances, controls, oversight, governance, and ultimately reporting, we needed to do that reorganization. We believe the two biggest needs our clients will have for us are building trust and driving sustained outcomes, Alex, and we changed our business model to do that. So I hope that helps. It's a big change.
Thank you very much, Tim. That was all very wonderful, very enlightening, and I'm sure that it's very valuable to all our participants this morning. On behalf of MAP and PwC Philippines, heartfelt thanks to you, Tim. Stay safe and strong, Tim.
Thank you, Alex, and I hope you all have a great conference, and thank you for your leadership, everybody. Take care.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Tim Ryan. And also thank you as well to our moderator, Chair Emeritus and ESG Leader of Isla Lipana and Company, PwC Philippines, Attorney Alex Cabera. Now, before we move forward to our second session, we would like to inform you that there is a poll happening right now to gather your thoughts and opinions on the conference and our sessions. Your answers are greatly helpful in crafting our succeeding conferences. PwC, in cooperation with the Management Association of the Philippines, conducted a survey with the country's CEOs and asked them about how they plan to adjust their current business plans and succeed in the changed environment the COVID-19 global pandemic has brought. Here are some of their views in the PwC MAP CEO Survey 2021. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second session of the 19th MAP International CEO Web Conference 2021. Hindsights, Insights, Foresights. The future in the present tense. We continue with our second session, Purpose, the New Capital, Trust, the New Currency. Our second distinguished speaker is the President and CEO of Edelman Asia Pacific. Prior to this role, he already has amassed 25 years of experience in international communications and reputation management, focused on driving business-led, shared value initiatives to deliver social impacts in the organizations and clients he has handled. His session today weighs in on how brands rise and fall based on the public's perception about how these brands behaved in times of crisis. As the man steering Edelman's Trust Barometer, he comes today to share insights based on their 2021 results, namely how purpose and trust have become the new capital and currency that builds and defines an organization's success. Please give a virtual round of applause to Mr. Stephen Kehoe.
Good morning, everybody. And it is a great pleasure to be with you here this morning. I am talking to you from just outside of Washington, D.C. And it's a great pleasure to come and talk to you about something that I think I was hearing. I didn't have the pleasure of seeing the previous presentation, but I believe it also lent into the theme of what I have come to talk to you here about today, which is about trust. The title of this presentation is called Trust, the New Currency. Of course, trust is not new. Trust is always with us or is always not with us. The only thing that really has changed, I think, in recent years is our understanding about how trust develops, how it ebbs, how it flows, how you measure it, and how you influence it. And the reason why we call trust the new currency is because as we think about the world of business and the leadership role that business needs to play in the world today, particularly when it comes to a post-pandemic world, understanding how trust can be developed and how it impacts your stakeholders is obviously vitally important. Next slide. A quick primer. We have at Edelman, we're a public relations firm, have been studying trust for over 20 years. During that time, we've been looking at the ebbs and flows of trust between four primary institutions: government, business, the media, and NGOs. And I think that there has never been a greater time for us to look at why trust as a field of focus, from CEOs to government leaders to the leaders of major publications and certainly to NGOs, has never been more important. As we look at the way in which the pandemic has impacted our world, we think about 5 seismic trends that have really impacted how people are feeling about their trust levels in the world today. The first is undoubtedly the world has been rocked. And we are a long way from emerging from the other side of COVID, particularly in parts of Southeast Asia and Asia. The second is that people have emerged from this fatigued and fearful. We've reevaluated everything about our lives, and that is including our relationship with the brands that we used to have a very transactional type viewpoint on. The third is, I think we've learned that we can't have both a sick planet and sick people. And there's an urgency for change to take place, and there is a belief that business needs to drive it. Fourth, commerce disruption is constant. We can now shop everywhere for everything at any one point in time, which gives people the ultimate choice when they start to think about where to place their trust. And then finally, the very nature of media has been transformed. Finding non-bias and truth is very tough in this world. So it's in that context that we launched our last most recent trust study around the world. And if we go to the next slide, I'm going to give you some really big headlines around trust, and then we're going to narrow in and look at the data and see how it's impacting brands and leadership in business today. So when we at Edelman go into the field, we tend to survey two different kinds of people. First are basically the informed opinion leaders, and the second is the mass population group. And one of the things that we've noticed in all of the recent years of doing this is that the disparity, inequity in trust levels is starting to increase. It's getting wider and wider. And on this chart, this is the top level, where what we do is we take a look at people's trust in their own institutions. So not just government, media, business, and NGOs all put together, and we allocate a basic trust score according to how different groups are thinking about it. And on the left-hand side are the informed population, who tend to be higher educated, higher wealth, regular consumer of news, and then the mass population, which is really everybody else. And as you go through this presentation, and you see blue is a good thing. Blue means that's trusting. Red is bad. It means distrust anywhere that's seen that. And already you can see on this chart that broadly there are huge swathes around the world of people who are distrusting of their institutions. We always are interested in which countries go further up and which go further down. One of the interesting things of note is that we have seen a recovery in trust in the United States since the last presidential election. We've also seen increasing trust by the Chinese in their institutions. That has been increasing generally over the last few years. But in fact, in the last trust study, even though they're all trusting, we saw a slight dip. On the left-hand side, you can see they used to be on the top spot, and now they've gone down to number 3. India, interestingly enough, seems to have, based on our last trust study, emerging as being one of the most trusted countries in the world today. It tends to be typically that developed markets in today's world tend to be more distrusting amongst the mass population groups than in developing markets. And we put a lot of that down to the way in which governments have been seen to be responding to pandemics. Some countries, we noticed in our last trust study, have the widest ever margin in trust disparity. And those are the ones on the right, indicated with a little green arrow: Saudi Arabia, Brazil, France, and the United Kingdom. So these give us some early indications or annual indications of where there may be trust issues beginning to develop. And we look at this because what we're looking for is trends in the way in which we can predict people respond. Trust is a forward-looking measure. So in the communications field, we often look at two measures. We look at reputation and we look at trust. We think of reputation as being a sort of a backward glimpse about how a company or an organization has performed in the past. Trust is about thinking about how they will perform in the future, and can I trust them to do the right thing? So we can use trust as a way of trying to predict the way in which themes and behaviors will develop over time. Next slide, please. This is another macro slide where what we look at is trust across the main institutions that I talked about. And so business, NGOs, government, and the media. So this is all of those countries combined at this point. And we basically issue a trust score for each one of the informed public and the mass population group. And what you can see here is broadly a static trust level compared to the last time we went in this field. And here you can see clearly that the informed publics are clearly more trusting of their institutions than the mass population groups are across the board. And you will all notice in the audience today that business is really the only, has gone up to the top spot in terms of the most trusted institution anywhere around the world. And this, we have always chosen to believe, is what gives license to business to step up and lead at times when there are challenges elsewhere amongst other institutions. Now, that's the big picture look. If we go to the next slide, we look in detail at now how brands start to perform and the way in which people's relationship with brands around the world has started to change over time. So an average score of 68%, this is a score which says it is more important for me to be able to trust the brands I buy or use today than in the past. So trust as a declared intent to have a relationship with a brand, maybe purchase that brand, is far more important today than it was in the past, where perhaps it was just around the utility of the product or service or the price of the product or service. But trust, and we'll come on to talk about what trust is made up of in a few minutes, trust is something that I look at much more carefully, and it is particularly true amongst younger consumers and particularly those Gen Z and into the millennial category. So the new consumers, if you like, particularly when we look at the rising base of Southeast Asia consumers, the new digital consumers, thinking more carefully about what trust means to them. Can I trust this product or brand to do the right thing? The second important conclusion, go to the next slide, is that 86% of respondents in our markets told us that they expect brands to take one or more actions beyond their product and business. Now, I think I heard prior to coming into this session, the previous speaker talking a little bit like this, about this, and the trade-off maybe between profits and society. To be clear, we don't think there is a trade-off. We think that they go hand in hand. In fact, it is good business today to be thinking about purpose and to be thinking about the wider impact of your brands and your companies in the world. This slide takes it to potentially the next level of consideration. When we talk about it as brands taking a stand on issues which are really important. And it's delicate, this, because the world is littered with examples of brands that have got this wrong, where they have outstepped and overstepped perhaps the way in which they think about issues. But you know, people are telling us that they want, for example, the brands that they rely on to tell hard truths about society today, to fill a vacuum, to be able to support culture and the arts, to address political issues when they come up. This has emerged in the last few years as a result of a perceived leadership gap between government and the other institutions. We saw a spike early on in the pandemic when government trust went from a record low to a record high within the space of 4 or 5 months, as people looked to government and believed in them to be able to respond to the pandemic properly. 6 months later, we saw that crash down to the bottom because many people saw that the governments were not responding properly. And so they turned to, for them, the next best competent institution to look at, an expectation that business would step up and fill the vacuum. Next slide, please. We sometimes talk about a period of consumer activism in which consumers, a little bit like employees today, think that they can force brands to change its approach to society. So 78% of consumers who we asked in the survey in these countries said they believe that through concerted and collective action, they can force a company to do more than it's doing today. These are the activist consumers that we see starting to emerge around the world. And what are these things? Starting to use more environmentally friendly materials, improve labor practices within the firms, reducing carbon footprint, pay a fair share of taxes, increasing workforce diversity, other things like this, even when it comes to looking at the leadership of the company and the CEO. So consumers today are thinking in much more detail than ever. And of course, talking on social media about this, they believe they have a power to make a difference. Now, there's a difference. Do they act on it? Not always. Do we see the results coming through in the way in which companies are impacted monetarily by some of these things? Not always. But it's the intent that matters. And Our job is to look at the trends and think about what that means for brand positioning and communications moving forward. If we move to the next slide, because this is really sort of the money slide here. 40% of people who talk to us said, there are brands that I love, but I no longer buy because I do not trust the company that owns the brand anymore. And as we looked at the difference between low, middle, and high income consumers, potentially because high income consumers have the ability to be able to switch and are less, are more price elastic, or maybe than others, the high income consumers are more likely to switch when they don't trust the company. So, you know, I don't need to ram home the conclusion on this. The whole story here is about one in which we need to be thinking about how we engage with our consumers and the message that we're sending differently. And I talked a couple of minutes ago about employees. We go to the next slide. Employees, like consumers, also feel they are more emboldened to drive change today within their companies than they have been in the fall. So 50% of our consumers agreed with a statement which said a large group of employees exerting strong pressure within the organization can get it to change almost anything about itself. As you will look at the list of key markets that we did this study in, you'll see with interest that Chinese consumers, or Chinese employees, sorry, are feeling more emboldened today to drive change within their companies than any of the other markets looked at in our survey. And I think is indicative of the degree to which they are perhaps reflecting the government that is seen to be taking action against certain companies that are overstepping their mark. It is a really interesting new trend that we're starting to see, and a confidence by the Chinese in their own government and other institutions to be able to really sort of drive and influence the agenda. So Japan, by the way, at the other end of the spectrum, for those of you who are not familiar with maybe the Edelman Trust Barometer surveys, typically are a low trusting nation in one form or another into the institutions. We tend not to sort of compare and contrast between markets so much. We look at the trends overall, but the Japanese are no more trusting of their institutions or indeed of the companies they work for today than they were several years ago. Next slide, please. So, you know, as we think about all of that data, and we have asked the same basic trust question maybe 25 million times around the world over the last 20 years, and we've analyzed and looked at the importance of trust and the impact it has in the way in which people make decisions about their lives and their families. We think there's a need for a new trust dynamic that we, in the way in which all leaders think about measuring trust and their relationship sort of moving forward by this. And I think for us, the key thing here is recognizing, we go to the next slide, that trust really creates value. You can no longer disassociate a rather abstract measurement of trust from your business decisions and the way in which you go to market at the end of the day. In fact, we would suggest that really trust drives growth of the company moving forward, and an absence of trust is going to have an exponential challenge the way in which we think about company performance. So the way in which we think about this, at least at Edelman and the clients that I work with, next slide please, is we've built various algorithmic models that are able to sort of now determine for any one particular area of a leadership business where trust drives growth and where the absence of trust is really a challenge and a problem. So communications initiatives coming from the C-suite are designed to promote, protect, and evolve the brand and the products through the process. And we look at this sort of virtuous circle kind of going round here, but our studies are now indicating that a trusted company, for instance, is likely to drive is likely to have 14% more likely to purchase. They may like be able to pay a 7% price premium on the average product. That the loyalty goes up to buy you by around 6%. That employees looking at resilience are more likely to stick with you if something goes wrong. Regulatory pressure for a trusted company tends to go down, at least as an initial consideration. And more people are going to be advocating for your brand in the event of a crisis or something like this. So trust has very real, tangible impacts on company performance today than it ever did. Companies that are trusted are more likely to outperform the stock exchange. There is a direct correlation around performance and anything else. And why is that? Well, the components of trust, as we've broken them down, indicate that there are basically 4 key components in the trust calculation. The first is the ability of a company to be able to deliver a product or service properly. A second is the reliability of the company to do that consistently over time. The third is judgments that people make about the integrity of the company, so governance procedures, transparency, honesty, openness. And then the fourth is around society and purpose. And these 4 things are the different levers that we measure when we go out and we look at different companies or sectors to judge whether or not trust is there and which levers need to be pulled in order to be able to affect a difference amongst different stakeholder groups. Next slide. So what happens when you trust? What does that do, for the way in which people say they're more likely to buy brands? Well, this is the blue here versus the gray is the difference in each one of these markets that shows a trusted company versus a distrusted company or brand. They're between 4 and 8 times more likely to say that they will buy from those brands than not. So, of course, why wouldn't we want to be measuring where we are in a trust index right now and thinking how that consideration set needs to be appealed to and what the key elements are of each one of those brand attributes that I was talking about, how that plays out tomorrow. Because as we look at different sectors and we look at the different brands, the answer is not always the same. For some companies, what we'll be able to identify is their ability to be able to make the product, deliver it on time, and their governance procedures are all fine, but they're doing nothing to indicate how they're having an impact on the world and societies. And going back, remember, that is not just about how they relate to the consumer, but it's the employee group as well that expects more of their companies today. So it depends where you need to play in each of these worlds. Not every organization, not every society needs to demonstrate that it's trying to save the world. For some, the focus in on ability or integrity may be the ones that do that. So where does this lead us? Next slide, please. It really provides us, I think, with a new opportunity for brands in the world today, which is to step up, which is to think about where do we need to play in the world? What is our right to succeed? And which are the stakeholder groups with whom we need to engage on a more kind of constant basis? Next slide, please. The reflections here broadly is that we're looking to move from a certain set of actions and behaviors broadly today to more strategic platforms. So here are some basic lists of when we think about, particularly in developed world, around where companies need to play a stronger thing. So we talk about environment, social responsibility, and governance, tactical ESG, which you could say CSR, taking a project here, give some money to this good cause, demonstrate we're doing this. In today's world, it's not quite good enough. We need a strategic and integrated approach to the way in which we think about ESG and sustainability. It's got to be built into the business, because the other thing is that people can see through it and your employees can see through it. And they want to believe that they're working for a company that is driving a sustainable approach to these issues. It's no longer just about change management. It's about continuous transformation and taking people on the journey We are in a constant move of change. Your employees know it, your consumers know it, and thinking about the way in which mindsets and culture needs to change as a result of that is important. We talk less about employee engagement today and much more about employee experience. As employees think about whether they make a decision to stay with your company or go somewhere else, and by the way, around 1 in 4 and up to 1 in 3 people in our latest employee study around the world said they were considering leaving their organization as soon as they could post-pandemic. We need to be thinking about what retains people, and it's more than just money today. It is values, and it is an adherence to the way in which they see their companies operating. We need to be less observing of culture, and we need to be more shaping and influencing the way in which culture is applied within society and within our companies. We can't just think about the consumer. We have to take a multi-stakeholder approach. And then I talked earlier about the decline in trust in media, which has been seismic, especially social media over the last few years. It's from disinformation to fact-based information. We've got to make sure that as leaders in the world today, that we are putting out facts and helping people work through the myriad of disinformation that's out there today. The next slide really shows us that the opportunity for business to lead is really, really high. So these are the people who say our country will not be able to overcome our challenge without businesses' involvement. If ever there was any question about whether or not there's an expectation on business to lead collectively, this is the slide, and this is the data that has been showing a growing propensity for that to take place in the future. But brands need to communicate differently and better and more strongly, tell their stories. Next slide, please. There are all sorts of different ways. Yes, these are the issues in which consumers and other stakeholders are telling us it is important for brands to take a risk on. Now, our surveys are telling us that the brands that take a stand, reward outweighs the risks of not doing that. And these generally are the areas where people are saying, if I know a brand or a company is standing up for healthcare, human rights, climate change, racism, I am much more likely to buy from that company as a result of renewed trust in that brand than those who I believe are against it. So we look at this and we try and weigh up on a case-by-case basis, what is the clarion call for action, company by country, sector by sector, to take a stand on issues that matter around the world. And in the United States, which is where I am right now, gosh, there's any number of different issues that brands take a look at, where the expectations of different societal groups to take a stand on certain issues that are here in the US is paramount. It's fraught with difficulty, it's real challenges, and it isn't for every brand to take up every cause. Next slide, please. But brands must earn and tell their story in a stronger way and use storytelling to do that. We know that the days of paid advertising to get key messages about the company across are broadly over. It is around earned media relations still, the way in which people tell stories about your brand that remains the most effective way in which people hear messages, consume messages, and influences their behavior. Why? Because it seems to be more authentic. It's past word of mouth. At the other end of the spectrum, you can see how the challenge around social media now is a crash of confidence. So just because people see something on social media doesn't mean to necessarily they believe it. This is the big challenge for social media platforms in today. I think a year and a half ago was telling us that social media was the #1 place where people were consuming their media and believing it. That is no longer the case. People are smarter now about what they're reading online and being able to make better judgments about what is on there. Next slide. There are all sorts of examples that I won't have time to go in today, where we're working with different brands to really find their particular sweet spot at the center of these 3 trends: culture, purpose, and society. Brand relevance today sits at the heart of all of these things. And there's all sorts of different ways and examples that we're starting to try and find big companies that are leading out of crisis and driving brand relevance and growth as a result of these actions. So I'll leave you with one final slide and we go to questions. Next slide, please. So we think about, it doesn't look like you can see the main headlines here on the slide, but we think about a roadmap for leaders in the world today. The first is really about embracing an expanded mandate and engagement in a multi-stakeholder world. It is about recognizing it's more than the consumer. It is you must step up, must talk to a broader stakeholder group, and employees are almost today the #1 audience for the way in which you think and behave. Secondly, to have an active and meaningful role in society. I think the previous speaker was talking about that today. The third is about igniting the power of your brands. Don't stay silent, act. The risk of doing nothing, as it says on the slide, has far greater consequences than for product growth in the society. And then the final piece is about leading with facts and empathy. So a few thoughts just to leave you with, and I will hand the floor back to, I think, the moderator who will lead us in a Q&A session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Kehoe. And to moderate today's question and answer with Mr. Kehoe, please welcome the founding partner and CEO, Du Baladad and Associates, BDB Law, Attorney Benedicta Du Baladad.
Hi, Stephen.
Hi.
We're lacking time, so I think I have to fire right away. Your presentation actually is a reinforcement of the talk of the first speaker. And it's about this whole new concept of trust. And I'd like to zero in on that. Because this one will force CEOs to not just be looking at their shareholders as the major stakeholder, but on a wider scale of stakeholders, which is the society at large. My question is, how are CEOs coping with this? How are they handling the pressures? Is it the same in developed countries versus developing countries? So that's my first question.
Yeah, it's a great question. And you know, one of the things I note as a trend that we're seeing is that one of the most trusted institutions on the planet is the company who people work for. My employer as a trusted institution is very high. So instinctively, people believe and trust what their CEOs say for them within the company. Outside the company, CEOs are not necessarily trusted that much around the world. In fact, we've seen declines in CEO. So the question is how do you respond to that? Well, I've talked about some of them and I won't rehearse, but the need to make sure that you are thinking very carefully about the brand at large and that you're listening to your employee groups to understand what they care about. They are a bellwether for society and they'll be telling you what you need to be doing and the issues that you need to be standing on, if there are any, take a stand on. Around the world, I would say it's a mixed picture broadly. In the United States, where I am today, I think there are daily outcries in the media where certain brands and companies and CEOs are not seen to be standing up on issues which are really important today. The abortion issue, which is taking place in Texas, that I'm sure has been well reported in the Philippines, is one such issue where it's a very, very polarized new law that's been passed down there. And those who are, of course, against the law are calling out on brands to speak clearly and loudly against this. It's very difficult for leaders to think about where they take a stance on this, but they risk in speaking out on it and in not speaking out on it to be disenfranchising one population group or the other. And we could extend this to many different areas of life in the United States today, from racism to other areas on all of this. And I think that, you know, out in developing markets, it's clear from our studies that consumers generally expect CEOs to take more of a leadership role. But it's a very, very careful balance in order to be able to do this. And I think CEOs have to navigate the potential benefits from that, from the risk of engaging in issues which are seeing inherently political. So I can only give you a very general answer. but it's a case-by-case basis, and each one has to be decided on its merits.
Thank you. In relation to that, Stephen, in China, under the leadership of Xi Jinping, there is now a recent crackdown on digital and on education sector. And that's part of their effort to close, not really close, but shorten the wealth inequality. It's, I think their battle cry there now is prosperity for all. And this has forced Alibaba and Tencent to contribute already $1 trillion for social causes. Now, my question is there a difference when that change is driven by the government, like what they are doing there now in China, versus one that is voluntary, internally made by a company or by a brand?
Yeah, every country has a different cultural approach to this, and I think that China deserves a study all unto itself in terms of the cultural norms and expectations of the population groups there, and I think the expectation on the citizen base generally for all institutions to be participating in societal goals has been one which has been inculcated over generations, and we're not seeing a reaction against that move by the government to these companies domestically. The supposition is that the average Chinese citizen is expecting people to play their part, and we're not seeing any study or data that's demonstrating that in any way is causing certainly a lack of trust in those organizations to do it. I think in other places around the world, the situation would be very different. If the government was forced to force an organization to do this and they did it less voluntarily, then it's going to be a very different picture, I think.
Yes, Stephen, but in terms of the brand building, how would customers look at it? I mean, is there any difference when they say a company, for example, doing it on our own, it's not government mandated, versus one, he does it, they do it because it's government mandated? Is there an impact in the way customers look in terms of, building the trust that we are talking about now?
I don't think the difference is huge. The important thing at the end of the day is being able to demonstrate the impact that your actions are taking, whether you're forced to do it or not forced to do it voluntarily. So I think, it's the way in which the measures are put together, the impact that it's having on society, and talking it all through, that is more important than everything else. What people are interested in is change, and they're interested in making sure that this planet, that the institutions in which they have placed their trust are taking action. As I go back, we know we can't have a sick planet and sick people. We need to address sustainability and climate change issues head on. We are seeing ESG, for instance, I talked about that, action on climate change beginning to accelerate in China, Japan, Korea, places that have not had a great track record when it comes to looking at cleaner energy and things of that nature. Now, in many ways, many of the Chinese companies that are looking to go international and raise capital abroad know that they need to be able to demonstrate that they are taking action on ESG issues, environmental, around the world. Well, they may not be taking that action because they want to save the world, but they know that the West capital markets expect them to be having higher ESG scores and actions than they did in the past. So you can challenge the motives with which certain things are done, but it's our experience that it is the sum total of the impact at the end of the day which is more important than anything.
Okay, on another topic, I've been looking at your presentation. There is a slide there about the 4 institutions, major institutions. And business has the highest trust index, even higher than the government. However, if you look at the trust index of those that the mass which are not informed, there is a big trust gap, such that in terms of business, it has the biggest trust gap of 20 compared to the government, which has the lowest trust gap between the informed and uninformed of just 15. Overall, how would you interpret that? And why do you think is that? Is it because the mass trust the government better, or is it because there is a failure of media to reach the uninformed?
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily the job of the media to reach any particular audience. It's the job of the media to represent facts and tell stories to to the population groups. And I think that to the degree to which they're not reporting on company initiatives and leadership, then that's a failure on the company's part to be able to tell great stories and earn that within the media. But more broadly, actually, your question is actually about why do the mass population groups trust less than the informed population groups? And it's because they have less confidence in the future that these institutions will represent their views, and they're feeling increasingly disenfranchised. So distrust comes up when people feel like they're losing a voice, and their ability to be able to influence the way in which certain institutions behave is going down. And that is what we have seen gradually over time. Now, there is an information deficit that comes into that. I don't necessarily blame the media, as I said, for reasons in the past, but there are certain number of consumers which are better informed about how to interpret the news and to get the facts than others are around the table. So if people are not able to interpret what they're being told to, then their trust in those institutions kind of goes down. And I think they have, and it's our experience that amongst the mass population groups, there is a greater expectation on the government will step in order to be able to fill the gap where they have needs, whatever they may be, healthcare, social security, other things which are thinking of this, than a business will ever do. So I think it's just inherent that informed publics are more likely to trust business than others.
Yeah, my friend Julie Del Mundo of Eon, stakeholders, he was talking about, when they did the trust index survey, I think the office of the president has the highest trust rating among the government agencies. But you would see that among some circles, it seems that is not happening. So maybe later on, I'll ask Junie if he also did a different survey or between the informed and uninformed. Anyway, so my next question, Stephen, is how fast can a trust collapse? How fast can a brand collapse? And what could be the factors, perhaps, for that?
Yeah, I mean, it's as they say, it takes a lifetime to build a great reputation, and it can be lost in 10 minutes. I mean, brands can lose trust almost overnight if they fail to respond to a particular crisis very well. I mean, I think we talk about trust capital in specific organizations. If you have low trust capital, then in the event of a crisis, you are unlikely to be able to recover as quickly as if you have high trust capital out there in the world today. And there are all sorts of examples of where ultimately brands are able to respond following a crisis because the trust capital in them is very high. I think Boeing is a very good example of a brand in the world today that, as you know, went through a bad couple of years with the plane crashes in Indonesia, in Africa, around all of this. But the trust capital was such that once they began to embark on an agenda of safety and moving all that forward, the ability of that company to regain trust in that way was important. There are others where the ability to do that was very poor. So I think it depends all on where you are in terms of looking at your trust capital and where you are against your stakeholders today.
Okay, now granting you have a very high trust index. What could be that factor that could erode that trust instantly? Can you think of something that?
Well, I mean, Yeah, I mean, many examples of food companies that may have a contamination problem, which they fail to deliver on that properly. That could be one that happens. We see that's a very tangible example of something that every food and beverage company on the planet worries about every single day, which is why quality control and systems are so tightly in place. But a failure to be able to address something like that can instinctively, immediately, overnight, drive something poor. But you see examples of governance issues, of transparency, of corruption, of leadership failing to take action where something is required. I mean, these are all consideration set, and the job of a CEO today is fraught with danger in terms of being able to master the controls, because at the end of the day, the thing which brings it down or brings trust in the brand is the degree to which these are highly publicized, talked about online. Social media, of course, is a real challenge to be able to maintain the storylines.
Yeah, I guess it's about failure to live your story, right?
A failure to tell your story and live up to your values. I think that's another thing. So
if you fail to live the story that you're telling people, then I think that would be a very big mistake.
That's exactly right. And CEOs that are not living up to the values, the stated values of their companies, is another area where they tend to get caught out, right? So.
Stephen, last question, because I think our time is up. You think the pandemic, no, it didn't change. The pandemic magnified, okay, the definition of this new trust.
In terms of trust as a sort of new currency. I mean, yes, I think the pandemic has heightened the need for us to think about trust as something we owe to society. It is really the collective passion and energy of business communities like the one we're talking today that has the ability to make the difference. And I don't think there has ever been another time, certainly in my lifetime, where people are more thirsting to know somebody in whom they can place their trust. And that is the call to action for all institutions in every single country around the world. Consumer confidence, people's confidence will only grow once they begin to trust more about their future. We need to recognize that, understanding where the challenges are today and respond to it. And that takes all of us acting collectively.
Okay, so that ends our session, Stephen. Thank you very much for gracing this event.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Kehoe, and thank you as well to our moderator, Attorney Dick Du Baladat. And before we move to the third session, we have a poll happening right now to find out your thoughts and opinions on the conference experience and our sessions. So we encourage you to participate, as your answers would be greatly appreciated as we craft our succeeding conferences. PwC, in cooperation with the Management Association of the Philippines, conducted a survey with the country's CEOs and asked them about how they plan to adjust their current business plans and succeed in the changed environment the COVID-19 global pandemic brought. Here are some of their views in the PwC MAP CEO Survey 2021. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third session of the 19th MAP International CEO Web Conference 2021, Hindsights, Insights, Foresights, the future in the present tense. We continue with our third session, Managing Present and Future Employees through Principles-Based Management. Our third distinguished speaker is the Executive Officer of Omron Corporation and President of Omron Management Center of Asia Pacific. Prior to joining Omron, he led organizational development initiatives to globally recognized companies. He is passionate about identifying and developing the next generation of leaders. His session today zooms in on the conundrum businesses face today. How to gain and retain talent that would be instrumental in helping the business regain lost grounds post-pandemic, especially now that compensation is not the only driving factor in talent acquisition and retention. He will share the proactive strategies stemming from principles-based management philosophy that Omron has imbibed, which enabled it to effectively engage its workforce and continue to thrive despite the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a virtual round of applause to Mr. Virendra Shelar.
All right. Thank you very much for that quick introduction. My name is Virendra, and it's a pleasure for me to be here virtually. And thank you for giving us a chance to share more about Omron. What I'm going to talk about is managing the present and the future employees through principles-based management. Give me a second. I'm going to share my slides first and just make sure technically everything is okay before we get the presentation started. So here are my slides to share with you. All right, organizing team, can you just give me a confirmation? Everything looks okay on that side? Okay, I assume it's all right. So I have 20 minutes today to talk to you guys, and I will be talking about, as I said, managing the present and the future through Omron's principle-based management. Basically, when we look at Omron, I need to give you some discussion that is going to happen today. This is the three parts of the agenda for today. I'm going to give you a quick introduction about who Omron is, so at least you know which company I have come from and who I'm talking about. Then the second part is how do we do it at Omron? How do we manage this present and future employees in Omron through principle-based management? And some guidance or some areas that you might want to think about the way forward for you guys to pick up. All right. So let me get started with the first part, which is an introduction to Omron. A quick information about Omron. As Omron, we are present in 120 countries already. We are being in the business for last 88 years. We have 28,000 employees with 9,000 plus patent. Overall, from a sales revenue point of view, this is in Japanese yen. But if I put it in US dollars, we are approximately $6.5 billion US dollars in 2021, and obviously growing as we see here. Now, let me come a little bit closer to home in terms of Asia Pacific. What does our presence in Asia Pacific look like? So we are present right now in 11 countries. We have 3 factories in Asia Pacific. We have a factory in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. We have approximately 5.5 or 5,500 employees, including the factory workers. We have 3 businesses in Asia Pacific, and we also have a couple of automation centers spread across Asia Pacific. And our sales revenue, again, this is in Japanese yen, but if I put it in US dollars, it is approximately $617 million US dollars. That's the revenue size that we have in Asia Pacific. And I have the privilege of working with my team to take care of these businesses and represent Omron in Asia Pacific. Now, talking about specifically businesses, what we are in Asia Pacific is 3 businesses. We are in factory automation business, one of our biggest business globally. The next business, which is a healthcare business, many of the world knows us because of this, or everyday consumers knows us because of this. We have blood pressure monitors, thermometers, nebulizers, and so on. So these are some of the products that we have in market for which people know us. And the other business that we have is electromechanical and components business, which is more like a relay. So if you're using a dishwasher, a washing machine, usually there is a relay behind the switch. These kind of products we are producing, as well as some sensors that are going into multiple different products or white goods. Now, again, this is not advertisement about Omron, but just to let you know and give you a glimpse about what Omron is. But let me get into a little bit more deeper thing. Before I talk about principle-based management, you need to know what Omron principles are so that we can move into the topic a little bit better. Now, Omron was founded in 1933, but our founder, Kazuma Takeshi, in 1959, actually created this motto. And it was probably one big factor that attracted me to work for this company, that they said to improve lives and contribute to a better society. And since then, Omron has started significantly growing and solving social issues. So what we believe is that as a company, if we solve social issues, if the society needs us, we are definitely going to grow. And that has, it also came from the founder's vision that all the companies have an obligation to serve the society. And literally from there on, once the principle came into being, the company's trajectory started changing. We actually got into businesses solving social issues, and that helped us grow the business and the company. So we have grown to a 6.5 and probably going a little bit further than that as we move along. But in 2015, we decided to simplify or make our principles much more easier for everybody to understand. And these principles, the mission remains the same, even the values remain the same, but it was much more easier for everybody to understand. We look at innovation driven by social needs. So wherever the society is going, whatever challenges the society is going to face, we need to create innovation based on the social needs. And if you look at our history, if you look at our current and future, we have always been looking at what kind of social issues the society is facing. One very short example that I can share with you guys is, in the past in Japan, if I'm sure lots of you have traveled to Japan, if you look at the train stations, they're very narrow. All the trains used to come on time, and there was no way in which you can check all the tickets. So there used to be a ticket checker at the gate, and people would have to show their tickets before they step out of the station. And that used to cause a lot of panic and many accidents. So that time, the Japanese government or Japan Rail went to many companies to ask for a solution. Not many companies came up with a solution. Omron was the one who came up with a solution. And if you look at that AutoGate system, almost 50 to 60% of the market share of AutoGate systems in Japan are provided by Omron. So Omron, once we solve social problems, we also grow into bigger businesses. So that's how Omron has been growing, by solving social issues. And this was just one example way back in 1960s. And we have been trying to solve social issues moving forward. The second is challenging spirit. We want to challenge ourselves. We want to pursue new challenges with passion and courage. That's what we tell our employees. And finally, we also respect for all, which is more about not just respecting humans, but environment and everything. So these are the three values based on which we have been running our business across globally. So it's kind of deep rooted in our culture, and also all our global employees actually behave according to that. So I just want you guys to take note of it. So with this as a background, let me move forward and share with you how actually Omron is managing its current and future work employees through a principle-based management. Now, to understand the future, I need to explain you what the future is going to look like from Omron's point of view. Okay, and whatever information I'm sharing with you is actually readily available on our website. So feel free to go out there and look for this information. In Omron, we have something called as the SINIC theory. Okay, it's called the Seed Innovation Need Impetus Cyclic Innovation. It's a mouthful, all right, but we call it a SINIC theory. Let me just give you a very short background. In 1970s, our founder actually announced this in the International Future World Congress. He said in 1970 what the world will look like by 2033. And there were some key words that he used during that time. He said the world will go towards automation society, it will go towards cybernation society, it will go towards autonomous society. And these are keywords he used in 1970s. And if you look right now, the world is actually moving towards autonomous society. But we are in an optimization phase. That's what we call it. Now, to explain this theory in a much more simpler and an easier way, I will show you this diagram. So since 1876 till 1975, we were in an industrial society. And from 2005 onwards, we have started optimization society. By 2025, we believe the society will become more autonomous. And you can already see autonomous cars are coming up, autonomous ways of doing things. AI, IoT is getting bigger and bigger. And in the future, we believe the society will become more of a natural society where people will be more tolerant of each other. People will be able to solve social problems rather than fighting with each other. That's what we think the society will look like. But in a very simplest way, if I conclude that in the past, the machines used to replace, so there was a replacement way. So whatever human labor was being done, it was replaced by machines. If you look today's world, we are in a collaboration mode where phone has become an extension of your palm nowadays. So we collaborate with machines. But in the future, we are going to work very much harmoniously with the machines. And that's how we see the future will look like. So if this is the future that we are looking at, then we also need to understand what kind of social issues we are going to anticipate. Because Omron is in the business of solving social issues for the future. So when I look at future, we believe the current way, the current society that is right now, is we have rapid urbanization. There are crowded workplaces. Of course, the pandemic has changed a lot. But if you look a little bit pre-pandemic, we had crowded workspaces. We are into an economy of mass production and mass disposal. And of course, this whole thing is affecting the environment. It is affecting the way people live. It is affecting the way people work and the behaviors that we display during our lifetime. So where do we see the future of society is going to be? From the current society to autonomous society, what is it going to look like? We believe there are 4 keywords that are going to be key to explaining you what the future will look like. We are going to move from a centralized way of working in one office to a distributed way of working. And it can be distributed way of decision making, it can be distributed way of executing projects, but the centralization will go off. The future will look more distributed. The next thing that you will see is the things that were real and probably will become more digital. And this conference is a great example of showing you in the past, all of us would congregate or get together into one big conference room or one big hotel, but we are trying to achieve the same thing in a digital space nowadays. And that is going to continue to happen. The COVID just rapidly moved it or accelerated it, but that is the future that is going to happen even more further. We were in a controlled society, it is going to be more autonomous. So if leaders, CEOs, managers, CXOs trying to make decisions in a controlled way, please take note, we will be in an autonomous society where you will have to make distributed decision making and give more authority and autonomy to people that can make decisions closer to the business. And finally, we look at from a linear society to becoming a more circular way of consuming. So in a way, mass production, mass disposal will go off, and we will look at a circular economy. And there have been companies formed. Look at just the tires. So much. I heard last time there are 1.5 billion tires being discarded every year, which is creating a big impact on the environment. But there are companies coming back to create and recreate new products by actually recycling these used tires in multiple different ways. So a circular economy is going to come up, and it is going to become real. You already see some glimpses of it, and that's what is going to happen. So what does that mean? What it means from Omron business point of view, we believe there will be changes in the manufacturing and the way in which people are manufacturing. So there will be new autonomous automation needs that will come up. And as Omron, our biggest business is automation. 55% of our business is automation business. We believe we are put in a very good space in that. The second thing that we think will change is the way in which we are doing medicine right now. And the pandemic just accelerated everything, as you can imagine. Remote patient monitoring has become a reality now. People prefer that the doctor checks them remotely and gives them the medicine remotely rather than they traveling near the hospitals where the infection could be even more problematic. So changes in medicine is already happening. Omron as a company has already started looking into remote patient monitoring treatments. And finally, when we look at the society that is changing, you want to do remote monitoring of your systems, your factories, and different types of sensors and solutions are required. So our business is also moving into that area where we are looking at what the future will look like and how can we solve that. Now, to look after all this, we need people because we need talents. And how are we going to attract the talents and make them work with us? So one big factor for us is the Omron principles, which helps us to attract a lot of good talents into the company. When you look at talents, I need to show you a little bit of a history about in the past, what Omron used to look like, in the present, what Omron looks like, and in the future, what is going to look like. So if you look at past, of course, Omron as a company was born in Japan. Very proudly, we have a big heritage coming from Japan. So in the past, we used to look at Japan and non-Japan. That was the way in which the business used to work. Of course, that was the starting point of the company. If you look currently right now, our 60% of our business is outside of Japan. And that's why we say outside of Japan and Japan. So 40% of the business in Japan, majority of our people, our businesses, our customers are outside. So we are already changing. But in the future, there is not going to be Japan, non-Japan. There is not going to be Japan outside of Japan. The future is global. And Omron has to convert itself to become more global company. Now, one way I can tell you what is happening in Omron is we are very, very heavy on localization. The fact that I am representing Omron in Asia Pacific, a non-Japanese person, an Indian guy came to Singapore, now a proud Singaporean, completely different way of looking at running the business. So Omron is drastically changing. We are very much into localization. We are very much into globalization. So the future is very, very global. No matter which nationality you are in, no matter which gender you are in, as long as you have the capability, as long as you have the right skills, you will be given that opportunity. And that's the journey that Omron is taking to move forward. And that is helping us grow as a business so that we can make quicker decisions. Now, if you look to achieve this, Omron has to do something for the business. At the same time, Omron has to ensure employees do something for the business and there is a good culture that is created. So we have a vision for the future. The vision that we have is we want to create a sincere and a strong company where people can grow, enjoy their work, and continuously improve their performance. And to achieve that, as Omron, we need to put the right talents in the right place with the right capability at the right time. Easier said than done. But we also expect our employees to take responsibility for their own career. Don't wait for Omron to give you something, but rather ask Omron, I want this, I really want to do a new job, I want to expand my horizons. This is what we want employees to do. So we want employees to raise their hands for bigger roles. And in this process, as Omron, we want to create an empowering and engaging Omron where employees and company work hand in hand with each other so that we can improve lives and contribute to a better society. That is our vision. Now, to execute this vision, we need to understand we are not an NGO, we are a business. We have obligation towards the society, we have obligations towards our employees, we have obligation towards our shareholders. So as an HR, how should HR evolve? What should HR do? I believe HR has a very, very important role to play. We are going to have a business strategy, and the business is expecting some business results. And HR has to do something in between to help the business achieve that results. And in our mind, what HR has to do is make sure we have the right talents with the right capability in the right position at the right time. And to do this, we need to develop and assess them. We need to deploy them. We need to give them the right salaries. We need to attract the right talents. All these things are required. If we do this correctly, only then we will be able to achieve those business results is what we see. So far, how we are faring as Omron, I would say we have been doing quite okay so far. If you look our current and future talents, we are looking at a sustainable growth. And we are not just looking at gender diversity, but we are also looking at employees with special abilities. So 2% of our workforce in Indonesian factory are people with special abilities. We are currently, even though there is a pandemic going on for the last 2 years, implementing a new global HRMS system. We just went live in Asia Pacific and Americas because we want to develop people's capability remotely. If you look at right position, localization is very, very big on our agenda. 80% of our positions are actually localized right now. And when it comes to right time, we are investing a lot to attract the talents, which we are more focusing on, again, hiring local talents and giving them bigger opportunities in Omron. Again, my example is the best example I can give you at this point to say that a non-Japanese person is representing Omron today in this big forum. Now, if you look, because of our efforts, we have, of course, been recognized by multiple different organizations. These are just a few of them. We were recognized by the Wall Street Journal. We ranked 6th out of the top 10 companies and 44 among the 100 most sustainably managed companies from a HR point of view. We have also been recognized in Japan and by the pension funds and so on. But there are much more bigger awards that we have received, but these are some things that we thought would be more important for us to share with you from an ESG as well as what's happening with Empowering Women Index is kind of one of the important parts for us for gender diversity and so on. Now, based on this is what Omron is doing. This is what we have been doing. Within 20 minutes, I'm trying to share as much as I can. But let me say, what can we do moving forward, or what are some of the inspirations that you guys can take moving forward? See, the pandemic changed everything, right? It was a completely uncertain, dynamic situation that nobody was prepared for. If you look at the current need for flexibility, the need for remote connectivity, the hybrid workforce, all that things have become really, really real right now. It was just accelerated too quickly for many companies that were not ready. And if you look at employees, the employees' mindset is changing a lot. They are at this loyalty infliction or point. That's what we see. Do I really continue to work for this company, or do I do something more meaningful? Employees today want to be heard because they have lost that social connection. So as managers, as much as you can, we need to reach out to people and we need to hear them more. People don't want to go back to offices. Even though I'm in Singapore right now, we have 50% workforce can go back to office, but 95% of our people still choose to work from home, and we are okay with that because we want them to be safe. Productivity is all-time high and things are getting better. So people don't want to go back to the pre-pandemic ways of working, and people also want more purposeful jobs. So as CEOs, as leaders of your own organization, how are you going to create that for everybody? It's very, very important. And HR is bang in the middle of this. So if your HR team has to be really buckle up and do a lot of new things, I would rather go to an extent to say it is time for you to press the reset button on the HR things. Because whatever we did before this pandemic is not working anymore as an HR. The HR has to completely change their mindset. So I will give you just 2 or 3 very high level guidelines. Of course, if there are some questions, I'll be happy to answer those later on. But the top 3 things that we have been doing right now is in the 3R. Review your processes. Review what you're doing right now. Is it really working or is it not? And if it is working, please continue that. If it is not working, just throw it away and renew the processes. Things that having a virtual conference was never thought about, but today we are having it. So we are renewing the way in which we are working, and that is the way to go. What the pandemic will take shape in 2022, nobody knows. Everybody thought it was in one country, in one location, in one city, it will never affect me, but it affected the world. Oh, it will go off in another 6 months. No, it went on for 2 years. It will go off in 2022, nobody knows. So we will have to review and renew continuously. And finally, we'll have to do a refresh where you guys need to refresh the mentality of your people moving forward. So what I would say is make small changes. This will be more like sowing the seeds now so that you can reap the fruits of this in the future. Let me just stop here. I know it's a little bit high level sharing, but in 20 minutes, I think that is the best I could do at this point in time and give you some glimpse of what we are doing. With that, thank you very much. I will stop here and then look for any questions and happy to answer those. All right. Thank you very much, everybody, for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shelar. And now to moderate today's question and answer with Mr. Shelar, please welcome the Chief Operations Officer of Vito CME Holdings Incorporated, Dr. Donald Patrick Lim.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Brenda, for that very great presentation, particularly the role of HR, the very important role of HR, specifically in this current fast-moving, changing world. No, and I particularly like your framework on the HR strategy, where you're moving from a very much Japan-centric to now having a global worldview, which I think every company should have. One of my takeaway also, no, and I'm really astounded by your very simple mission of your company, which is to improve lives and contribute to a better society. No, and we were chatting in the backstage. You know, the mission of improving lives and contributing to a better society. It was created in the 1960s, and after 60 years, it's still so relevant today. Right, so.
That is absolutely true. Actually, Donald, you won't believe, but majority of our big business decisions have been driven because of these principles. Yeah. And I was mentioning it to you earlier that our chairman of the board actually travels every year. He goes to different regions. He calls all the leaders together and he asks them only one question. How did you practice the Omron principles last year? And how are you going to practice it next year? And he said one very important sentence, I would like to mention it here, maybe in this big forum. He said that whenever you make a decision based on right and wrong. Don't make a decision based on profit and loss. Because when you make a decision based on right and wrong, it goes a long way for the business. If you make a decision based on profit and loss, in the short term, you will gain, but in the long term, it will be a losing proposition. So that gives us a lot of confidence to practice the Omron principles as leaders every single day. Yeah, so our decisions are driven from there.
You know, that really had me thinking. That's really different from what they're teaching us in business school, right? Right and wrong versus profit and loss. Correct. Right? And again, for our shareholders and for everyone else, I think we have to look at it as a bigger whole, right? The stakeholders in general, right? And sometimes you're right. Right and wrong may give us it's more of a long-term view rather than short-term.
Correct. I mean, if you look at many companies, we'll always have this mission to say that we want to increase shareholders' value.
Correct.
If your shareholders don't love you, you don't have anything. The moment you stop creating value, but what we believe is if we create value for the society will love you. And if the society needs you, then automatically money will come.
True.
Automatically it will grow.
Yeah, thank you. Wow. Okay. And so, well, if you look at it, I was telling also, I used to come from a Japanese company, right? Before, I was with Dentsu. So historically, as we all know, Japanese companies are known for their traditional or conservative HR practices. Like, for example, purely Japanese and predominantly male leadership, promoting from within, long working hours, right? How was Omron able to get out of that mold and reinvent its HR practices?
Thank you, Donald. That's a great question. Actually, what happened in Omron, of course, we were very traditional. But one of the big things that was happening was we had been trying to be more autonomous. Because we know where the society and the future is heading. So many of those decisions started to be made locally by the local teams or the regional teams. But then what we also recognized was lots of things were, done better in one area, but the same thing was not copy-pasted or utilized in another area. So one good thing that happened, I would say, is Japan never pushed their will of HR system on anybody outside the region. And we were very strong to push back if those things don't work. So each region has its own nuances. Each region has its own issues. So what we tried to do was bring all the HR team together. We have something called as the HRST, HR Steering Team, which is made up of all the global members. We sit down together and we say, what is it that is going to help the Omron business that everybody agrees on, and it is a common theme that is required. So we started looking at succession planning. Nobody will going to question it. How you do it might be different. So we came up with a global standard.
Yeah.
So we don't have data for HR members. So we need to have a global system. And everybody agreed, yes, we need a global system. So we went ahead with implementing a global HRIS system. So what we did was brought all the global HR, brought in different views, had big arguments, and came up with projects that will drive us forward.
Yeah.
So it's been a long journey, but in the last 4 years, we did well, I would say.
Yeah, I think, you're right. No, it's a good transition, but everything stems from the top. No, I think it's really a mindset change also for the Japanese leadership.
That's right. I would say at this point in time, I'm very, very proud to say Omron is an international company with a Japanese heritage.
True.
Okay. So when we look at talking to people, one of my bosses is a Japanese person. When I talk to him, I can very openly, honestly have a conversation with him. And they are very much open for ideas. Let's show, and once they have a confidence in you that you can actually change and show them the results, people become so much more open to listen to your ideas and drive you. So it takes a little bit of time to build that trust by delivering results. Once you have achieved that trust factor, I think then you can move forward in making a lot more bigger changes quicker.
True, very true. So for example, how can an HR practitioner, let's go down to the executional level. How can an HR practitioner influence and build a company culture of empower and engage? Can you provide us any advice or concrete steps one has to take in order to transform existing company culture?
Absolutely. And Donald, this is again a brilliant question. And if there are HR professionals out there listening to this, this is a very important piece of information I want to share with you guys because it worked for us in Omron. Hopefully it works for you there. One of the biggest drawback of our HR professionals is they always try to approach the business from an HR angle. What do I mean by that? If you hire a new HR guy, I want to transform my HR function. You hire somebody really capable. The first thing this guy will do is look at the policies. Oh, I'm going to align my policies. And I'll tell you what, no business likes a policeman. Nobody likes policy changing. And changing the policy doesn't change the business. So when I came into the business, I went to the business first to ask them, what are the things that the HR is doing we should continue to do? What are the things we are doing that is hurting your business that we should stop? And what is one important thing, if I do, it will help your business to grow? And they came back and they said, forget about policies. We don't care about policies. We want you to help us hire the right people. We want us to work on retention of people. We want you to work on succession planning. So I said, okay, from this 3 or 4, which is the one most important thing for you? And they said succession planning. So I threw away everything out and picked up something that is the business deserving or business wants, and I can add value to the business. So when you pick that up, the business was very, very supportive. And once we had the succession planning found out, We said, some of your critical pipeline is very much empty. I need to hire people from outside. And the business could first time see it. Okay, yes, you're right. Maybe we should hire people from outside. So then we started hiring people from outside, and then we looked at who are the great talented people. We need to accelerate their development. So either send them out for a training, give them bigger jobs, give them bigger projects. So we did talent management, succession planning in combination, and the business loved it because it was helping them achieve their goal.
Yeah.
And after 2 or 3 years, we started touching policy one by one, slowly. So it became much more easier. But if I started with a policy, it's not going to work. So my advice, all the business leaders as well as the HR members, please understand what your business wants. Speak the business language first and then speak the HR language. So I call my people business HR. Business comes first, HR comes second. And many people will say, I am an HR business partner. Maybe it's playing with the names, but I love the word business HR because HR has to understand the business first and then support them.
Yeah. I really like it because what you're saying right now is that HR is just going beyond talent management or whatever you call it, like people management. But it's really now being a catalyst for business transformation. It should come from them.
You know, HR in traditionally always have been personnel and admin. We were doing salary payments, we were complying with the provident funds and whatnot. But gone are the days when you can be personnel and admin. You have to be in tandem with the business. And I'll give you an analogy, Donald, if you allow.
Sure.
Basically, in my mind, business is like a chariot, like a chariot. So imagine a chariot. You have horses in the front. Imagine your horse is basically your salespeople. The person standing is the business leader. Maybe he has a whip to beat the horse so that it can run faster. But if your chariot has to go, it needs 2 wheels. One wheel in my mind is the finance wheel. The second wheel is the HR wheel. And the rod in between is the IT systems. So you need finance, you need HR, you need IT, you need sales. If all these things are working together, you can't have a lopsided chariot, right?
Yeah.
So HR has to grow up to actually support the business strongly. Otherwise, the business cannot run as fast as they want. The sales can be great, but if the HR is not supporting enough, then...
The chariot falls. You end up with nothing.
Absolutely.
Nice metaphor. Great metaphor. Thank you. I have a question from the floor. This is from Ramon Segismundo. In the next normal, companies' success are determined by its culture and values, as what you aptly said. There are some Philippine companies even today who place culture and values at the back burner. What is your advice to them?
My request to them is imagine it this way. Because I told you the employees of the future, not the Gen X, the ones that are coming up, the Gen Z, your children, everybody wants to make a difference in the society. Everybody wants to contribute towards making the world a better place. And that's the values they have been growing up. They want to make a difference. And if your company's values are not showcasing that we want to make a difference, if your company values is we want to make money, it doesn't matter what kind of behavior you display, we are in big trouble.
Yeah.
I would rather say that values which are at the back burner, today is the time when the leaders need to bring it forward because they are the only thing that are going to be a binding force to keep your employees together. My request to the leaders, please communicate the values of the company even more with the employees. Why do we exist? And as founders, some of the members sitting in this room today might be founders. They started the company for something. They want to leave a legacy behind. So when you communicate that value, it attracts people's motivation to actually contribute towards your company and stay longer. If you keep your values at the back burner, I think you're going to be in a very losing proposition over a period of time. Because you don't find employee loyalty, you won't find employee engagement. And with remote working, previously at least you can see the employee in front of you, he's working or not. But now he's in front of a laptop. Do you know he's really working for the company or not? Is he really excited to be a part of your company or not? So communicating that values is, I would say, it is not nice to have, it's a must in today's world. And keep it very, very simple. If you look at our values to improve lives and contribute to a better society, it's such a simple way to understand that we are going to solve social problems.
Nice. You know, you're correct because right now, when you are on an interview, some of the applicants really ask you, what are your values? They would also ask you, what are your CSR programs?
Correct.
Right? And before, they don't even care about that. They ask about their salaries, about themselves. Now it's about contributing to society.
Absolutely. And even if you look at your shareholders, the big shareholders are asking you, what is your ESG values? How are you contributing to SDGs and so on? So many of our big investors have been started asking us about how companies contributing towards sustainable development goals. What are our ESG things that we are doing?
Yeah.
And I'm proud to say that in DJSI world, we have been ranked as the top 1% company because we are very clear with our mission in terms of how we link our business company strategies to SDGs and ESGs.
Yeah. Okay. We have a follow-up question. This is from Ernest Arpon, who you talked about work from home, right? Especially in Omron, right? Is the current work from home setup, do you think it will become a permanent setup? This may be preferred by the employee, but is this really the best for the organization as a whole? How do we reconcile this?
Now, please understand, the world has changed. Okay? The world has changed. If you look in Asia, we have been still into that mentality of looking at people in front of us.
Yeah.
When we see a person at a desk, we feel comfortable that the guy is working. Has he come at 8:30 in the morning? Has he left at 5:30 in the evening? But now, because of the pandemic, it has changed. And I'll tell you what, actually the productivity of the people has gone significantly up because of working from home. For 2 hours, they don't have to commute.
Yeah.
Their work-life balance has become much better. They are able to take care of their family obligations. So we at Omron, what we believe is there is going to be a hybrid workplace. Okay. So, I will share with you something that we are doing right now in Singapore. So very simply to answer the question, firstly, that work from home is going to stay, you like it or not. In fact, it will go from 3 days work from home, 2 days from office to 4 days work from home, 1 day come to office. It is going to happen. It is already there. Okay. So what is Omron doing to prepare itself? We had a HQ office in Singapore, 24,000 square feet area. We are actually going towards a 9,000 square feet area. Nobody will have a dedicated seat, including the president of the company, including myself. I have a big office, gone. I have to get used to staying in a very normal, small little space. If I want a big space, then work at home.
Okay.
And what we are going to call is this office we are going to call this office a communication and a collaboration office, or a COCO office.
Yeah.
So if you want to communicate, collaborate, you want to discuss about projects, if you want to do something, then you come together in the office to work with each other. The central attraction of this office is the pantry, where we have everything that is stocked up, where people really feel enjoyable to go there.
Yeah.
But if you want to do your daily job, do it from home. It is saving us cost. It is creating more buzz for us. It is actually a lot more beneficial than what we can imagine. Of course, it's still an experiment. We are going to move to this office next year in January. I will let you know if I am invited next year. How is it working? Maybe I'll also show you some tips of the new office compared to before. But simple answer, work from home is here to stay. Please start evolving. If you think that you're going back to the pre-ways of working, it's not going to happen. Wow. Employees will not like it, and some employees will leave you.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I'm, that's going to be a struggle. Even for me personally, I'm such an advocate for it. But now doing it for more than a year, you somewhat want to be in the office with your people, right? I mean, that's still the normal way to do things as we condition ourselves for so many years.
Correct.
Right? And now we have to really make do with certain realities. Right, and do accept the fact that number one, they're working, and at the same time, it's for a better quality for our quality of life for our employees.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this conference. In a way, how much petrol we have saved by not traveling from one location to another. We're all doing it virtually, and hopefully, it is having the same impact as the real conference. So, I would say the new ways of working are here to stay. It's not going to change, and you have to give that flexibility to employees. You like it or not. Of course, there are some jobs like factory production jobs, retail jobs. Those are the jobs you can imagine, of course, cannot be done work from home.
That's my follow-up question. What can you say about how do you make the market jobs? How do you market jobs to be more purposeful, especially jobs that are deemed to be clerical or mechanical in nature?
So, Donald, I have a little bit of a skewed view on this because the jobs that are not meaningful, that are absolutely mechanical, routine-based, at some point in time, these jobs will have to evolve. What I mean by that is these jobs will either be automated or it will be taken over by machines. Employees have to upskill themselves for the next job, because you will not find new employees who will be interested in those mechanical jobs in the future. The education system that we grew up in, there were still people who wanted to go out and do this kind of jobs.
Yeah.
But today's workforce, everybody wants to do meaningful job, and they are highly educated people. So highly educated people don't like to do meaningless or repetitive, mechanical, monotonous kind of a job. Everybody wants to create a value. You may find some people for a short time, but you cannot keep them there for a long time. So the only way to motivate them, make it more better, is to either automate that job and reskill these people to take bigger jobs in the future. Because that's what creates value for the company, isn't it?
True. Well said.
If you have too many mechanical jobs, actually you're throwing money down the drain. That's how I would tell to a business lead.
Mm-hmm.
Try to automate those jobs, use your workforce to upskill them, give them a much better job, like a customer-facing job, talking to the customers more, rather than just cleaning the floors. You can get a robot who can do that for you.
Okay, thank you. So maybe just I'll round up the Q&A. Maybe just some last words from you, Mr. Scheller.
Well, actually, this is a journey. Firstly, thank you very much, everybody, for giving Omron and me an opportunity to share what we are doing. It is a long journey, and uncertainty is given. I mean, we call about the VUCA world, which was very popular. It is going to continue to stay. If you don't change now, if you don't change, you're going to be the Nokias. We are going in the direction of the Nokias of the world.
True.
Okay. So you need to change and evolve. Now, to change and evolve, don't try to change everything in the world. My request to you is change that one little thing, that small thing that makes your company more valuable. And that small thing could be just communicating your values to the people. That small thing can be just upgrading your infrastructure. That small thing can be changing your HR policies. So start small, and it is like a 1 degree shift when you make. Over a period of time, your car will be in a new trajectory. You just need to make a 1 degree shift in the steering. You don't have to change it in the U-turn way. So my request to you is don't wait. Make that small little change, and small little change will go a very, very long way as you go along. That would be my advice and request to all the leaders in the forum today.
Thank you very much. Very insightful. Thank you.
Thank you, Donald. Thank you for the opportunity. All the best, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Virendra Scheller. And of course, thank you as well to our moderator, Dr. Donald Lim. And before we move to the fourth session, we have a poll happening again to find out your thoughts and opinions on the conference experience and our sessions. Your answers would be greatly appreciated as we craft our succeeding conferences. PwC, in cooperation with the Management Association of the Philippines, conducted a survey with the country's CEOs and asked them about how they plan to adjust their current business plans and succeed in the changed environment the COVID-19 global pandemic brought. Here are some of their views in the PwC MAP CEO Survey 2021. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, welcome to the fourth session of the 19th MAP International CEO Web Conference 2021, Hindsights, Insights, Foresights, the future in the present tense. We continue with our fourth session, Empowerment, Equality, and Dignity, Strengthening the Health System. Our fourth distinguished speaker is a highly trained pharmacist with a doctorate in pharmaceutical chemistry. She played a pivotal role in Thailand's success of curbing the HIV/AIDS epidemic, inventing a landmark drug that is 18 times cheaper than the regimen of multiple pills taken by AIDS patients. She also led the production of numerous generics for a wide range of illnesses, including hypertension and diabetes. She shares her generic formulas for free and trains chemists and technicians to make medicines more accessible and affordable to the poor. Her work and advocacy has earned her the 2009 Ramon Magsaysay Award. Her session today will center on the inequities of global health as evidenced by the unequal distribution of vaccines to fight COVID-19 globally. The COVID-19 pandemic has cast in harsh light the weakness of our healthcare systems in managing a global outbreak. She invites us to take a look at the lessons offered. In hindsight, what could have been done differently? And in foresight, how should we plan for a future health system? Please give a virtual round of applause to Dr. Chrisana Crisintu.
The Management Association of the Philippines executives and members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends from all walks of life, and the young people who will lead our present and future. Sawadee from Bangkok, Thailand, and thank you very much for all your kind words. I am deeply honored by the recognition that the Management Association of the Philippines has placed in my lifelong endeavor to bring about positive change, increasing access to essential drugs for all, regardless of race, sex, ethnicity, social strata, and especially for the most vulnerable segments of societies, particularly the poor, women, children, and the immigrants, stateless people. It is delightful to be present, even though virtually among visionary leaders at this gathering. In the midst of Bangkok lockdown caused by the third wave of the COVID-19 pandemic and its associated new variants. For 18 months since the first outbreak, although I have constantly been under movement restrictions, I have never stopped working. In fact, I feel the sense of urgency to continue to empower communities near and far in Thailand to invent new methods of qualitatively produced herbal medicines, to strengthen the Thai health system at its fundamentals, the local health personnel, medical equipment and supplies, and to advocate for men, women, and the youth at the grassroots level to economically and socially participate and be partners in our endeavor. My works now focus on the communities most are located in the remote and security challenging regions of Thailand, namely the three southern border provinces of Yala, Pattani, and Narathiwat, along the northern Thai-Myanmar border at Mesot district in Tak province, and in the villages of northeastern Skon and Surin provinces. This chapter, and very likely the last chapter of my life-saving journey, commenced in 2009 when I returned from African continent after spending 10 years there, assisting and providing technical know-how in manufacturing HIV/AIDS and anti-malarial drugs, constructing new drug factories, and renovating the existing manufacturing facilities in some African countries, and teaching the local personnel on quality assurance of medicines in 17 African countries. I believe in teaching people how to fish for themselves rather than giving them fish. Empowerment matters. Empowerment helps to create equality and for the people to attain the overriding pride of human dignity. Through my countless journeys in this endless health mission, I have witnessed the economic and social transformation of the Thai communities and the individuals involved in our various projects. I have an abiding faith in global sustainable development, and in its pursuit, I follow footsteps of His Majesty the King Bhumibol the Great's signature approach, philosophy of sufficiency economy, or SEP, to understand the local people's desire to be accepted by them and to help them develop their full potential. To put it simply, we must empower the local communities so that they can stand up for themselves, be creative, and take care of their communities, and take ownership of the efforts to solve the problems at hand. Thus, the notion of explosion from within, of course, there is no one size fits for all solution, but we can learn best practice and solutions, innovations, achievements, and mistakes from each other. By embracing the SEP and holistic approach to development, I have worked with all stakeholders, hospitals, provincial, district health personnel, the business companies, regional universities, local schools, religious community leaders, farmers, women, and the youth in the local communities in remote areas of southern Thailand under the framework called Lankasuka model for 12 years to alleviate poverty and generate additional income for local farmers in organic herbal plant cultivation and processing. The majority of the population are Muslims, 82%, with the Yawi language predominantly used in verbal and written language. Unrest and violence since 2004 have undermined trust between the central government and the local population, many of whom are disaffected by the perceived injustice and heavy-handedness of the crackdown. They feel mistreated due to their ethnic Muslim ethnicity, as well as deprived of infrastructural development, investment and job opportunities, education, and good standard of living. Against this backdrop, I discovered the huge potentials in natural herbal resources in the southern border provinces and the genuine will of the local people to unite and work in harmony in order to create job opportunities, generate additional income, and promote their health and well-being through the widespread use of Thai traditional medicines from organic medicinal plants produced locally. They collaborated with me in research on the fauna and flora unique to southern topography and climate, and the medicinal plants grown in their districts or villages. They underwent the training courses on good agricultural practice, or GAP, post-harvesting technology, good manufacturing practice, GMP, as well as methods of preliminary processing of raw materials prior to delivery to the factory, and the needed tools and machineries. Our collaboration and bond of relationship have grown from strength to strength over the years, and everyone who takes part in our various projects get happiness and satisfaction in return for their contribution. I have also fulfilled another dream. My dream comes in the shape of a truck that weighs 5 tons. This truck was donated to Krishna Kraisin Foundation by Thai Beverage Public Company Limited. My team and I then designed and installed tailor-made herbal medicine processing machines in the back of the truck in May 2018. It is Thailand's first prototype mobile herbal raw material processing truck and has passed vigorous and strenuous operational tests in the production of dry curcumin to preserve its high active ingredient. Right at the cultivation area, the herbal medicinal plants are quickly processed to produce fresh ingredients without having to wait for long for collecting big volume to send to a faraway factory. It helps the farmers save up on the transportation, storage, labor, and energy cost, and especially shortens the production time. Inside the mobile herbal processing truck, specialized machines wash, slice, and oven the herbal plants in microwave, which helps to reduce the drying process from 4 to 7 days to only 2 hours. The speedy processing of small amount of herbal plants gathered at one time decreases the chances of them getting rotten, causing fungus This new innovation in the installation of specialized herbal processing machines on the truck for cleaning, slicing, drying, and packing the herbal raw materials set a new standard for learning on the development of herbal medicine. The unique processing method of organic herbal plants grown according to good agricultural practice contributes to the conservation of the natural environment by not dumping waste onto the surrounding area. Thorough quality control process at every step of processing ensures the issuance of quality certificate of product prior to delivery. 1 year later, an old rusty orange bus formerly belonged to Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand or EGAT was donated to Kisana Kraisin Foundation. In partnership with Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Prince of Songkhla University, and Tipco Biotech Company Limited, we transformed the bus into a prototype mobile herbal quality control laboratory. It has been in service in the South since July 2019. The rationale behind this invention lies in my attachment to the great importance of the quality control process of medicines to ensure both their efficacy and safety for public consumption. This principle applies to herbal medicines in order to manufacture the premium products filled with the highest active ingredients of medicinal property. Recently, I have completed the construction of a third truck, a specialized mobile herbal processing unit for the production of Endographis paniculata. While I was doing the test run on the first mobile herbal raw material processing truck's operation, I visited Suan Saranrum Psychiatric Hospital in Surat Thani province in the south of Thailand to work with the director of the hospital, his medical personnel, and the patients suffering from the mental effects of narcotic drugs, whom I like to call my students, all of them young men and women on the rehabilitation of their health. The students learned to grow vegetables, herbs, and medicinal plants, and shortly delivered their products to market to earn income. They also learned skills and techniques in herbal plants processing, while enable them to make a living when they return home. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of the Suan Saranrum model project, which continues in its third year, does not depend on medicinal plants alone. The person's commitment is a powerful curing force in the treatment. Their attitude of self-worth and recognition by those around them will return and sustain them to be good and productive citizens. It is our collective duty of care that will make a positive impact on the future of our society. The truck and Suan Saranrum model propelled me to travel to Peru in Latin America in September 2019 for a collaboration project between Thailand and Peru on the rehabilitation of the vulnerable people from narcotic drugs by herbal medicine and its income-generating livelihood. In 2016, Peru was the second largest cultivator of coca, with an estimated 46,500 hectares under cultivation. Despite the Peruvian government's effort to address drug addiction and trafficking, domestic consumption of illicit drugs is growing, particularly in mid-sized cities east of Andes, where much of the drug production occurs, and in coastal transit cities, where most of the Peruvian people live. There are approximately 60,000 people addicted to cocaine and a large number of marijuana users, while the number of treatment centers cannot keep up with the demand. Abuse of the low-priced and highly addictive coca paste is also increasing. This project was put on hold due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and I hope it can resume in the near future. Meanwhile, I found myself traveling north to Mae Sot district in Tak province on Thailand's long national border with Myanmar and encountered stateless women and children who could easily become the victims of human trafficking due to their non-existing legal status and economic hardship. This led to my two cooperation projects with UN Women on setting up of the Thai-Myanmar Co-Organic Farm Learning Center on 7.9-acre piece of land for female migrants from surrounding Muslim communities, and with Dr. Cynthia Mong of the Child Development Center of Mae Tao District on the Mae Sot Model Project on the permaculture in agriculture, and similar workshop for stateless children, respectively. Concurrently, I had a chance to visit Tak Central Prison and initiated the project to promote health and poverty reduction for detainees at Tak Central Prison by organizing workshops on good agricultural practice. Now I work with a number of large prisons in Thailand, including the implementation of the project on growing organic vegetable for detainees at Ratchaburi Central Prison with the Thai small and medium enterprises. I envisage that all these health strengthening projects will act as a sustainable development models that others can learn from and make an application in their own context. Ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe in the human potentials and their capacity building to be creative and inventive. Life goes on with or without the pandemic. We live in exciting time, challenging, yes, unpredictable, yes, but steep in numerous possibilities if we choose to make things happen and never give up until we reach our goals. This is a belief instilled in me by my grandmother, who was a nun and could not read and write, but she taught me many good lessons and life experience. Let us engage all sectors of society, government, the business sector, educational institutions, communities, and individuals to realize this altruistic vision, empowerment, equality for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Crisintu. And to moderate today's question and answer with Dr. Crisintu, please welcome the President and CEO of Health Solutions Corporation, Ms. Alma Rita R. Jimenez.
Thank you very much, Dr. Crisanto, for that inspiring story that you shared with all of us here now, tuned into this web conference. And I'm sure there will be many questions from our participants, but we will give them time to join the conversation. Meantime, let me just highlight major points that you articulated, starting with your opening statement, which really resonated with me because you captured the essence of what a strengthened healthcare system should be. Access to quality healthcare for all, regardless of race, sex, ethnicity, social strata, and especially for the most vulnerable segments of our societies, particularly poor women, children, and the immigrants or stateless people. I hope I captured all your thoughts there.
Yes.
And you said that drugs and medicines are essential components of the quality healthcare because medical consultations and procedures will only go so far without the needed interventions of these medicines to treat, maintain, rehabilitate, and prevent diseases. That is sadly the condition that are true in other illnesses, and that should be preventable, treatable, and manageable. But access is a huge barrier to surmount. So my first question will be, how difficult was it to get people to accept and adapt to the use of herbal medicines as a way of treating illnesses? And how did you overcome that resistance?
You know, this is the best time to get access to herbal medicine. That cannot be better time than this. I went to the Philippines many times and met with Dr. Tan, former health minister, and he gave me a medicinal plan of the Philippines. And I tried to help your people to set up something, manufacturing facility or something. But until now, it has not been successful. But of course, this is the good time because the healthcare costs cannot keep up to what is needed at the moment. So if we start with one community, and this can be a model, setting a model for other communities as well. You know, you have so many knowledgeable people in the country, especially from the UP, University of the Philippines. They know all about this, how to process or how to use medicinal plants for primary health care. But why don't you start? So it has to come from policymaker, really. In my country, we are lucky that we've been using this medicinal plant for primary health care for a long, long time. And of course, it's time to use them for minor elements, at least.
Okay, that is again. It is good that you mentioned something about community engagement because it's really needed in order to complete the cycle of healthcare. 10 years and 17 African countries assisting and providing technical know-how in manufacturing HIV/AIDS and anti-malarial drugs, constructing new drug factories and renovating the existing manufacturing facilities in hospitals, and teaching also the local personnel on quality assurance of medicine. That for me is passion and commitment. Where did that come from? And what got you started on this journey? And what kept you going and doing it despite so many challenges that are being encountered?
You know, getting access to medicine or life-saving medicine, this is a basic human right. Everybody should get access to treatment, whether they are poor, they are rich, they're white or black or yellow or whatever. I mean, this is a simple question, very simple question. So all these humanitarian projects, starting from basic human right, really, that's how I feel all these years throughout my life in the pharmacy career. This is it. So there's not much for, not so many reasons for me of doing this, you know. So in African countries, I taught them to manufacture or to renovate the factories or whatever, but they are all chemical drugs, not the herbal medicine yet. You see, I still have a long way to go teaching them how to use a medicinal plant for their primary health care. But during this COVID-19 crisis, I cannot travel anywhere.
Thank you for that. And you mentioned that you have done some initiatives right here in the Philippines, Doctor. Can you expound on what these are and how they are progressing now?
You know, I went to SPUP in Tuguegarao and trying to train actually one of the lecturers on manufacturing of herbal medicine, and that lecturer came to Thailand to be trained as well. So I hope that in the future I can start doing something, because you already have facilities to manufacture all these things. I mean, it's not that difficult. We just train them, of course, how to do the post-harvest technology and good manufacturing practice in the production, and that's all. Because the knowledge is always there for SPUP. So this is one place. Another place is a UP. You know, I visited many times laboratories of University of Philippines, and I feel that this can be a model manufacturing facility for other places in the Philippines as well. So let us start all over again. Even if I cannot travel to the Philippines, there's no problem. We can live, I mean, online communication, and that does not matter, because you already have knowledge. You already have natural resources. This is very important all over the Philippines, because you have volcanoes, and the volcanic soil is the base for medicinal plants. So let's say, I feel that perhaps it's better than Thailand even.
Okay. Another remarkable insight that you shared with us was your work in solving drug addiction by initiating collaboration with a number of large prisons in Thailand, implementing a project on growing organic vegetables for detainees at the central prison in partnership with the Thai small and medium enterprises, and also the work that you're doing with the United Nations Women on setting up the Thai Myanmar Co-Organic Farm Learning Center for female migrants from surrounding Muslim communities, specifically on permaculture as social enterprise, to provide solution for human trafficking. These, I think, are novel ways of helping solve social problems with meaningful interventions. How should government agencies work with NGOs, organizations like you, and civil societies in doing similar programs that will achieve a more lasting solution than regulations and the use of armed fist solutions?
You know, I was invited by UN Women to start this project because I work in southern Thailand, working with the Muslim communities, and of course they know that, okay, I am accustomed to those people, and those people, they don't have a nationality. They are not Rohingya, but other Muslim community in Myanmar. They migrated to Thailand. So what else can they do? I mean, I have to teach them doing something, at least to grow vegetable to consume by themselves. And if they have extra, they can of course, they can sell in the market. But you know, the most important thing is that you have to collaborate with private sector. This is very important. They will have to start together with us right from the beginning, because they are the end user. You know, once you grow vegetable or you grow medicinal plant, where's the market? So you have to find market. Market has to go hand in hand with whatever project we are going to start. So this is simple and it is very easy, and it can start from one person, can start from one organization or NGO or philanthropist in the country. So I have started so many projects like this in Thailand, in northeastern Thailand, in southern Thailand, or in the west of Thailand, that is Tak province. So this is always possible. So teaching them or empowerment of these local people, and they know very well, and even they know much better than me even now.
Yeah, I am actually, most of our local community, especially in the rural areas, depend a lot on herbal medicines for their drug requirements. In fact, I myself would always go for natural remedies rather than the expensive drugs. But it takes some kind of what you call this engagement, because we all think that the pills, there will always be pills for every illness, but that rural areas and marginalized sectors, they don't have that choice. That's why they learned how to use herbal medicine as part of their medication treatment. So my question is, how can you share your experience and in empowering marginalized sectors? Because we'd like to do that also for Philippine communities in our way as private individuals.
You know, it has to be a policy, at least from Ministry of Public Health of the Philippines. And actually, Dr. Tan, he has published very good book on medicinal plan in the Philippines for primary health care. I mean, if you start learning from there, it's already there, actually. It's just only to put in practice. This is the only problem. So if you set up just one community, you are doing this, I mean, using medicinal plan just for simple elements, and you have to do it, start doing somewhere. I mean, it can be very small project or small communities, and then you can expand from there. This is how I feel. So start something.
Yeah, the questions are coming in, Doctor. So there's one interesting question here. It asks, what lessons did you learn during the early implementation of the use of trucks as herbal processing centers? That's really very fascinating also for me, because it shows that, you know, you can use all of these things as a resource for herbal medicine production.
Yeah, herbal medicine can use to relieve simple ailments whereby you cannot get access to modern drugs, and which are very expensive, especially in the Philippines. So this is just everybody knows this, but nobody is doing something to help all this, you know. So, you know, with the drug addicts, I just want to add one more thing. Actually, we in Thailand, we have herbal formulae for treating these drug addicts, but they are not accepted by modern doctors at all. So I said, okay, let's wait for some time in the future. They may accept it, and then, okay, they can use it, because I already have formula. I have given the products, but nobody is using it. But that does not discourage me from working with the psychiatric hospital with drug addicts. But we just go on. So never give up principle. That is the principle that is with me all these years.
And using trucks, Doctor, I think some people here would be interested to know how you started that one, using the trucks as herbal processing centers.
How we start? I mean, in Thailand, we already have policy on this, you know. We have published actually herbal formula for primary health care, and it's listed in the national list of essential drugs. And some hospitals in Thailand, they manufacture for themselves, and then they can give patients free of charge. That has to be done. I mean, in other countries as well, other developing countries as well. But in my country, it's very popular. So there are many elements that you can use herbal medicinal products. So if once they are listed there, that's it. I already asked, Dr. Tan again, when I met him, you have this, of course, but it has not been reinforced. That means nobody is reading it or nobody is using it, but it has to come from policy maker, really. And it's the best time to start.
So I think even your mobile initiatives of using these vehicles trucks for processing. That's very interesting actually for
Yes,
some of our members.
When I was in Tuguegarao, I told Dr. Mercedes, the president of SPUP, you can have a small truck, and then I can draw a plan for you that, okay, you can use this as a simple processing unit, which means you can the truck can go to communities, and then you can process into dry powder and then send to normal factory or send to facilities as SPUP. So the post-harvest technology, I think, is the most important thing. So that to avoid the spoilage of the medicinal plant, you know, they are living, creatures, so they can be spoiled easily. So if we can do something about it, if we have just a processing unit, this is the best answer, you know. That's why I had the first one, this mobile processing unit for curcumin, going to local communities, small communities, whereby they cannot carry all the curcumin to the factory. It's going to be very expensive, you see. So if you have this factory go to them, I think this is the best. And so I have another mobile. This so-called mobile factories for Enterographis paniculata. You know, they use in COVID-19 patients as well. So this is another truck that it's already finished. And another truck is for quality control, because you have to teach local people on the quality of the medicinal plant as well, not just go and then get and use it. It's not like that. So this quality has to come hand in hand with the growing of the plant.
So I hope that for our CEOs listening there who are looking for some CSR program, they can always get in touch with you and help you into designing trucks if they think about doing that. So another question coming from the floor, Doctor, is what government policies help in promoting herbal medicine production, like adoption by government hospitals of certain herbal medicines? Is that something that should be there in the policies of the government?
Yeah, the government, especially Ministry of Public Health, encourages so many hospitals to manufacture herbal medicinal products for themselves and then use within the hospital or nearby hospital, sharing with nearby hospital. They don't have to register because they manufacture at the hospital. But of course, they are GMP certified. Not just manufacture just like that, you know. So it's a policy, again, of the government to have all like this. And they are not competing with modern drugs because they are totally different, you know. So we have Thai traditional doctors as well, whereby they are being trained on the use of herbal medicine. And of course, if they work together, I think it's the best way in order for local people or poor people in the rural area can get access at least to simple elements, the treatment.
I really see huge potential there for also promoting livelihood in the communities where those trucks will be, where those processing will be, besides making drugs accessible to the community also. So there's a question. Yeah, yes.
Mm-hmm. I just like to emphasize the importance of local, of the private sectors. They are very, very important, because if they can work hand in hand with the government or with the NGO or with any organization, this is the best. Because they are the end user, you see, and they have to understand right from the beginning. For me, I have worked with so many big companies in Thailand. You just name it, the big companies. They work together with me. Of course, I'm a philanthropist. I don't take anything, but eventually the community get benefit from the work. So this is very good CSR of any private company as well. Even like Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand, ECAT, is a very big organization. They are collaborating with me in terms of this medicinal plant as well.
There's a very interesting question here, Doctor. Would you support using drugs such as cannabis as herbal medicine? Because some illnesses can be cured by it in some other countries.
I don't work on this cannabis. I'm sorry. Anything that affects the brain, I am not doing that for them. When I was in Tuguegarao, you know, I went to a place where they grow cannabis all over. The whole mountain is cannabis. But I said, no, I'm not going for that.
So there you go. There are conflicting strategies on how to treat drug addiction. So the question is, how can we change mindsets of the collective? The society in general, in approaching drug addiction as a duty of care. What else is your advice to a society on how they can be more proactive in helping curb drug addiction?
With my experience, I would go to the psychiatric hospital where all those narcotic addicts have been being treated, and I teach them how to grow medicinal plants. When they go home, after 4 months of this rehabilitation, when they go home, I go with them. So I give them medicinal plant to grow, and then I go with private sector, with the company, so that the private sector, of course, they are donating the plant, like curcumin. They are donating the plant, and then after 9 months, they are buying all the plants, the roots and everything. So by doing this, those drug addicts, they are not addicted anymore. They forget all about the addiction and then everything, because they have job. They can earn their income. They are proud of themselves. That's what I said. Dignity, equality, and dignity. They feel they are very proud. They can be part of the society. So I am doing this. This is my 3rd year of doing this. But not all the patients can be, apply like this, because some, they don't have private properties of their own. They don't have land. So we have to rent the land and all that. So there are so many ways. This is the project that I'm going to do it in Peru as well. The same thing. Instead of going coca, they can go medicinal plants. And of course, the private sector will have to come along. Otherwise, there's no use.
Oh, that is a very good approach, doctor, because you said something that's really resonating with me also, which is really getting them adjusted to the society again, and that's investing dignity in bringing back that self-respect to people who are I don't know if we will call it an affliction, but it's really the drug addiction is something that needs to be solved, especially since it's one of the major social problems. So I think we're about to break for lunch now, but I'd like you to give us a parting message for all of the CEOs and the business leaders here. I think it's time that you also make an appeal for help in propagating this kind of model for strengthening the healthcare system via the availability of alternative drugs that can be used by the communities. Without the high price tag.
Mm-hmm. Well, with what I have been doing all this time, I think this is a good example of so many projects of mine. The private sector, so the big companies can do the same and just set up they already have CSR, and then set up the unit that is responsible for all this, and use my experience as a model for your in your country, to suit your country as well. So this is simple, this is easy, and the success is already there. So it just start doing it now.
So I hope thank you very much for sharing with us your experience and all the work that you are doing, and we look forward to interacting more with you in the future if there will be interest from the private sector in replicating some of those initiatives that you had already started. And we are only too glad that we are able to give some hope for the marginalized sectors, that the answer is not always in the rocket science of big pharma, but it can be had in the local community. And I think moving forward, a more sustainable healthcare system can be had if we will be able to have this kind of engagement from the community, as well as acceptance from the government and all the stakeholders in the society.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Crisana. And I will say in Filipino, mabuhay. I hope that whatever you do is going to be successful 1,000-fold. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Crisana Crisinto, and thank you as well to our moderator, Ms. Alma Rita Jimenez. Now, before we move on to the next segment, we have a poll happening again to find out your thoughts and opinions on the conference experience and our sessions. Your answer will be greatly appreciated as we craft our succeeding conferences. We now move on to our special segment, the results of the PwC MAP CEO Survey 2021. This is a survey that asked the country's CEOs to share their views on how the Philippine economy can cope with the challenges the global pandemic has brought and how they plan to adapt their businesses into the new normal. Here to present the survey results is the managing partner for deals and corporate finance of Isla Lipana and Company, PwC Philippines, Ms. Mary Jade Rojas de Vinagracia.
Hello, everyone. 18 months after the first lockdown, our CEOs and business leaders are more confident of the growth prospects, not just of their own businesses, but of the industries where they operate as well. Almost 3/4 of the CEO respondents are confident that their businesses will experience growth in the next 12 months and even more so in the next 3 years. And while some sectors like technology and financial services may be a bit more confident than others, there is no one sector that is overwhelmingly positive or negative about their prospects. Now, what does this tell us? While the pandemic certainly has far-reaching impact, how each enterprise responded made a huge difference on how well they are performing now and how they will continue to adapt to the changes in a COVID or post-COVID environment. What is driving this optimism? What is fueling this confidence? A year ago, we were not clear when the vaccine will be available. They have very little information about the virus and how to fight it. In the face of significant uncertainty, CEOs took a more conservative view and prepared for the worst. Now, thanks to the innovation and the collaboration of business and the regulators, we have seen several vaccines make it to the market in record time. These vaccines are giving us hope that the pandemic can be managed. And while COVID-19 cannot be fully eradicated for now, at least we are comforted that we can live with the virus as long as we get vaccinated and we continue to practice the safety protocols. We conducted this survey between July and August of this year. And even when another ECQ was declared, particularly in the NCR, this did not dampen the confidence of our business leaders. Some of the initiatives that businesses did to thrive during these challenging times include quickly adjusting their operations, bringing their businesses online, accelerating their digitization initiatives, and introducing new products or services, and even undertaking new business models. However, risks and uncertainties remain. The pandemic caused and continue to cause damage to our economy and most people's livelihood. And certainly the Delta, the Mu, and many more variants will continue to pose risks to our health, to our businesses, and to our society at large. So while the availability of vaccine is keeping us hopeful, 2/3 of our CEO respondents think that the rollout of vaccines in the country can be improved. The slow vaccine rollout is one of the primary reasons that can derail our economy's recovery. They have also cited political uncertainty as a top concern. And given the elections next year, our CEOs are anxious as to what changes in the political personalities and the policies will next year's election bring. They have also expressed concerns that the continuing reliance on lockdowns will further impede our nation's economic recovery. In fact, about 70% of our CEOs said that for every ECQ, MECQ, or even GCQ that is in effect, they lose at least 10% of their sales, and there's a corresponding impact on their bottom line. Several business groups, including the MEP, have called on the government to identify other countermeasures to control the spread of COVID, aside from simply declaring lockdowns. Retailers have called upon the government to expedite the vaccine rollout, allow private sector to purchase vaccines for their employees, allow fully vaccinated customers in their retail premises on certain days, and generally just asking the government to open the economy. Despite these challenges, more than half of our CEOs also believe that we will see more than 4% of GDP growth rate next year, and that the economic recovery will happen between 2 to 3 years. Our CEOs identified major growth drivers for the economy, and consistent with the responses in previous years, these are infrastructure development, domestic consumption, and government spending. Not surprising, given the experience of our hospitals and healthcare workers in responding to COVID cases. Since the pandemic broke out, our CEOs have ranked healthcare as should be the top priority of the government. Infrastructure has been consistently identified as a priority even pre-pandemic, and certainly, while infrastructure has been at the center of both the Aquino and the Duterte administrations, still a lot needs to be done. We need to have good infrastructure in place to enhance our competitiveness and attract more investments into the country. However, for the first time in the CEO survey, education figured in the top 3. CEOs have expressed concerns that the 2 years of online learning will have long-term repercussions on productivity and the economy. In fact, the ADB has estimated that students from the Philippines are at risk of lower earnings of up to $155 a year as a result of less effective online learning. This will further exacerbate the income disparity between different segments of the population. It is apparent, though, that business leaders have come to realize that a number of the changes we've seen during the pandemic will be here to stay, and the ways of the past may no longer be sufficient to navigate the future. So how are businesses responding and preparing for a different, but hopefully a better post-pandemic reality? How are businesses investing for the future? CEOs are definitely rising up to the challenge. More than 74% of the CEOs plan to increase their investment on digital transformation. The pandemic has forced businesses to accelerate their digitization plans, and technology has rescued us from going back into the dark ages. CEOs will continue to invest on technology and on what many would call responsible digitization. As businesses have moved online, CEOs are also looking to increase investment in cyber resilience. The threats of cyber attack and breach of data privacy laws have never been greater, and the CEOs are strengthening their defenses against such threats. Of course, technology will not properly run without upskilling the people who will use it. However, the push towards digitization will only favor highly trained people. Opportunities will be fewer for those who cannot adjust and who are not able to adapt to the new technological tools. A staggering 84% of our CEOs are planning to increase their investment in leadership and talent development. As important technology is during the pandemic, human creativity and tenacity is even more critical, and our CEOs know that. We've heard earlier about the Edelman Trust Index. An overwhelming number of respondents in that survey believe that it is the responsibility of businesses to retrain and upskill workers whose jobs are threatened by automation. The goal of most business leaders is not to go back to how business was done pre-pandemic, but to build something better. On that note, more than 2/3 of the CEOs are also looking to increase their spending on sustainability and ESG initiatives. And in the last 18 months, we have had fascinating conversations with our clients about sustainability. And while these conversations were primarily centered on the environment and climate change, it is encouraging to see that businesses are going in the right direction. The pandemic may seem like the most urgent thing that we need to address at the moment, but climate change will be a much bigger challenge, particularly so for the Philippines, which is ranked in the top 3 to be the most affected by climate change. And COVID-19 has given us the opportunity to pause and think about our priorities. Hopefully, it has given the environment its much needed break as well. However, when we drill down on the environmental initiatives of various businesses, only a few CEOs said that they track their carbon emission and making a deliberate effort in reducing their carbon footprint. Most of the businesses, as shown in the survey, still have limited climate change initiatives, and these are mostly focused in the area of reducing paper, energy, and water consumption. And only 36% of the CEOs said that they measure and report the financial impact of their sustainability practices. This is also limited to mostly large corporations and those which are publicly listed. Only a few MSMEs have responded on the positive. Also, only 43% have included climate change and environmental damage into their strategic risk management activities. As more regulations are put in place, we will see more businesses incorporating ESG and climate considerations into their corporate strategy. On social initiatives, businesses have focused on providing healthcare assistance and medical benefits to their employees. Some have already adjusted their compensation structure to incorporate remote working or flexible working arrangements. Businesses have also revisited their governance policies, including tax compliance. However, there is still a long way to go for businesses to incorporate ESG in management KPIs. ESG is far too important, and it needs to be driven from the top. There is a need to take this out from the corporate social responsibility initiatives and be incorporated in the overall corporate strategy. As we see customer behavior and expectations evolve, there will be a demand for change. Ethical consumerism is on the rise, and customers will vote with their wallets. Customers will choose to support companies and brands that they believe are aligned with their values. Investors will demand that their investee companies are ESG compliant, while employees will be attracted to work for companies that they can be proud of. So, companies are expected not just to respond to the needs of their shareholders, but to the wider network of shareholders. The past year and a half have been no less traumatic for most businesses, but what COVID-19 has given us is the realization that if we work together, not only do we have the capacity for change, but we have the incredible ability to drive change. And judging from the responses of the CEOs from this year's survey, we can clearly see the resilience of the Filipino spirit, and we remain encouraged and hopeful for what's to come. For more information about the survey results, please visit our website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jade Rojas de Vinagracia. We just had 4 very meaty sessions, and we know that by this time your hunger for knowledge is now replaced with hunger for food. Thus, we will go on a break to give everyone time to get some lunch. We will resume our afternoon session once again at 12:55 p.m. And should you get disconnected during this time, you may reconnect again with either the same Zoom link or via the Management Association of the Philippines Facebook page or YouTube page access to the live stream. With that, we conclude the morning session, and we will see you again here at 12:55 p.m. for the resumption of our afternoon session. Bon appetit!
to just sustain a broken world. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. To go beyond sustainability and become a regenerative force that heals and renews. At First Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. Living it. Making it. Healing it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.
Driven by the mission to serve millions of customers across retail. With diverse offerings, and brands. Integrated property developments across many locations. With new malls, residential projects, commercial properties, hotels and convention centers. Leisure and resorts. And in banking and financial services. To reach our customers. Embracing innovation and committed to the happiness of our customers, to the development of our youth. In our aim for continued growth of our businesses and positive contribution to the nation.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
What if your everyday is easier? What if your tasks are faster? What if you never have to chase due dates ever? What if your life is safer? What if your dreams are higher? What if kaya mo na? GCash gives you secure payments, real-time money transfers, accessible financial services, exclusive deals, and a full suite of business solutions para kaya mo na sumabay sa takbo ng buhay. Kaya mo na to stay connected. Kaya mo na magbayad anytime, anywhere. Kaya mo na mag-buy and sell. Kaya mo na to get exclusive deals. Kaya mo na magpera padala. Kaya mo na gawing safe ang future. Kaya mo na abutin ang pangarap. Kaya mo na makatulong, magbigay ng pag-asa. Kaya mo, GCash mo.
Just a few years ago, it was hard to predict how quickly the world would change and how complex it would become. Today, organizations need to change faster and more thoroughly than ever before in a world facing profound challenges, but full of tremendous opportunities. To succeed, organizations need a unique combination of capabilities, from ESG to audit, from value creation to tech transformation. PwC, as a community of solvers, is uniquely positioned to bring the right combination of people, capabilities, and technology. That's what we're calling the new equation. The new equation focuses on two interconnected needs every organization faces. The need to build trust with a broader set of stakeholders, more so than ever before, and the need to deliver sustained outcomes in an environment where competition is more intense than ever and societal expectations have never been greater. To help our clients and stakeholders meet these challenges, PwC will be investing over $12 billion over the next 5 years and creating more than 100,000 new jobs. Because success depends on continuing to be able to offer clients a unique combination of breadth and depth to deliver solutions that are human-led and tech-powered. So over the coming months, we will share more about how we're able to help our stakeholders solve their challenges and capture those opportunities. But today, we're announcing the first steps on that journey. I'm excited about the difference we will make in the business world and beyond.
Don't wish for a better day. Create it. Don't dream of a better future. Build it. And we will help you achieve it as we become AIA Philippines, bringing together over 70 years of local experience and the strength of one of the largest life insurance companies across Asia, providing protection to millions through our top advisors and partners. We will constantly innovate as we develop products that will save lives and help fulfill dreams of Filipino families and create new insurance possibilities to keep up with your ever-changing needs. So don't work towards a good life. Aim for the best one because AIA Philippines will help you finally live it.
Several leaders of economies today reminded APEC leaders to focus on economic synergy and cooperation on this year's APEC.
Welcome to Boracay, the Philippines' most famous beach.
We have covered the journey of our young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
To the service of the nation.
We talk to leaders. We don't shy away from difficult conversations.
ANC Leadership Series.
We don't just tell stories. We tell you why they matter. We sift through the noise and arm you with facts.
We report about disruption and how the latest technology and innovation have changed the way we live.
We told stories about crisis, but also about opportunities that came with them.
This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
Tired of missing the latest news? Get the Inquirer mobile app to get the latest stories and updates as they happen. The Inquirer mobile app is an easy-to-use app with quick access to stories and also enhances your experience on other Inquirer platforms. The Inquirer mobile app also lets you recommend stories for the Inquirer front page and share stories on various social platforms. Have a story to tell? Be an Inquirer reporter with the My Inquirer function. Now that's news anytime, anywhere, always.
Got something you want to share to the world? We got you, fam. We are looking for awesome people like you who want to share content that deserve a spotlight on our site. Whether it's a list of everything you love about catos and doggos, pop culture related artworks, or even your own random photos, memes, and funny videos, we'd be happy to see it and share it to the world. Join our award-winning team and be part of our InkPop creator community.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 19th MAP International CEO Web Conference 2021, Hindsights, Insights, Foresights, the future in the present tense. We trust that everyone has had a good lunch, and before we resume the afternoon session of our conference proper, we would like to thank our partners who made this conference possible. To our co-presenters, Business World, Converge ICT Solutions Incorporated, and First Philippine Holdings. Our premium partners, BDO, SM Investments Corporation, Globe Business, and GCash. Our knowledge partner, PwC. Our preferred partners, AIA, Divina Law, Eon, P&A Grant Thornton, PLDT Enterprise, and Stratcom. Thanks also to our partners, the ASEAN Society Philippines, Ayala, BPI, Deloitte, Enchanted Kingdom, Meralco, and Mitsubishi Motors. Also RCBC and Security Bank. Our media partners, ANC ABS-CBN News Channel, Inquirer.net, Inquirer Group of Companies, the Manila Times, and the Philippine Star. Big thanks also going out to our collaborating organizations in the Philippines. Also, we'd like to thank our collaborating partners and also our beneficiary schools. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'd like to remind everyone of our house rules to ensure that our conference will go smoothly and run on schedule. We'd like to request everyone to please change their names to their first name and last name, followed by their company or affiliation, so our speakers, moderators, and online ushers would know how to address you properly. As our speakers are delivering their speeches, we will be putting everyone's audio on mute to avoid distraction and audio feedback. We will also be having polls at the end of each session. We would greatly appreciate your participation in this, as it will help us in crafting the succeeding conferences. Also, please note that the speakers' profiles are in the conference brochure. In the interest of time, there will be no more lengthy introduction of speakers. And as we thrive to better ourselves every year, we are encouraging you to send us your thoughts and comments on today's event. Access link to our online feedback form will be sent to your email address after the web conference. With these house rules in mind, we hope to give both our speakers and you, our audience, a conducive online atmosphere and a seamless, interactive, insightful, and meaningful conference. We now resume to the Management Association of the Philippines 19th International CEO Web Conference with our 5th session, Healthy People, Healthy Planet, for a Better Future Together. Our fifth distinguished speaker is a heavy hitter in the field of international relations. His diplomatic posts include serving as Minister Counselor and head of the Political, Security and Development Delegation of the European Union to the U.S., wherein he dealt with U.S. politics, U.S. foreign policy, development assistance, among others. Deputy head of Central Asian Division, wherein he was in charge of EU bilateral relations with Central Asian countries, including ministerial meetings and high-level security dialogue. Now he serves as ambassador of the European Union to the Philippines. His role is very crucial as the Philippines is now a country coordinator for the EU-ASEAN dialogue, a role the Philippines assumed last August 2021 and will run for the next 3 years. His session will focus in on how EU, ASEAN, and the Philippines can bounce back together in the time of COVID-19 and how a healthy populace is integral in creating a healthy planet, one that becomes resilient to crisis and changes, and in forging better opportunities and stronger ties across nations and regions. Please welcome the Ambassador of the European Union to the Philippines, Ambassador Luke Veron.
Officials, President Aurelio Montinola III, leaders of the business communities, conference organizers, dear participants, good afternoon to all of you. It is a great privilege to address the annual CEO Web Conference of the Management Association of the Philippines. I would like to thank the Management Association of the Philippines, and in particular, the president of the Management Association of the Philippines, President Aurelio Montinola III, and the conference chair, Ma'am Alma Jimenez, for this kind invitation. It has been my honor to represent the European Union in the Republic of the Philippines since early 2021. Most of my encounters so far have been through this medium, video. Like you, I had to become an instant expert in Zoom, WebEx, Teams. Like you, I had to learn how to make contact with people and manage people remotely. It's all fine, but let's face it, for me, diplomacy and social distancing is a bit like an oxymoron. Consequently, while I miss face-to-face meetings and travel to the provinces, I value every opportunity to interact with Filipinos of all walks of life. And I look forward to your questions after this short presentation. In the next few minutes, I will try to address a difficult question: how we can bounce back together and bounce back better after COVID, with healthy people and a healthy planet. In a sense, COVID-19 is an equalizer. The global economy shrunk. Most economies have recorded decline in their economic performance, including the EU and the Philippines. We have all witnessed how a virus crippled a global economy, hampered trade flows and investment, and froze the movement of people. We have embraced, at unprecedented speed and scale, digital transformations in services and businesses. Inside our own households, we have designated work and school niches. We all cope with this new reality. A year and a half since the onset of the pandemic, the global economy is poised to show its most robust post-recession recovery. This is the very goal of the European Union, and I would assume the Philippines. Nevertheless, rebound stories are expected to be uneven. International competition can be a cruel game, and scores are measured by market shares and investment flows. This is already evident. I see that major economies are registering strong growth, while many developing countries lag behind. Global growth is expected to accelerate to 5.6% this year. And whilst growth is, for nearly every region of the world, has been revised upward for 2021, many countries continue to grapple with COVID-19 and what is likely to be its very long shadow. In the European Union, I have observed that businesses are bouncing back and mobility of people has vastly improved. It is my hope that the Philippines will soon be able to open more businesses and that mobility for the general public become more sustainable, including the need for children and students to return to face-to-face classes and interact with each other. Vaccination is the way to pull through collectively from this pandemic. Vaccination must be available to sufficient individuals, irrespective of wealth and nationality, in order that collectively we inhibit the circulation and the mutations of the virus. Debates around the relative efficacy of one brand of vaccines against another as regards achieving herd immunity, as to mandatory vaccination versus individual freedom, are all valid societal and scientific debates. Nevertheless, vaccination is the only way we can collectively live with this virus for the foreseeable future and regain our capacity to pursue our collective ambitions. I do not fancy very much the phrase new normal, and this will become clearer when I try to discuss the European Union's view of a possible future. Still, the world needs to recover more fluidity in people's mobility, in investing and producing, in recreating jobs, livelihoods, and education opportunities for millions and millions of people. This is the vision of the European Union, centered on vaccination, captured in our slogan, "No one is safe until everyone is safe." In 2021, the vaccines give us all hope that we may be at the beginning of the end of this pandemic. On 31st of August, the European Union reached its target of 70% of its adult population fully vaccinated, 256 million people. New variants such as Delta remind us that no one can be safe until all of us are safe. Thereby, beyond the EU vaccination plan, the European Union is committed to ensuring that everyone who needs a vaccine gets a vaccine wherever in the world. Since December 2020, the European Union has exported 700 million vaccines to more than 130 countries. The Philippines is among the top 10 beneficiaries of the COVAX International Facility, with the aim of vaccinating 20% or 22 million Filipinos through COVAX. The European Union, with its member states, is on track to provide hundreds of millions of doses of COVID-19 vaccines by the end of 2021, mainly through COVAX, to countries which require them more or the most. In addition, the European Union and its member states are lead contributors to the COVAX facility with close to 3 billion euros pledged to date. Simultaneously, it is essential for us to anticipate and tackle new variants of the virus and to rapidly develop and produce on large scale effective vaccines against those variants. The European Union is bringing together science, industry, and public authorities to speed up the work and leverage all available resources to enable Europe to respond to this threat. The EU experience is clear. Vaccination leads to recovery. The EU economies are back in motion. This is due to the improving health situation and easing of lockdowns and restrictions. Falling numbers of new infection and hospitalization, thanks to an effective containment strategy, and progress in vaccination have led EU member states to reopen their economies to the benefit of service sector businesses in particular. As such, rebound in consumption is already underway and set to strengthen in the coming months. I myself have seen the beginning of the revival in the tourism industry, which also benefits from the new EU digital COVID certificate. Jointly, these factors are expected to outweigh the temporary setbacks in production input and rising costs affecting part of the manufacturing sector. The COVID crisis has shown our vulnerabilities, both individually, for our loved ones, and as a society. COVID has revealed that our way of life could instantly be deeply impacted, the way we move, the way we work, the way we learn and interact with others. At the same time, COVID-19 has also demonstrated our resilience, our adaptability, our creativity. For example, never before has the world mobilized financial and intellectual resources to develop and produce vaccines in such record time. Instead of years, it took months. Yet, this is the concrete realization of a simple notion. We, the citizens of the world, are interdependent, and our nations are interdependent. This is not a scoop. The European integration project is based on this idea. Ultimately, through the COVID crisis and through our vulnerability and our resilience, we realize that we only have one planet to share. We have seen the impact of COVID on our planet. It has actually been a mixed bag. It is clear that the mobility restrictions and reduced consumer demand have resulted in less carbon emissions and positive impact on air quality in urban centers. In addition, there has been less pressure on sensitive coastal and marine zones. Then again, the pandemic has posed additional strains, for example, on the capacity to manage waste. The obvious increase in the use of masks, shields, plastics, and food packaging has added to the existing worldwide plastic waste generated. 2.7 million metric tons per year in the Philippines alone. New transformative measures are needed. At European level, the European Green Deal aims to transform our food systems, forests, land, water, and sea use, as well as our energy, urban, and industrial systems. In the EU, with our Green Deal, we will invest massively in our country on environment-friendly technologies. We will roll out greener vehicles and public transport, and we will make our buildings and public spaces more energy efficient. In our cooperation with partners, we will also focus on green recovery, and I will come back to this. The COVID pandemic has also highlighted our dependence on digital tools for work, schooling, shopping, and socializing. Nonetheless, not everyone has been able to benefit to the same extent, and many have been left behind. There are losers and there are winners, and this needs to be addressed. At European level, we have a new ambitious digital agenda. The so-called 2030 Digital Compass has been proposed to invest in skills, support businesses, and improve the way citizens are served by their governments, all using digital technologies. At the same time, it is important our EU governments secure citizen fundamental rights such as freedom of expression, protection of personal data and privacy, or access to diverse, trustworthy, and transparent information. A new set of provisions and legislations will be put in place to ensure digital principles such as universal access to internet services, to digital health services, as well as ethical principles. In the context of our global cooperation, we will promote digital partnerships in line with our regulatory norms and standards. We will promote research cooperation and invest in digital connectivity and emerging technologies. With the Team Europe initiatives that combine the resources of the EU, its member states, and leading companies together with like-minded partners and international financial institutions, we intend to promote a secure, open, and responsible approach to global digital transformation. As you may have previously heard or read about, to address these challenges brought about by the pandemic, EU leaders have agreed to a recovery plan called Next Generation EU. More than 50% of the EU 2021-2027 multi-annual budget, a total of 1,800 billion euros, more than 50% of that sum of money will support innovative policies and will set Europe on a path to a sustainable and resilient recovery. The European Green Deal is the EU lifeline out of COVID-19 pandemic. 1/3 of our 1.8 trillion investment from Next Generation Plan and the EU 7-year multi-annual budget will finance the European Green Deal. The European Green Deal will transform the EU into a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy. The Green Deal will ensure no net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050, economic growth decoupled from resources use, and most importantly, no person and no place left behind. If the EU dedicates so much effort to build back better in Europe, it does so with a great sense of collective responsibility and a clear intent to lead by example. We cannot repeat enough that we heal together and we recover together. Cooperation priorities of the EU with the Philippines under our new 2021-2027 national program very much reflect these global priorities. Two priority areas of cooperation have been agreed in close dialogue with the government: green, resilient economy and green job, and two, peaceful and just society, good governance. Priority area 1 has 3 mutually reinforcing objectives related to circular economy and plastic waste management, digital connectivity and green digital transformation, and climate change adaptation and mitigation. Our primary delivery mechanism will be via cooperation modality engaging private sector, civil society, and EU member states structures, including EU financial institutions, under the Team Europe initiatives. We are now in the stage of formulating our first large activity on circular economy, and we might reach out to some of you and forge a new type of partnership with businesses. In turn, if you are interested in being actively involved, for example, in circular economy, please let us know. Over the next years, we will also intensify cooperation on digital connectivity, in particular linked to Earth observation and its application for key challenges of the Philippines: climate change, natural disasters, and green economic development. This focus on the Green Deal and the circular economy will also be replicated in our cooperation with ASEAN. The idea is to create a strong reinforcing momentum of national and regional actions to support ASEAN in its green recovery, moving on from this crisis. I'm pretty sure you will agree with me that trade and investment also matters. We have a steady growth. We have seen a steady growth in our bilateral trade goods between the EU and the Philippines over the last years. It reached, before the COVID outbreak, the level of 15 billion euros of trade in 2019. EU-Philippine trade today is far from its full potential. In 2020, trade between the EU and the Philippines declined by 17%. But then again, apart from the evident impact of COVID, it remains a fact that when we compare EU-Philippines trade with other countries in Southeast Asia, we are reminded that EU-Vietnam total surpassed EU-Philippine trade by 3 times, and EU-Thailand by more than 2.5 times. Surely there is ample margins to do more and better, and to also recover the ground lost during the pandemic. At present, the Philippines is enjoying the benefit of EU GSP Plus trade preference, wherein more than 6,000 product lines enter the EU market at 0% tariff. The GSP Plus utilization rate of the Philippines in 2020 was around 73%. This is an important competitive advantage for the Philippines, since it's the only country in ASEAN that is granted GSP Plus trade preference. And it's particularly true for agriculture, food, and fish products, but also textile and manufactured goods. The EU is also an important source of foreign direct investment in the Philippines. Historically, the EU has contributed more than 25% of total approved foreign direct investment to the Philippines. Meanwhile, the EU27 recorded a FDI stock of the Philippines of 14.4 billion euro. In terms of FDI flows, foreign direct investment flows, the EU recorded a 665 million flow in 2019. Regional and region-to-region cooperation needs to play their part in the recovery from COVID-19, supplementing action at national and global level. The EU and ASEAN have been committed dialogue partners since 1977. We share principles of rules-based international order, effective and sustainable multilateralism, as well as free and fair trade. Together, the EU and ASEAN represent close to 500 million people and almost 25% of global economic power. The EU and ASEAN agreed to elevate their relations to a strategic partnership with a commitment to regular leaders-level summit and enhance economic and security cooperation. The coming years under Philippine coordination will be key in developing EU-ASEAN strategic partnership. In fact, we'll soon start our discussion on priorities for our cooperation from 2023 to 2027. And 3 priorities come to mind. Building back better, greener, and more sustainably is an obvious one. Our second ambition is to upgrade our security and military ties based on our shared commitment to multilateralism and rule of law. It is time to intensify our joint work in counterterrorism, cybersecurity, and maritime security. And the third priority should be connectivity. The EU has a unique experience and knowledge in terms of connectivity and regional integration. Concrete areas for cooperation include digitalization, satellite navigations, and infrastructure without forgetting soft connectivity and people-to-people contacts. And I'm happy to see that these priorities are very much aligned with the priorities of the Philippines as ASEAN country coordinator. Just a few words in closing. Tomorrow, 15 September, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, will give a State of the Union address in front of the European Parliament. She will definitely look back at on this momentous year and discuss how to take Europe forward. I'm sure she will update our audience on the progress of Next Generation EU at EU level and national level, and EU international ambitions as well. Since you requested me to speak on the eve of the President's speech, I don't have the benefit to quote her words. However, the themes that you have, that the organizer of this conference kindly and wisely asked me to cover, have allowed me, I hope, to give you a flavor of the European Union's vision on how we can and we will bounce back together with healthy people and a healthy planet. I hope that I was able to convince you that this vision is backed up by concrete action starting at home. I thank you very much and look forward to your question. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Ambassador Veron. And to moderate today's question and answer with Ambassador Veron, please welcome the lead independent director of SM Investments Corporation, Mr. Alfredo Fred E. Pascual.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ambassador Veron.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pascual.
I presume you are currently in the Philippines and have been here since your arrival in Manila 9 or 10 months ago. Well,
exactly.
We, like you, we are missing face-to-face meetings. I hope we can have such opportunity sometime soon. Ambassador Veron, thank you for your presentation on how we can bounce back together and bounce back better after COVID with healthy people and healthy planet. As you say, vaccination leads to recovery, so timely availability and adequate vaccine supply is key. Thanks to EU's supply of vaccines to needy countries through COVAX, with the Philippines, as you say, being among the top 10 beneficiaries of COVAX. Still, the vaccination rate in the Philippines is lagging the rich countries by at least 6 months in terms of reaching the 70% herd immunity level. Hence, the flip-flops in the Philippines with regard to lockdowns as priorities swing between protecting health and reopening the economy. I'd like to ask you, in your opinion, what is the greatest threat to the Philippines now, the health situation or the economic situation? What do you think should be prioritized first? What are the lessons learned from the EU in this regard?
Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Pascual. I think it's a tricky question for me to answer as a foreigner as to what the Philippines should do. And this is why I sort of circumvented in my introduction this difficult question by trying to explain what we were doing in the European Union. And as I said, we had this target of 70% vaccination of adults by the 31st of August. And we met this target. It was not easy. It was not easy. It was not easy for many reasons, but also for the same reasons that other countries have find it difficult to vaccinate their population, which is basically the bottlenecks in the production of vaccines. Let me say, nevertheless, that the European Union is a big producer of vaccines.
and an even bigger exporter of vaccines. We are exporting 700 million vaccines since December last year, vaccines produced in the European Union. But also we are conscious that an element of this should be through donations, and therefore we also a big contributor to the COVAX facility. So there is no contradiction between producing and exporting, and also making sure that the lower income country have the possibility to access vaccine through the facility. 20% of the Filipino population can be vaccinated through COVAX. I'm fairly confident that the COVAX quota will be filled for the Philippines until the end of the year. If my calculation is right, it is 30 million more doses that 30 million more vaccines that needs to be conveyed to the Philippines for this effort. I also note that where we sit at the moment in Metro Manila, the vaccination rates are quite high already. You have in many cities 50% of the adult population vaccinated already. This is very encouraging, and far from me to tell you what the Philippines need to do, but we have noted that in the European Union, as soon as you have your population vaccinated, consumption, services are bouncing back, and the recovery is around the corner. An additional thing that is very important that I would like to underline, this is the recognition of a vaccination. And I think a very important tool that we have been able to do in the EU is this QR code that every citizen that is vaccinated in the European Union can show to not only to the authorities or for transportation, public transportation, to access certain buildings and so on. And this is something that the Philippines also is thinking about doing. And this is a very important step. As soon as you have a portable, mutually recognized digital certificate, it facilitates a lot the recovery.
Yeah, in fact, some of the larger business groups have already achieved 70 to 80% vaccination level. But as you say, no one is safe unless everybody is safe. So they're still mingling with sections of the population with very low level of immunization. But anyway, that's the situation, and thanks for your views. Regarding Healthy Planet, you mentioned the beneficial impacts of COVID on the environment, such as reduced carbon emission because less travels. At the same time, you highlighted the increased use of masks and other paraphernalias that added to the plastic pollution. It's a negative effect on the environment. Surely the transformational measures need to be in place as what you're doing under the European Green Deal, which aims to halt and reverse these negative impacts and ensure emissions of greenhouse gases, zero net emissions by 2050. What is the role of the EU and its member states in achieving the goals of the European Green Deal? What contributions are expected from European companies? Will there be incentives and penalties to ensure the commitment of the European companies to your desired outcome? We want to learn from what you would do in this area.
That's a very interesting, and of course, this is a long-term objective, but it's starting now. And you rightly put the equation between who is bearing the cost of the adjustment. At the same time, it's very important to know that there is formidable growth potential in the development of green technologies. And this is what we are betting on. So basically, this is the right formula. At the same time, it's important to have the right governance framework. You're talking about, Mr. Pascual, about the plastic waste. It's important that, and this is a particular issue, not only in the European Union, but also where we have already started to limit the consumption of plastics. This has been counterbalanced by the use of the mask, and in particular the mask in Europe. We don't use the shield so much, but the mask we do. And these are plastic waste that we have to deal with. It's important that we together, and again, I mean, this is not the EU preaching on the Philippines at all. This is the EU trying to share, in that case, our own experience. And if there is one theme that I find particularly important in our cooperation with the Philippines, our forthcoming cooperation with the Philippines, is how we address this particular issue of the plastic waste in order to learn together, I would say. And this is very important because, first of all, this is the plastic waste in the Philippines particularly high, and also because of the archipelagic nature of the country. A lot of these plastics go very, very quickly into the ocean and endanger the sustainability of the marine richness of the Philippines and the livelihood of the people who benefit from this richness. So we believe this is an area in cooperation with the government. We think this is an area in which we could together do things and learn together.
This matter of plastic waste, is this related to what you referred to as the first large activity on circular economy the EU is formulating for the Philippines? Can you elaborate on this initiative? And you mentioned that if you're interested, we may say so, but how exactly can we be in touch with you and the embassy on this?
Well, this is actually a good time to get involved. We are at the very start of our programming cycle. So we have discussed with the government of the Philippines to align ourselves with the development goals of the Philippines. And this is one area in which we believe we can work together fruitfully. And this is a good time to get involved because we are about to start the design of the new program. And our aim is definitely to be inclusive and really work hand in hand with those who want to trigger positive change, including businesses. So please, by all means, please reach out to us through the Management Association of the Philippines. You can easily reach me and my contact detail can be obtained through the Management Association of the Philippines. And when we know that you are interested, one first step will be that a group of experts will support us in formulating our program. We'll contact you and organize a meeting. This is definitely something, as I said, this is not the EU telling you what the Philippines should do, but it is rather what we can learn together by doing together.
Well, that would be great, because many companies and many individuals in the Philippines are now beginning to embrace the ESG principles, you know, and this circular economy or circular economy approach could be one solution, an important solution at that. Let me now go to discussion of the digital matter that you referred to. Of course, the COVID pandemic has highlighted our dependence on digital tools. And we know not everyone is able to benefit to the same extent. Many have been left behind. In this regard, you mentioned the EU has a new ambitious digital agenda, the so-called 2030 Digital Compass. I don't know whether it's been already approved or still under proposal, but how will this initiative be extended to developing countries such as the Philippines?
This is a program of the European Union, for the European Union. In other words, these are the principles, the governance issues that we believe are important at this juncture in terms of the principle of access to internet, access to services, including e-health services, so linked to how we can deliver health services through the internet, and the ethical principles, the principles of the respect of privacy, the respect of, but also more generally, the governance of internet services in the European Union. So let's start from there, and with an objective over several years to arrive at that is more inclusive of all the users than what we have seen in the current crisis. But also looking forward with the development of technologies and so on and so forth. So this is a dynamic project based on the current technology and incorporating on the way the new technologies with a societal project, with a project that guarantees a number of key principles for the citizens. That said, we do also have several cooperation projects in the area of connectivity, including with ASEAN and including with the Philippines as a country. And it is very clear that in our approach, we will promote our principles of inclusiveness and ethical standards. So that this is starting from home, and this is very important that I emphasize this, that this is starting at home. So in other words, this is not the EU preaching the world. This is the EU starting by putting the house in order and then having a conversation with partner countries. In that respect, one important project with the Philippines is satellite imagery and the accessibility of satellite imagery. We are producers of satellite imagery. We are ready to cooperate with the Philippines, in particular in the areas that are of interest, of major interest for the Philippines, the mitigation and the mitigation and the management of disasters. And this is something that we are more than ready to do with the Philippines. And that will incorporate elements of access to data, which are in line with the principles that I mentioned before. We are talking about technical issues here, but there is a continuum of intent on the part of the European Union.
So clearly, as a role model, it's an important contribution that the EU can contribute to the development in this area. We hope to learn lessons from your experience in regulation and in other measures that you do to promote access and connectivity to the internet and to the digital world in your union. There is a related question here from Anthony Kiambao of Stratcom. He made the comment that 25 years ago, the internet was a new phenomenon. It was then envisioned to build unity in a broken and divided world. But clearly, we see a world that has in fact remained even more divided and deeper in conflict than ever, despite all the advancement in tools for better, easier, faster communication. His question, very general question, how can the current forced reemergence of the digital age better perform to build unity and promote peace. Do you think the urgency of a global pandemic can help to overcome sectarian differences and finally promote a kind of global harmony?
Of course, it's a very vast question. And there are several implications with the use of technologies. But let's start from the initial, or where the question ended, which is basically what we can learn from the pandemic. The pandemic certainly has, we can retain one lesson. We are definitely interdependent. As you yourself said, we are so, well, we cannot be safe if not everyone is safe. And this is a very important notion. This is one level of generality that is important to keep in mind, because it can sound like a cliche, but this is a reality. We have one planet, one world to share. And this is an interconnected world through the internet, but through the oceans as well. And if we talk about plastic pollution, for example, plastic pollution knows no border. And this is really the interconnection and the fact that this world is interconnected. At the same time, there are certain principles we strongly believe that there can be regulation, there can be governance that enable a better use of the internet, in the sense that it will guarantee access for everyone, it will guarantee that everyone has access to information and so on. And there is an individual level where all of us as individuals, as educators, as parents, we have a role to play in the right level of interconnectivity that we want to have in our lives. But definitely our experience in the European Union over 60 years is that connectivity is good. And you learn from each other. As you said before, you are eager to learn what the EU will tell you. But if we take, for example, the disaster prevention, and if we work on a project with our satellite imagery with the Philippines, chances are that Europeans will learn a lot as well by working with the Filipinos on mitigating the risk of disasters in the Philippines for our own education. So I don't think it's a one-way street, and I am more of an optimist than a pessimist in that sense. But we all have our individual responsibility as individual and as educators, for example. Absolutely.
Well, rightly so. The Philippines is an excellent laboratory, for example, for disaster management, it being one of the most disaster-prone countries in the world. So there are a lot of disasters from which to learn how to manage these things. Now let me shift to trade. You mentioned that EU-Vietnam trade and EU-Thailand trade surpassed EU-Philippines trade by 3 times and 2.5 times respectively. My question is, what are the best practices Vietnam and Thailand have done, to the best of your knowledge, in order to achieve these much better numbers? What should the Philippines take note of in order to reach the same level of trade volume?
First of all, thank you very much for this question. It's a bit of a teaser, and I know that I was a bit teasing you with this, this comparison, but actually I think it's important for Philippine operators and European operators to reflect on this and see, first of all, the Philippines export more to the EU than the EU exports to the Philippines. That should be reassuring in a sense. But at the same time, the Philippines has a major comparative advantage with trade preference through GSP+. That said, I don't think there is these are decentralized decisions, as you know. Mm-hmm. So I don't have a formula for how we could improve, but definitely the target is there, and we should definitely improve our trade flows.
Yeah, I'll ask the last question, Ambassador Veron. During your stay as ambassador of the EU in the Philippines, what is the achievement that you want to achieve or to accomplish most as in your posting here?
I'm very passionate about putting the Philippines on the map in Brussels, our capital. This is a very important country of 110 million people in a critical region for the world. So this is my role, to make sure that the Philippines is part of the reflection back in headquarters. At the same time, my job is also to make sure that the EU is on the map here in the Philippines, and that we have a lot to offer in terms of not only cooperation, trade, investment, best practices, and learning together, as I said before. So this is my ambition of every day. I don't have a numerical target. Maybe I should think about a numerical target, because key indicators are always a very good principle, but I don't have one yet. But definitely, I'm very passionate and very. There is little. This is impossible not to love this country, to be honest, and I'm very passionate about it, and I hope that in the very near future, I'm able to engage more in the provinces where I don't have the opportunity to travel at the moment, and sitting down with all kinds of, all sorts of people of all walks of life, and to really exchange on what we can do together.
Well, it's very refreshing to know your interest in promoting EU in the Philippines and the Philippines in EU. We welcome that, and we hope to be able to collaborate with you in the next few months, few years, and hopefully the better days that we want will be upon us soon. Thank you, Ambassador Veron, and
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Luke Veron, and thank you as well to our moderator, Mr. Fred Pascual. Before we move to the 6th session, we have a poll happening again to find out your thoughts and opinions on the conference experience and our sessions. Your answer would be greatly appreciated as we craft our succeeding conferences. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 6th session of the 19th MAP International CEO Web Conference 2021, Hindsights, Insights, Foresights, the Future in the Present Tense. We continue with our 6th session, The Changing World Geopolitics, Impact on the Asia-Pacific Region. Our 6th and final distinguished speaker is a political heavyweight. He is the only minister to have served in the administrations of former Prime Ministers Edward Heath, Margaret Thatcher, and David Cameron. He first served under Margaret Thatcher as Energy and Transport Security and has held numerous other government positions, including Foreign Minister and Commonwealth Minister of State. His session will hone in on how politics, economics, and security issues are currently being altered in a global scale and how these forces will shape and influence international relations, particularly its impacts on strategic alliances, cross-border trade, business landscape, and other economic implications. Please welcome a member of the House of Lords of the United Kingdom, Baron Howell of Guildford, Lord David Howell.
Thank you, and good afternoon, or really it's good morning from London. Very early, bright and misty morning. I feel very honored indeed to be asked to join your conference with its fascinating theme, the future in the present tense, and I will try to do my best to share some thoughts which I hope will be useful to you. I'd say right away at the beginning that it's not so much a question of the future in the present tense being understood. The future is already here. We have now to interpret it. A great deal is going on, which is not fully recognized in our world media or sometimes even by our great statesmen. And the task is to understand, in the words of the late and great Lord Keynes, what is actually going on. He said, that's where I have a quarrel with people who don't understand what is going on. I don't mind if they challenge economics, but I do mind if they fail to comprehend the world around them. So that's where we've got to start, with interpretation, and see what is actually happening at every level, from the highest international level of relations between states, shaping global affairs, which I shall talk about mostly, right down and right through to the most down-to-earth level of relationships between individuals and within families and within communities, and of course, in the conduct of business. And I'd ask you to accept first that the world in all its manifestations and relationships has, in the last 2 or 3 decades, changed absolutely, fundamentally, and completely. It's quite a big proposition because many people would question that. But I'm just going to ask you to start with that. And this demands a total reset in attitudes, in public policies, in the art of governance, which is very important to us, and of course in procedures. And I want to pick out 2 dominant aspects of this enormous changing canvas on which to comment. The first is that the strongest sources of power and influence in shaping our lives have shifted massively away from the nexus of nations we used to call the West, that's back in the 20th century, and are now potentially in the hands of dynamic Asia and rising Africa, and to some degree Latin America. The facts spell that out clearly. Most of the growth over the next 10 years, 90% of it, is going to be not in Europe, and not even possibly in the Americas, but in Asia. That is where the center of the world is. I feel very pleased this morning, talking to you in the Philippines, to feel that I'm talking and sharing thoughts at the very center of the globe. The second proposition is that power has shifted dramatically, not only away from the West, but also away from the structures and hierarchies of governance and authority which we're used to. It now lies increasingly, not totally, but increasingly in the hands of groups, cells, platforms, tribes, interests, localities, non-state actors, and of course, sadly but inevitably, violent disruptors on a scale and with a speed and power never before matched in history. So that explains why I used the word just now, potentially, about power in the hands of the new great Asian nations. Governments in what used to be called the developing world, but that concept is completely out of date, have not simply inherited the mantles of authority enjoyed by Western governments in the past. Whole new skill sets are required to deliver and maintain the frameworks of stability and order and defeat the constant pressures of terror within a pattern of legality and within the rule of law. And again, there's another phrase I haven't used about power to the people, which commentators like to use. And the reason I haven't used it is because in this new environment, it turns out that the phrase, the people, unquote, has no coherent meaning. Of course, it's been used all the time, but the truth is that in the revolutionary new conditions of the digital age, there is a creation of a mosaic of differing, quotes, peoples with differing aims and interests, often and nearly always conflicting. Those who thought rather idealistically that overthrowing tyrannies and despots and old patterns of government would bring the miracle of peaceful democracy and its underlying support of compromise is the key, of course, to the street and to the fore, have been badly and sadly proved wrong. Unending instability and dispute and new conflicts and forever wars, as they're called, have been more the pattern. President Biden was saying he wanted to end forever wars. You can't end forever wars. They continue, regardless of what governments do. People power is unstable power, endlessly clashing, never settling, and of course, highly favorable to violent extremism rather than moderation. So this is the new world we're in, and it requires fresh institutions to bring some greater stability out of the potential chaos and to establish international clearer rules on behavior than those that we've tried to use for the last 100 years or so. And the institutions, as I say, are needed, but they're going to be rather different from those we've inherited from the 20th century and demand different methods to succeed. Whether we're talking about security and defense, where the whole character of warfare has, of course, changed. I want to elaborate on that later. Or we're talking about new financial and commercial institutions as the old patterns of capitalism metamorphose into something new and not fully explained by economists, or the new frameworks to uphold human rights, or the forums we need to preserve world peace. In all these areas, the operational conditions have altered. Here in the West, we look at the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, the so-called Bretton Woods institutions, or we look here in Europe at the NATO structure and trade blocs like the European Union, which, remember, was successful and created and structured under treaty forms in the last century. Or we look at the United Nations itself. Again, a magnificent creation of the last century. They're all going to have to raise their game or be superseded because pressures are at work which are going to force that. And we can see how the new networks of Asia, such as Forest of Initials, I'm afraid, but it's a comprehensive and progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. It's the RECP, it's the AU, it's the SAARC, and then in Africa we have more, including COMRESA and so on, and AFTCA. I could go on forever. We're seeing an amazing cat's cradle of forest of new bilateral deals and agreements and regional formations, which are already pushing to one side those former institutions. And there is much more to come. Dictators will continue to fall. Military bosses will find they can't have their way and prevail in the way they did in the 20th century because they have now to face empowered protest and popular rebellion and almost, as it were, internationalized rebellion of a form that was not simply recognized in the past. And of course, at the same time, although we talk about democracy and value it and feel we know about it, a lot of people are questioning the values of democracy. And there's a lot of evidence, some of it rather devastating, that the younger generation don't feel that in its broad sense, as the way it's operated hitherto, it's really got any value for them. So, well, you may say, well, so, all right, that's a gloomy analysis, and the world's full of analysts who can say how dreadful things are. So what do we do to meet these enormous shifts in the pattern of world power and behavior? And where do we start? So, well, let me try with a absolutely first step answer to that question. The first step is to understand why we're in this state of world turmoil, which is unfamiliar to so many people. What are the real driving forces that are bringing about all this change? Why is populism in its many forms, it differs over the world, why is it now on the march, despite its chaotic character? Why did China become so rich and advance so incredibly fast and seem to cover in a few decades what others had taken centuries to achieve? Why have some nations soared and others have slumbered, or I'm afraid sunk? Why have all the assumptions of Western supremacy crumbled? And why have American claims to world leadership, which of course they are building on from their past primacy, why are they beginning to look so hollow, especially after jarring reminders like events in Afghanistan and Kabul over the last month? Why indeed in this upside down world, because that is what it is, have the old delineations of politics, particularly European politics, left and right? Why have they become so blurred, with ideological battles losing their edge and democracy, as I've just said, filling itself with so much self-doubt? And if we answer all those questions, answer them honestly, then we shall have a clearer idea of where to go. And I'll just offer you one or two thoughts on how we start out on that route. For me, the starting point of it all, the universal trigger, is without doubt the humble microchip and the gigantic revolution in communication and worldwide transmission of information to which it has given birth. From this comes the empowerment of the individual, the age in which, in the words of Madeleine Albright, who I had the pleasure of talking to in her later years, after former Secretary of State of the United States, she said, you've got to understand that now almost every person has their own echo chamber. And with this comes a huge penetrative power, which turns transparency, that favorite word, on an intrusive scale as never before, into the sort of new accountability spotlight from which no leader, no ruler, and no governor can escape. As President Biden put it the other day, he said, we're all caught like deers in the headlights. Or really, he might have said like deer or a rabbit in the stream of information and opinion. Some factual, some fake, but all leaving those in authority with fewer and fewer hiding places. In fact, no hiding place at all in many cases. So the public can now, just with the press of a button, wander freely in the inner lives of the rich and the secret halls of government. And of course, the more exposure there is, the more comes the indignation of inequality, the alienation of the powerful, and the daily reminder and conviction that they, the elites who govern, those who are above us, are, as they put it, out of touch. Favorite phrase of the age. You will find everybody throughout the planet saying that their rulers are out of touch. Remember, the year began with the mob swarming through the sacred center of American democracy on Capitol Hill. It's continued with leaders and rulers and ruling groups toppling like ninepins, and all kinds of power, for instance, through military rule, which we see around the world, and through vast military machinery, all proving rather more weak and fragile than it was. David's a toppling Goliath everywhere, to use the phrase. Discontent with governments and parliaments and ruling assemblies is almost universal. You think count on your fingers a number of governments you can think of who are content and safe and feel unchallenged. So we're constantly seeing in opened the papers even this morning to see bosses being undermined. Away goes the leader, the leader in Guinea, earlier in Mali, in Sudan, in Tunis. Away went Trump himself, of course, at the beginning of the year. And now away goes Mr. Suga in Japan, who's given up. Angela Merkel, of course, is on her way out. Monsieur Macron in France is at a low point in popularity. Even here in London, we have a highly successful electorally prime minister, but under constant challenge at a pace and in a way that is really greater than ever before. Then elsewhere in Europe, there's Mr. Lukashenko over in Belarus. His days must surely be numbered. And then nearer to you, where you are, of course, we've seen pressure on the premiers of Australia and now New Zealand and Malaysia. Narendra Modi in India has had to face enormous popular movements and pressures. May well hold his position, but he's under great pressure. Even the arch rulers, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, who very carefully tried to entrench themselves for life, they too feel the hot wind of power blowing up from the streets and the grassroots in new forms, and have to take desperate and constant moves to prevent it blowing them away. Even the President of the United States, Joe Biden, elected under the Constitution for 4 years, has at the present time become belittled and enfeebled, especially by the Afghan tragedy, which we've all had to watch. So while rulers cling to power as the heads of state, beneath and behind their thrones, networks, good and bad, are growing all the time, outside the immediate influence of governments. As if anywhere, the slogan should be, connectivity rules okay. And there's no stopping it. Networks never sleep. They don't wait for government to fall or rise or anything else. They continue their linking and their networking night and day. So I suppose my final question is, what stands in our world between this prospect of unending disorder and anarchy and the more orderly, law-abiding, safer and more fear-free world in which people can go about their business, escape poverty, and build prosperity? And I'll just end with a couple of suggestions on that. First, the art of governance and leadership itself demands new qualities, which, frankly, many current ones lack. Top of those new qualities must come a degree of humility rooted in the concept of service to the ruled. It is the servant who leads, and itself is a contradictory thought. It's not enough, and it's not even possible today, to rule by the old instruments of blunt force, although some are still trying, or to rule by elaborate sort of networks and cages of doctored law, or of course by outright repression. Even Kim Jong-un in his hermit kingdom up there in North Korea is finding that out. Somehow a degree of consent has to be gained and respect has to be won. Without these, power does begin to seep away. Second, the old language of ideology, which we much use in Europe, no longer resonates. You still hear it, of course, every day, particularly from old Cold War warriors reliving the past, and from those who think in hegemonic and superpower terms. And we know who they are. Yet none of the current great issues, or indeed the lesser ones, fit into this mode. For example, some try to put the state and future of troubled Afghanistan in a sort of East-West clash of ideologies mode. I think nothing could be more misguided and fatal, not least for the Afghans themselves. It simply doesn't fit any more than climate extremism or the pandemic, which we've all been struggling with, fit into a left-right mode. And there will be more pandemics to come, of course. Or migration, that doesn't fit either. Or the monopoly power of high-tech platforms, or countless other issues affecting daily life and conditions. Take the problem that is with you and with us all the time. How do we address the giant next door to us, or particularly next door to you, of China? You've had your problems and your resolutions you've been dealing with in the Philippines very skillfully. But this is the question that bothers us all every day. And people say, oh, it's all right, we can separate business from politics. But that's not the way the game is being played at all. It's not possible. China's not separating business and politics. And if we do so, the rest, we're at a huge disadvantage. I think really we have to meet like with like. China looks for weaknesses in the democracies and proclaims its own strengths. The democracies and the like-minded nations must do the same with great vigor. I get put on my desk every day, every week, a copy of the China Daily in the English language, extremely well written, extremely well argued, going right down into the deep issues of who are the real democrats, how does democracy work in the instant communications age. Third quick thought, we've mentioned climate, and I know you've had talk on it in your conference, but we must focus in the climate matter on the real source of danger, which is the rising emissions of the mostly Asian and African utilities. Europe can do its part, and indeed Britain can do its part, but we're a tiny bit of the story. We could actually close down our economies altogether, and still we would see emissions rising when, under the Paris Agreement, they're meant to be not merely leveling, but falling. So focusing at sort of Marshall Plan level or Grand Manhattan Project level on the source of emissions and how the whole of, in effect, a whole of Asia's energy system and power system can be reset, and huge cost, and with vast needs of new technology for carbon capture. This is the big issue. And I'm not sure that politicians have fully grasped that as they come to the Glasgow COP26 meeting, which is just we're all planning for here in Europe. There's new realities to face and new areas of wishful thinking to be washed away. Then I've got one more point, and then I'll fall silent. It's simply this, that nation states must be respected. Boutros Boutros-Ghali, once UN Secretary General, said once that everyone needs a country to love, and he's right. International cooperation, of course, is more than important than ever, but it must rest not on bullying or internationalizing disregard of national interests, or on overhead heavy secretariats, or on inner cliques, but on openness and equality of respect of every nation. That happens to be the antithesis of the way that the present UN structure works. So you can see the size of the reform needed. And it's slightly different from the way that the EU has come down from the 20th century. I think the European Union, which Britain is no longer a part, although we're very much part of Europe, of course, and very involved bilaterally, the European Union has got to adapt to the reality of that in the digital centrifugal age, national sentiments are going to be the ones to be respected and coordinated rather than suppressed. So, and then you asked something earlier about the Commonwealth, which of course is a huge network, a third of humankind, 54 nations, with its complete distrust of centralization. No treaty at all at the top. There's no treaty to keep the Commonwealth together. No central hierarchy. So yet it proves an amazing, resilient form of international cooperation between peoples in the digital age. And indeed, I've even met people who say that it's more the model of international cooperation in the future than some of the other treaty-based and formal arrangements which we've put together to enable trade to expand. The whole idea of spheres of influence approach to foreign policy, in fact, belongs to yesterday. It's the old chessboard of great power diplomacy, when in reality, the binding web of global networks, the binding web that's enabling me to share thoughts with you this morning, has its own agenda, and it goes far beyond the reach of national governments. There's no comparison today between the problems of today and the Cold War. Some people are itching to say, recast the situation in those terms, but actually, if we think back, the Soviet Union was crumbling, whilst today China is rising and rising fast. Furthermore, the doctrinal arguments are different. China is now embracing a kind of sharing capitalism, ugly although personally I feel some of its values and attitudes are, particularly to its neighbors and to Hong Kong and the Uyghurs, and to indeed in its quarrels with India and its problems with you as well. So to talk of two systems, as we did in the Cold War between communism, which was going to conquer the world, and capitalism, is now frankly completely meaningless. We're in a new kind of a set of tensions, which is not a Cold War. So there are totally new principles in the art of governance to be distilled from what I'm saying, and new instruments of technology, such as big data itself, to be deployed in responding to and being accountable to the wishes of the people in all their variety, and yet delivering good, high-quality government. Of course, voting and freedom are all part of the story in our blood, certainly, and they're enough. But you can vote as much as you like, but if voting produces constant division and often fails to guarantee efficient and sensitive government, is that enough? Then, of course, freedom of speech we all value, but not when it dissolves into extreme stances, an abusive megaphone exchange, and leaves the middle ground of compromise crushed or non-existent. That kind of freedom of speech is not freedom of speech, it's license. So the middle ground of compromise is the phrase I'd like to leave you with. I think compromise is the single word to hang on to, the spirit which makes the digitalized, information overloaded age stay together. It's compromise which makes democracy work. No amount of constitutions and systems will do that. It's compromise which makes commitments between nations work and stick to their undertakings. It's compromise which makes communities live together instead of split, families to stick together instead of quarrel, and the generations, young and old, respect and assist each other. So finally, that is the word which every leader set in authority should have in big letters on their desk and on their screens: compromise. Without it, they will not succeed, nor, as a practical matter for themselves, will they survive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lord Howell. That was a beautiful explanation of why we are where we are today. The why that you raised actually focuses both on the hindsight and the insight. As you said, the future is here. And so what we would like to find out as we wait for the questions on the floor are the following interesting points that we have been discussing at the Management Association of the Philippines. As you said, the United Nations, in hindsight, was created as a global solution to a problem of a different war. The war today we face is quite different, and we need a new United Nations. There have been Gs like G7 and now G20 that tried to solve the problems of the world. What do you think do you have with a subset of such countries in terms of shaping the world business, the world society, and the world governance?
Well, in the case of G7, I'm afraid I don't think very much. This really is a relic of the past. The world is not governed by the G7 Western members, plus Japan. Well, actually, and as you saw, the last G7, our Prime Minister here was trying to enlarge it and bring in, I think he wanted India to attend, which they did, and Australia, and I think South Africa, one or two others, in recognition of the fact that the old G7 sort of rather narrow tube of vision no longer worked and operated. G20 brings in, obviously, China and others, and is a bit more in tune with the new technologies and the new networks. But even there, there are difficulties about getting the full flavor of all that is happening in the world. So our statesmen have to apply their minds to innovation in both those areas, and will need to do so. You see, it's such a different world. When you reach views, issued communiques, went away, reassembled a year later, that was one world. But what happens if every second, every minute, there is communication and challenge and a new fluid situation? The fluidity of international affairs now is a new phenomenon and requires people to understand how things can change very rapidly indeed. So there's your answer. G7, that's got to reform and change into something else. In fact, quite a lot of ideas around about total reform building on the G7 and the G20 the same.
So the United Nations has been broached to be something that needs revival. Jeffrey Sachs of Columbia University, who was a speaker in this same CEO International Conference a year ago, noted that indeed we have to have a revived United Nations with a broader representation so that the Security Council need not be with only the powers of World War II. And that indeed we have to reshape this because there are countries like Japan and the other smaller countries that have a weight in the world affairs like Singapore must have their voices also heard in a greater way. What do you think would a reformed United Nations Security Council membership sound to you?
Well, it's an issue that keeps coming up and has done for years. I mean, even before the digital age really took off, it was obvious that the Security Council was as with its permanent membership of 5, was a relic of completely another age and needed reforming. So people then began scratching their heads and saying, how do we bring in new countries? And as soon as you think of one country coming in, you think of another country left out. And this, so one country blocks another and absolutely nothing happens. I mean, if one was starting from scratch, it's obvious that India and Japan and Germany should obviously be if there is to be an inner clique, they should be part of it. But I think one's really reaching the conclusion that this kind of structure, and it's very much a structure of an inner group, and then a slightly larger group of the rotating security members, and then a few more sort of lucky individuals who are kindly invited from outside. That just doesn't wash anymore. That's a hierarchy. That's a hierarchy. And we can't operate that way. I think it has to be a completely open forum with full respect of even the smallest nations as well as the largest. And it has to be in constant dialogue with devices. And this is really, in my later years, and younger people can put these things much more clearly, devices to ensure that issues are addressed with the appropriate coalition of countries at the appropriate time without tying everybody down to long-term treaties. It's a different way of thinking, and I'm not sure I can put it very successfully. I'd like a younger man or woman to do that. Probably a younger woman, because they seem to be so vastly articulate in the world today. So there you are. You've got my thoughts, which are that something is we all know is basically wrong with the P5 rotating security structure. It doesn't have resonance. It doesn't work. And it makes the job of the Secretary General and the high officials of the UN, who struggle magnificently, almost impossible. It's interesting that China is the biggest contributor to the UN security forces around the world. And it's interesting that they are widely spread, but of course they have a very, very difficult task, often and face terrible dangers. There are too many people, UN security forces, I'm afraid, have faced fatal results, particularly in the Sahel, in the middle stretch across the middle of Africa. It's a bad situation, and that's it, anyway.
So in the realm of business, UN style agencies that coordinate their policies, for example, for the recovery from the pandemic, these would be institutions like the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the World Health Organization. Do you think these are also relics of the past UN system where the representation by small nation states is questioned by some of the bigger powers that think these smaller nation states should really not have as great a voice.
Well, you may say, I would say that, wouldn't I? Because I'm talking to you in the Philippines, although actually you're almost twice the size of the UK, but we are not the giants. And obviously we want our say and we'll get our say. Yes, but I think the big is not necessarily beautiful anymore. It was Mr. Schumacher in the 20th century who gave us the wonderful idea, small is beautiful.
Yeah.
And of course, he's right. It's also quite dangerous, incidentally, the size doesn't deliver. It doesn't deliver on the military side, you see. I mean, there's America with a defense budget. I think it's 8 times the size of the next 7 countries beyond it. This is the most enormous defense expenditure in history. Does it win? Does it to secure total dominance for American views around the world? No, of course it doesn't. Size doesn't deliver anymore. This is the glorious and amazing reversal that the digital age has brought to us, where the individual has now in their pocket the same computer power and connection power, greater than the entire amount in the Apollo 11 moonshot. This is a staggering change, and people have just got to adjust to it.
Great. In terms of size, the Chinese have created their own version of a mini regional bank, the Asian Investments for Infrastructure Bank, which will be funding many of the infrastructure projects around the world, not only in the old maritime or the new Silk Roads of the world. What do you think would business infrastructure investments look like if indeed regional banks like this were to share the world financial stage with the current institutions set in the old world of the past century? Are there new institutions for financing needed to support these industries that are forthcoming?
Yes, but your phrase, share the platform, share the space with others is the vital one. There are going to be very many organizations and institutions. There's, as you know, at the last G7 meeting, or G8 or G9 or G10 or whatever it was, which took place here in Britain, in the district of Cornwall, southwest Britain, it was quite strongly discussed that sitting here and letting Belt and Road Initiative sort of dominate from the Chinese side shouldn't just be left where it was, but on the contrary, the like-minded democracies and individual countries who don't want to be caught up in anybody's sphere of influence, but want to be independent and draw the best from both sides, should have their own initiatives as well. In our case, using and encapsulating and embracing private enterprise and private investment, probably rather more than the BRI approach is doing. So we don't have to sit here, we don't have to say AIDB, which I think you were referring to, is bad. They've maybe got some good projects, and with caution and open eyes should be dealt with and drawn on by nations around the world. But they're not the only beast in the farmyard, if I can put it like that. There are growing opportunities for other forms of finance to grow. I think I'm trying to remember, and I can't just because you talked to me, the phrase which President Biden used about in his talks with Australia about new alternatives to BRI. There can be more alternatives, and there'll be more alternatives still to come.
Yeah, I think there have been indeed talks of having a Western equivalent of the infrastructure fund needed to jumpstart the world, especially with your green economy after the pandemic. It is very important to have those new institutions. But let me cite your focus on people. You were very emphatic that nations have disappeared in the power structure and minds of people, and that the corporations of the world may have a better angle at how to serve people in this new post-pandemic age, because they will be shaping the new institutions and the new types of arrangements with different groups, small or large businesses. What are your thoughts on that people-centered aspect? Because you referred to in your presentation the fact that the Commonwealth countries see more of itself as a non-secretariat-driven grouping of people who have more cultural affinity and therefore maybe more business interests to tie up with. So this people angle is also true of the overseas Chinese community, where the Chinatowns of the world can have their say on matters of geopolitical importance because they do represent a great civilization that must be in the minds of the other countries of the world. So the people aspect, what do you think is the future of these types of thinking? Can they be mobilized so that they will serve as a distinct force from governments?
That's a very big question and a sense unanswerable by my own definitions. I mean, you were saying that the Chinese diaspora, of course, is very influential, but it's not a bloc. In fact, those who think that anything that comes from Beijing is China, and that's all China is, themselves are misleading themselves. There are many Chinas and many Chinese views, and I've heard a lot of them, and not all of them coincide exactly with the latest pronouncements of Mr. Xi Jinping or the Chinese Communist Party. And yet, of course, the Chinese nation is one of enormous talents, and the Chinese character is full of skills and fascination, which we've got a lot to we should all learn from a great deal, particularly from their culture and history, where there's tremendous ignorance in Europe and even in my country about the cultural foundations and patterns of thought of China, which are different in many ways to the rational minds of and the logical obsessions of Europe. We have to learn about these things. So there, I think I'm generally suspicious of block thinking or views being laid down as a stereotype views of one group of people or another. You touched on something else that I just want to offer a little thought. I've never myself been in the major management structure of a major corporation, but I do advise big corporations, and I have worked in those wicked things, the banks, which people don't like, particularly the big banks in London and in Switzerland. The nature of the corporation, as everyone knows working in it, has changed with the much more attention to stakeholders and grassroots. But there's been one missing bit, which I and others have campaigned for, and may be coming into its own now, although it's had a very rough ride, and that is the sharing of ownership, wider capital ownership and asset ownership and popular capitalist democracy, which is trying to come into being, isn't there at the moment. On the contrary, there's a general feeling that the result of digitalism arriving in the capital system has merely concentrated the ownership of capital in far too few hands and created vastly greater inequalities. The antidote to that, now I'm talking economics now rather than politics, is of course sharing of ownership, sharing of shares. CEOs award themselves fantastic incomes, fair enough, but even more fantastic allocations of shares. What about allocating a lot more shares to the workers? What about creating, turning earners into owners on a really massive scale across the whole planet? Then I think we're beginning to tackle the facts I've tried to describe to you of power now being power and influence and anger, and in some cases, open rebellion being much more in the hands of the grassroots and different groups of peoples, because they feel they've been left out. So there's a thought field, much wider ownership of capital, a capitalism transformed, and I see traces of that even in China, where if you look at the last few weeks and see what Mr. Xi Jinping has been saying about trying to share out the ownership of the former state-owned industries, I don't know whether it will succeed. It's been tried elsewhere and failed fairly spectacularly in Russia and in the Czech Republic and so on. But you can see this mood growing around the planet of how do we share out and involve everybody and get away from this picture we all live with of the pyramid with a narrow top, crowded with very few people owning a very great deal of the assets of the world.
Of course, we have heard in the past employee stock ownership plans so that the workers become owners of the firms they work for. But sadly, they have not reverberated well. But this new convergence of capitalism and communism, I think, is very, very strange because suddenly the convergence is forced by things that we did not anticipate. Do you think that the COVID era has really forced a thinking on the deep social inequality leading to such suggestions as to broader ownership of corporations? Is really the COVID trigger a very important factor in hindsight?
Yes, I think it is, and it also vividly indicates the sort of two-way nature of all these phenomena. You know, a lot of people said, "Oh well, what COVID has done is destroy globalization. No one's going to work with anyone else anymore. Every nation's going to turn in on itself and look after its own." True up to a point, but also the opposite is true. But in fact, it has created global linkages and intimacies between nations and professions, and obviously the experts of all health and medicine and so on to a degree that we've never seen before. And it has, I think, created tensions or links between the rulers and ruled, between workers and employees on a scale that we haven't seen before. So yes, I think this pandemic has been a great piece of medicine itself, as well as, of course, a tragic impact, a tragic threat to, sadly, even now millions, I think that's the right phrase, millions of people. Too many have died, too many have had their lives wrecked and so on. But it has had this force, you're quite right. So yes, not that I want more COVIDs, although I think realistically we're going to have to face the possibility. But there has been remarkable coming together in dealing with all this, which I find very reassuring.
Thank you very much, Sir David. The last question was on Asia Pacific. You noted that indeed the world center of gravity for many activities will be centered on Asia Pacific concerns. And maybe it is time for us to think of the key problems of the world in terms of what the Asia Pacific can bring. One is food, for the food security of the world. The second is energy, for the kind of energy demands by the big countries of the region, namely China and India. And definitely, climate change is very much in the thinking of business leaders. The last month's release of the climate panel that the worst rainfall to be recorded in the next decade will be in this part of the world, so that we will have to have serious investments in infrastructure, in health systems, and reforming the education, which has to be online, offline. So these are great changes in Asia Pacific. Being in the energy business, we realize that you are very interested in renewable energy, where Asia, of course, can be a big player as well. So given that these confluence of global business interests are being foisted on Asia Pacific, what do you think will be the relations of, let's say, the UK and the Europeans with Asia Pacific in this next coming years? Will they be increased with a bias for certain industries? Will they have also a more general view of how relations are shaped not only by economics and politics, but by the social aspects?
Well, again, a huge question, but certainly what we can't do is just sit glaring at each other with all the rising emissions coming from endless Asian utilities, the fact that coal-fired and fossil fuel burning power stations are still being constructed, and the fact that if you take China, it produces of its total energy 10 I don't get figures right, 10 gigawatts, do I mean? Anyway, its total energy is half produced by coal still, and that half is about more than 10 times the size of the amount of total energy output of the United Kingdom. So it's no use just glaring at each other and saying, oh, it's your fault, it's your fault. There is a new degree of cooperation to be established. I hope the COP26 will help. But what it means is that the West, who filled the atmosphere with carbon in the first place, the carbon concentrations above us, and indeed even more seriously, methane concentrations, which are 84 times as powerful in terms of global warming, has got to pay up. Someone promised $100 billion, I think, a few years ago. None of that has appeared. I think that probably a nought has to be added to that before we're getting to the point where Asia, rich and poor, advanced and less advanced, can afford to capture the carbon from every single one of its growing number of coal-fired stations, Africa the same, and have the technology to do so. Britain, in the West, we've got to put our full brain power behind cheaper technology for carbon capture and storage and usage. We have got to be ready to pay up on a very unpleasantly large scale to poorer countries in the world to meet their needs. It's not even, I would even question, very politely, of course, what you were saying about Asia being most affected by global change. A lot of people in Britain think, quite wrongly, that global warming will just improve the British climate and others will have to suffer. Probably completely wrong. Probably you may find, as Canada did the other day, that suddenly we're all exposed to being fried alive in heat waves of intense kind, beyond human tolerance, or in flooding of the kind which we already have a taste of in Great Britain, and it's not at all pleasant. And people are saying, why didn't we build dikes like the Dutch did in the 16th century to prevent this flooding? There's going to be a lot more of it. So we're not going to be free from the effects of global warming either. We really are all in this together. And those who've got the resources are going to have to share them with those who haven't, in both mitigation through carbon capture and so on, and of course through adaptation as well, adapting to more climate extremes and more violence. So again, it's a reset of mind problem. We can't have every nation just looking after its own. It doesn't work that way. You can't say it's a left or right issue. It isn't, or even a political issue at all. It's an absolutely universal global issue, in which there has to be not only cooperation, but that most difficult of all things, large transfers of resources and technology on a scale never seen before to beat what is otherwise almost inevitable, which will be rising emissions. Just watch the figures over the next few years and you'll see what I mean.
Indeed, you were saying about the Manhattan Project. We need those thinking caps to be put on for this very, very formidable century of problems created by pandemic, climate change, and of course we talk about the nuclear threats, but definitely this Manhattan Project type must be thought of everywhere, in every corner, be that the UN or the G20 or the different regional associations and universities. Lord Howell, what are your final thoughts on where the world is headed in the next decade as the United Nations searches for its sustainable development goals by 2030? Is that really a far-flung objective up in the air so that we concentrate only a few problems?
My final thoughts are, well, I spent my life in political affairs and in business affairs. Therefore, by definition, I'm an optimist. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived at all. So my final thoughts are not too gloomy. I think the very forces that have created the turmoil and the empowerment and the populism and the challenges to everything and the dangers and so on, and the rise of rivalries, those very forces could themselves contain the seeds of the new unity. The connectivity may split nations and transmit horrible things too quickly between one corner of the world and another, but also connectivity does bring people together in the most amazing way. Just here's a tiny little anecdote for you. A colleague of mine went to visit a kids' school, a primary school in northern England, I think in Northumberland somewhere. And she said to the children, well, of course, there's this wider world of globalization and rest in Asia and so on, and you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? And a 7-year-old piped up and said, oh, yes, we do. We outsource our homework every morning to another school in Singapore, and it works very well. Just reminding ourselves that our younger generation really are ready to work with this sort of two minds of the pride and ownership of the digital power. Opening your iPad in the morning gives you as an individual, combined simultaneously with fantastic connectivity and connection with everybody else. It's a two-way split. It's very hard for the old-fashioned mind like mine to grasp. It's not a sort of definite trend in one direction, decentralization, or another direction of centralization, surveillance, and government dominance. It's both those things together. And it's a complicated thought, and I think the younger generation are draining their brains and their minds to grasp it.
Thank you very much, Lord Howell. It was truly a very, very enlightening exchange of views with you. We wish you well in your own activities all over the world, and we hope your Asian connections will also deepen in the near future. We are very pleased that we have heard your views from the other side, so that our own CEOs, in hindsight, given their insight, and now foresighting into the future, can work harmoniously for the common good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Indeed,
Thank
our
you.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord David Howell, and thank you as well to our moderator, adjunct professor of the Asian Institute of Management, Dr. Poch Macaranas. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Now, before we move to the next segment, we have a poll happening again to find out your thoughts and opinions on the conference experience and our sessions. Your answers would be greatly appreciated as we craft our succeeding conferences. Before we conclude today's conference, we would like to take the time to thank once again our partners who believed in the significance and impact of the MAP International CEO Conference and continued to join us in this journey. as we adapt to the new normal of a virtual conference. We would like to thank our co-presenters, Business World, Converge ICT Solutions Incorporated, First Philippine Holdings, our premium partners, BDO, SM Investments Corporation, Globe Business, and GCash. Our knowledge partner, PwC. Our preferred partners, AIA, Divina Law, Eon, P&A Grant Thornton, PLDT Enterprise, and Stratcom. Also thanking our partners, ASEAN Society Philippines, Ayala, BPI, Deloitte, Enchanted Kingdom, Meralco, Mitsubishi Motors, RCBC, and Security Bank. Also our media partners, ANC and ABS-CBN News Channel, Inquirer Group of Companies, the Philippine Daily Inquirer, Inquirer.net and Inquirer Mobile, the Manila Times, and the Philippine Star. Big thanks also going out to our collaborating organizations in the Philippines. Big thanks also going out to our collaborating organizations abroad. Sending our thanks as well to our beneficiary schools. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still here at the 19th International CEO Web Conference 2021, and we're feeling really grateful that we want to thank these folks twice for being our partners. Our premium partners, BDO, SM Investment Corporation, Globe Business, and GCash. We want to say thank you to our knowledge partner, PwC. Thank you to our preferred partners, AIA, Divina Law, Eon, P&A Grant Thornton, PLDT Enterprise, and Stratcom. Thank you to our partners, the ASEAN Society Philippines, Ayala, BPI, Deloitte, Enchanted Kingdom, Meralco, Mitsubishi Motors, RCBC, and Security Bank. Thank you to our media partners, ANC and ABS-CBN News Channel, Inquirer Group of Companies, the Philippine Daily Inquirer, Inquirer.net, and Inquirer Mobile, the Manila Times, and the Philippine Star. Thank you to our collaborating organizations in the Philippines. Thank you to our collaborating organizations abroad. Thank you to our beneficiary schools. Ladies and gentlemen, here to give us a recap of all the relevant issues raised and most impactful statements made from today's conference, please welcome the Vice Chair of the MAP CEO Conference Committee, who is also the Chair and CEO of the Eon Group, Mr. Juni Del Mundo.
To our distinguished MAP officers, members, speakers, and guests, good afternoon. And thank you for once again honoring us with your presence. Every one of you deserves to be commended for ensuring the success of our second virtual CEO conference. It's a great pleasure for me to share with you now the highlights of today's presentations and discussions. After a year and a half of adapting to our new normal, we, as leaders of our respective organizations, have realized through hindsight the need to reset and relearn the values that create more meaningful and lasting connections with our people. We can now use these insights to propel us forward, armed with greater knowledge and foresight. In the first session, Mr. Tim Ryan explained how CEOs are increasingly more concerned with, firstly, how they can further drive trust among their customers, employees, investors, and other stakeholders. And secondly, how they can drive sustained outcomes. These are two of the most important issues that will drive success in the next 10 years. Balancing the need to do right for their employees and communities with the need for profit is a fundamental challenge that has to be faced by organizations globally. And this is driven by 5 urgent issues faced by the world today: asymmetry, disruption, age disparity, polarization, and trust. These issues are changing the way millions of people live and work for years. But the pandemic has accelerated the pace. Businesses then have the responsibility not to leave anyone behind. As business leaders, the bigger part of our job is to provide hope and enable our companies to be a force for good. That's how business becomes the bedrock of trust in our society. Intrinsically, a renewed appreciation and application of excellent organizational values fuels trust in business, brands, and institutions. This is what Mr. Stephen Kehoe discussed in our session. As he stressed, that trust has become a most vital currency. When uncertainties are everywhere, people naturally turn to leaders they can trust and companies that look out for them. The 2021 Edelman Trust Barometer highlights the need for institutions in government, business, NGOs, media to bridge the trust gap and join hands to address foundational societal problems through the power of social media and other transformative technologies. Consumers, employees, and other stakeholders are more emboldened than ever to demand and effect organizational changes to make society better. This cuts across all manner of institutions and operational aspects, environmental, societal, and governance standpoint. Failure to tell a company's story and live up to values are major factors for trust erosion. Consumers have shown a readiness to give up brands that don't earn their trust. The pandemic has magnified the definition of trust as people look for institutions that they can trust. As leaders, we need to embrace this responsibility to deepen our role and purpose and realize the full potential of our brands and services in bettering the lives of everyone whom we touch. In our third session, Mr. Virendra Shelar expounded on trust in employee-employee relationships as he champions principles-based management. It is a model that gives employees greater autonomy in the workplace, paving the way for the transformation of how our work is done, and in a larger context, how society will become more autonomous through technological advancement. Principles-based management is indeed a progressive and visionary practice. It is a people-oriented management where employees can unleash and exercise their abilities and passions to the fullest. But concurrently, businesses must be flexible to employees' needs to proactively develop skills and maximize their talents. In this regard, HR must understand what the needs of the business are and support them to ensure that companies reap more benefits in the future. Even more importantly, a company's values might be brought to the forefront as this helps motivate employees, promote loyalty, improve retention, and thus productivity. All these are essential, especially in this era when COVID-19 is accelerating the pace of change. And we must all grasp the opportunities that were expected in the future, but are in fact happening now. An inclusive approach to healthcare, meanwhile, is being advocated by Dr. Krisana Cricinto. Her work in Thailand in developing and manufacturing herbal and traditional medicines is far-reaching as she manages to tap and elevate people from the grassroots level. Through her tireless efforts, we witness how economic and social transformation can be realized by empowering people. with means of livelihood and helping them attain equality and human dignity. In a time when people are very much dependent on government and other external institutions for their healthcare needs, Dr. Cricinto's work is inspiring as she empowers communities and guides them in taking ownership of efforts to solve problems at hand. It is a holistic effort to develop that we should all emulate. Diving even more broadly into healthcare in our 5th session, Ambassador Luc Veron emphasized the importance of vaccination as the way to pull through the pandemic. We can all agree that vaccination is the only way we can live with COVID-19 and regain our capacity to pursue ambitions. Getting inoculated should be considered an investment not only in society's health, but also in the nation's ongoing economic recovery efforts. In the European Union, he noted how the economies are already opening up because of the improving health situation. It is uplifting to hear from him how the EU is committed to ensure that everyone who needs a vaccine gets a vaccine anywhere in the world. Likewise, it is very much welcome news that the EU is intent on making significant investments in the Philippines, not only to address the unprecedented challenges of the pandemic, but also to strengthen economic ties and help us lead on the path towards a green and resilient future through environmental and digital initiatives. In our 6th and last session, Lord David Howell outlined the geopolitical shifts taking place worldwide, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. The traditional centers of power and influence associated with the West have truly shifted to Asia and other regions. Indeed, even in the early 2000s, we were already getting a sense that the 21st century will be the Asian century. This geopolitical shift mirrors the interpersonal shifts away from structures of governance and hierarchy being observed among people worldwide. The gigantic revolutions in communication and worldwide transmission starting in the last 3 decades have resulted in the empowerment of the individuals. This development has amplified everyone's voices and put leaders into the constant spotlight of accountability unlike never before. The erosion of well-established institutions of governance calls for new principles in the art of leadership, new structures of trust and authority, reflection of the dynamics of our new era. Ladies and gentlemen, true to its theme, our sessions today presented valuable, eye-opening insights on how organizations and institutions have navigated and continue to navigate the twists and turns of the pandemic era. Mr. Ryan and Mr. Kehoe outlined the importance of trust and the undeniably growing influence of the market on companies and brands. Mr. Scheller championed employee empowerment in line with the irreversible movement towards greater autonomy in the workplace and in our society. Dr. Cricinto, meanwhile, advocated for grassroots empowerment and social amelioration, leading to the realization of equality and human dignity. Finally, Ambassador Veron and Lord David Howell gave us a global overview from the perspective of the EU and in our region, presenting large-scale changes that can impact even our smallest ways of doing business. From the presentations and discussions, we have these key takeaways. Health is a global responsibility. In our interconnected world, we've seen how a health crisis can quickly overcome our economic, social, and even political infrastructures. Every country has a role to play in securing our collective path to recovery. People empowerment is paramount. This is the key to effective leadership and to building an effective team. Empowered employees directly correlate with stronger performance, satisfaction, and commitment to the organization. And above all, trust is an invaluable capital resource. Trust strengthens individual and institutional integrity and is the foundation for growth. The pandemic has precipitated changes in society in unprecedented terms. As business leaders, it is our responsibility to ride the waves and find ways to navigate head above water rather than to resist and sink into the depths. Throughout the day, we were witness to many conversations that elevated the new expectations from the business sector. Now, more than ever, we need to zoom out and assess our changing dynamics with respect to our employees, environment, our duty to foster equality and dignity, and most importantly, our trust currency. Gone are the days when our business just revolved around our products and services. It is incumbent upon us to look at the world and see how we can create value outside our coffers. We are expected to work alongside government, even lead sometimes, in advancing the interests of society and the environment. Our workforce, the lifeblood of our companies, also demand a renewed sense of purpose and a conscious effort to make working conditions and modalities more flexible. And most of all, we need to make sure that trust remains at the center of what we do. Our ability to command employee confidence, customer loyalty, industry credibility, and to build legacy all depend on our trust currency. This MAP CEO conference hits all those cylinders. Leadership requires us to look back, sideways, and ahead in ensuring that we live in the present under future-proof terms. We live and will continue to live in interesting times. Make no mistake about it. We are at the precipice of major shifts that will come when humanity least expects it. Armed with wisdom of experience and the power of data-driven insights, we have every opportunity to chart not just our business, but society as a whole. Again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us in this year's 19th MAP CEO Conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Del Mundo, for capturing all the salient points of all our speakers. To formally close the 19th MAP International CEO Web Conference 2021, Hindsights, Insights, Foresights, the future in the present tense, please welcome back the governor in charge of the MAP CEO Conference Committee and the lead independent director of SM Investments Corporation, Dr. Alfredo Fred E. Pascual.
Good afternoon to all our distinguished speakers, panelists, and guests. I would like to thank each of you for participating in this 2021 edition of the MAP CEO Conference. Each year, this annual event provides attendees with a thought-provoking experience. What we have learned in the last 5 hours should sharpen our hindsights, thus enabling us to gain new insights that will in turn help us enhance our foresights as we continue to confront challenges in the months ahead. This year's speakers and moderators have made precious contributions from their respective vantage points. When taken together, the historical lessons, current insights, and forward perspectives they have shared should help us plan for coping with and thriving in the emerging new normal. Amid the still raging pandemic, our primary concern is revitalizing the economy and preventing its further collapse. Individual businesses should thus begin rising and moving forward. We may be involved in different industries and offering various types of products and services, but one thing is common for us. We are all in the business of trust. Trust, after all, is the true currency of business. We can maintain long-term productive relationships with our customers, employees, suppliers, and other stakeholders because we trust them and they trust us. The pandemic has compelled us and our businesses to deal with our communities in different ways, but certain actions seem to be common. We have shifted from the physical to the virtual. We have taken measures to tighten our belts, and we have learned to be quick with thinking on our feet. We have also reinforced the value of having an agile team and of maintaining communication with stakeholders. We owe so much to the exponential advances in information and communication technologies. These technologies have become the enablers of changes and innovations we must do to survive the lockdowns. With the foresight provided to us in this conference, our businesses are hopefully now better guided. The MAP CEO Conference will continue to contribute to the table as it strives to hone Filipino excellence in management. Our drive to innovate should not end here with the pandemic, nor should we become complacent once we have established a better normal. Change for the better is a continuing process. In closing, I'd like to express our appreciation to the distinguished guest speakers for sharing their valuable thoughts and insights. To the MAP CEO Conference Committee, thank you for your time and effort in making this event a success. To all our sponsors, collaborating organizations, beneficiary schools, and attendees, thank you for your participation and support. This conference exemplifies how we, as professionals and as Filipinos, can rise to a challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fred Pascual. And that formally concludes the 19th MAP International CEO Web Conference 2021, Hindsights, Insights, Foresights, the Future in the Present Tense. On behalf of the Management Association of the Philippines, thank you very much for spending a part of your day with us. We hope that today's conference has given you and your organization the hindsight, insights, and foresights that you can utilize to bring your future plans to the here and now. As today's world events have shown us, there is no time to waste. We must create opportunities to do better now. Good afternoon, and we hope to see you all next year. We'd like to thank our co-presenters once again, Business World, Converge ICT Solutions Incorporated, and First Philippine Holdings. Our premium partners, BDO, SM Investments Corporation, Glow Business, and GCash. Thank you to our knowledge partner, PwC. Big thank you to our preferred partners, AIA, Divina Law, Eon, P&A Grant Thornton, PLDT Enterprise, and Stratcom. Thanks still to all of our partners, the ASEAN Society Philippines, Ayala, BPI, Deloitte, Enchanted Kingdom, Meralco, Mitsubishi Motors, RCBC, and Security Bank. Thank you to our media partners, ANC and ABS-CBN News Channel, the Inquirer Group of Companies, the Philippine Daily Inquirer, Inquirer.net, Inquirer Mobile, the Manila Times, and Philippine Star. Thank you to all of our collaborating organizations in the Philippines. Sending our love all the way from the Philippines to all of our collaborating organizations abroad. And big love going out to all of our beneficiary schools.
It's not enough to just sustain a broken world. There's always a choice. To be better. To turn the world around. To go beyond sustainability and become a regenerative force that heals and renews. At First Philippine Holdings, we imagine a regenerative, decarbonized world. And through our businesses, we are powering it. Building it. Living it. Making it. Healing it. And teaching it. Because this is the better way to live, to work, to treat our planet, and leave something better for the future. First Philippine Holdings, powered by good.
Driven by the mission to serve millions of customers across retail. With diverse offerings, and brands. Integrated property developments across many locations. With new malls, residential projects, commercial properties, hotels and convention centers. Leisure and resorts. And in banking and financial services. To reach our customers. Embracing innovation. And committed to the happiness of our customers, to the development of our youth. In our aim for continued growth of our businesses and positive contribution to the nation.
A better future is built by the brave, envisioned by brilliant minds, born from the passions of thousands strong. One that isn't without risk, but protected from it. Safe from all the worries and secure for what's to come. Because a better future with the greatest empires, the strongest communities, and the happiest families will always be worth having. That's why the bold and the fearless understand that recreating something better takes courage and strength. So together, let's start shaping a better future today.
What if your everyday is easier? What if your tasks are faster? What if you never have to chase due dates ever? What if your life is safer? What if your dreams are higher? What if kaya mo na? GCash gives you secure payments, real-time money transfers, accessible financial services, exclusive deals, and a full suite of business solutions para kaya mo na sumabay sa takbo ng buhay. Kaya mo na to stay connected. Kaya mo na magbayad anytime, anywhere. Kaya mo na mag-buy and sell. Kaya mo na to get exclusive deals. Kaya mo na magpera padala. Kaya mo na gawing safe ang future. Kaya mo na abutin ang pangarap. Kaya mo na makatulong, magbigay ng pag-asa. Kaya mo, GCash mo.
Just a few years ago, it was hard to predict how quickly the world would change and how complex it would become. Today, organizations need to change faster and more thoroughly than ever before in a world facing profound challenges, but full of tremendous opportunities. To succeed, organizations need a unique combination of capabilities, from ESG to audit, from value creation to tech transformation. PwC, as a community of solvers, is uniquely positioned to bring the right combination of people, capabilities, and technology. That's what we're calling the new equation. The new equation focuses on two interconnected needs every organization faces. The need to build trust with a broader set of stakeholders, more so than ever before, and the need to deliver sustained outcomes in an environment where competition is more intense than ever and societal expectations have never been greater. To help our clients and stakeholders meet these challenges, PwC will be investing over $12 billion over the next 5 years and creating more than 100,000 new jobs. Because success depends on continuing to be able to offer clients a unique combination of breadth and depth, to deliver solutions that are human-led and tech-powered. So over the coming months, we will share more about how we're able to help our stakeholders solve their challenges and capture those opportunities. But today, we're announcing the first steps on that journey. I'm excited about the difference we will make in the business world and beyond.
Don't wish for a better day. Create it. Don't dream of a better future. Build it. And we will help you achieve it as we become AIA Philippines, bringing together over 70 years of local experience and the strength of one of the largest life insurance companies across Asia, providing protection to millions through our top advisors and partners. We will constantly innovate as we develop products that will save lives and help fulfill dreams of Filipino families and create new insurance possibilities to keep up with your ever-changing needs. So don't work towards a good life. Aim for the best one, because AIA Philippines will help you finally live it.
With Several leaders of economies today reminded APEC leaders to focus on economic synergy and cooperation on this year's APEC.
Welcome to Boracay, the Philippines' most famous beach.
We have covered the journey of our young democracy. In ANC, we were witnesses to the defining moments of Philippine history that influenced the world.
To the service of the nation.
We talk to leaders. We don't shy away from difficult conversations.
ANC Leadership Series.
We don't just tell stories, we tell you why they matter. We sift through the noise and arm you with facts.
We report about disruption and how the latest technology and innovation have changed the way we live.
We told stories about crisis, but also about opportunities that came with it. This is the Philippines.
And we are ANC.
Tired of missing the latest news? Get the Inquirer mobile app to get the latest stories and updates as they happen. The Inquirer mobile app is an easy-to-use app with quick access to stories and also enhances your experience on other Inquirer platforms. The Inquirer mobile app also lets you recommend stories for the Inquirer front page and share stories on various social platforms. Have a story to tell? Be an Inquirer reporter with the My Inquirer function. Now that's news anytime, anywhere, always.
Got something you want to share to the world? We got you, fam. We are looking for awesome people like you who want to share content that deserve a spotlight on our site. Whether it's a list of everything you love about catos and doggos, pop culture related artworks, or even your own random photos, memes, and funny videos, we'd be happy to see it and share it to the world. Join our award-winning team and be part of our Ink Pop creator community.